One is the strongest hero of the human race on the continent. The other is the supreme queen of the dragon race. Everyone thought the two would be enemies forever. Yet, because of a whirlwind of fate, they were tangled and inseparable all night long. In the end, they even had 2 adorable children. What shocks people even more is that, although they still treat each other like enemies on the outside, they are actually addicted to each other in private. All 69 positions have been practiced thoroughly by the two. Inside the dungeon of the Silver Dragon clan, a silver-haired girl slowly appeared, causing the 2 guards to immediately bow respectfully, calling out, "Your Majesty." It turned out to be the Silver Dragon Queen, Rosewise. Standing before the prisoner, she offered a mocking smile. Then she asked the renowned dragon-slaying hero who had fallen into the hands of the Dragon Clan how it felt. The male lead showed no fear. He coldly told her to just kill him. The queen laughed, saying that he wants to die to escape the suffering. It's not that easy. She lifted his chin, her eyes filled with contempt. She even remarked that if he had a few more scars on his body, he would look even more perfect. Hearing this, he immediately turned his head away and told her, "Stop insulting me. If you want to kill me, do it quickly." But Rosewise stuck out her tongue and gave a cold laugh. She said a strong person like him, who was betrayed by others to this extent, would not have fallen into such a miserable situation otherwise. She even taunted him with temptation, asking if he wanted to surrender to the Silver Dragon clan. Leon heard this and only gave a sarcastic smile. But the very next second, he was sent flying into the corner of the wall by the queen. Spitting blood, Rosewise stepped on him. She coldly said, "Just a tiny human. Yet you dare to be insolent before me, Leon? Do you think you are still the hero, admired by millions? How dare you consider yourself an equal to the dragon race? It's truly ridiculous." She warned him to wake up to reality soon, because this place would be his burial ground. In her eyes, Leon was no different from an ant that didn't know its own strength. She even mocked that if he were lucky, his descendants could have enjoyed wealth and glory. But unfortunately, someone like him had no descendants. Leon gritted his teeth and retorted, telling her not to underestimate humans. Right after that, the queen used her tail to tighten around his neck, coldly saying he certainly had a sharp tongue. But just at that moment, Leon suddenly spoke up, "Your Majesty," causing Rosewise to be momentarily surprised, thinking he was going to beg for his life. However, Leon said that from the beginning, she had made 2 fatal mistakes. The queen frowned, confused. Leon slowly said, "Mistakes. The first is that you shouldn't be alone with the strongest dragon slayer. The second mistake is that you absolutely shouldn't have tasted my blood." As soon as he finished, Leon's eyes turned blood-red. Rosewise suddenly froze as if controlled by an invisible force. She released Leon and collapsed to the ground, her body heating up in a strange way. He didn't even understand what was happening to himself. Leon stood coldly before her. He declared that soon, the queen's life would fall into misery from this very moment. At this moment, Rosewise had completely lost control. She lunged straight at Leon. But even he didn't understand what was wrong with her. He only saw that the queen's eyes were now filled with desire for him. He immediately realized she had fallen victim to the curse's effect. After an hour, Rosewise gradually regained her consciousness. As soon as she was sober, she hurriedly pulled her clothes to cover herself. Angrily, she questioned Leon about what he had done to her. Leon calmly explained that it was the blood of the curse, a forbidden art that can only be used once in a lifetime, and because she tasted his blood, A bond had been formed between the two of them. A soul-bound connection. After he dies, the curse will force her to live in endless misery for the rest of her life. Rose Wise did not believe it. She immediately asked that if the curse only took effect upon his death, then what was that just now? Leon hesitated and said it was just an unexpected outcome. He originally thought he would have to wait until his death for the suffering to begin. He never expected the side effects would turn her into that. Before he could finish, the queen ordered him to shut his mouth. But Leon still smiled with mockery. He said that as far as he knew, the dragon race always abides by the rule of one life partner. Once he dies, the great silver dragon queen will never be able to find someone new, let alone produce an heir. She wouldn't even be able to explain to the dragon race what had happened. This curse had even exceeded his own expectations. Leon continued to taunt her. He brought up how she had previously mocked him for having no descendants. But now, even she would have no one to inherit her throne. Truly a line ending without issue. Rose Wise, hearing this, flew into a rage and lunged to kill him. But Leon only smiled coldly. He said that if she wanted to kill him, she didn't need to lift a finger. He was dying soon anyway. Carrying his hatred, she would have to suffer for the rest of her life. That is the curse of a human. Hearing this, Rose Wise finally stopped. She put her clothes back on. Then she looked at the unconscious Leon with icy eyes. A human dared to use such despicable methods on her. Did he think he could die so easily now? That would be too good for him. Immediately after, a strange mark appeared on Leon's body. In the past, Leon was a legendary dragon-slaying hero. From the age of 5, he could already kill the neighbor's vicious hound. Afterward, a great master of dragon-slaying passed by and took him as a disciple. Also, from the age of 5, he stepped into the dragon-slaying academy. Just 4 years later, he became the youngest graduate in history. By the age of 15, Leon had reached the battlefield. He eliminated countless evil dragons and reclaimed territory for humanity. He established countless military exploits for the Empire. He became the strongest dragon-slaying hero, the one who led humanity to victory, and the final hope of mankind. However, ironically, that legendary hero fell into a coma just because he got tangled with the Silver Dragon Queen for 2 whole years. When Leon woke up, he was immediately in shock. Where is this? Why am I still alive? Hearing some movement, a little girl runs to the doorway and happily exclaims that Dad has woken up. Looking at the adorable child, Leon is stunned. He quickly deduces for himself that, perhaps because he sacrificed so much for humanity, he has been sent to heaven. He even points at the little girl and asks, "Is this the legendary angel?" He then enthusiastically asks for her name. The little girl happily replies that her name is Moon. Leon smiles and compliments her on the beautiful name, but then finds it strange, because her hair is a mixture of black and white. Moon points and explains, "Mother said my name carries the meaning of the moon." The more Leon hears, the more confused he becomes. Can an angel have a mother? He introduces himself as Leon. The little girl immediately says she knows his name. Leon means lion, doesn't it? Hearing this, Leon immediately asks who told her that. Moon innocently replies that Mother said so. Leon suddenly has a bad premonition. Trembling, he asks who her mother is. Moon immediately answers with pride, "My mother is the Silver Dragon Queen, Rose Wise." A single sentence leaves Leon frozen on the spot. If Moon's mother is Rose Wise, then am I her father? Leon cannot believe the truth before his eyes. Just then, Moon happily calls out because her mother has arrived. The little girl immediately runs to hug Rose Wise. Moon innocently says, "Daddy is awake." Rose Wise just gives a slight nod, smiling as she looks at Leon, who is still petrified. She calmly says, "You've finally woken up, Leon." Moon innocently relates that Mother was very happy because she came to check on him every day. Rose Wise smiles meaningfully and says, "That's right." Leon finds it hard to believe after hearing that. After telling Moon to go out and play, Rose Wise enters the room. Leon immediately asks straight out if Moon is truly his daughter. Rose Wise nonchalantly replies, "What else could she be? She is the daughter of mine and yours." Leon is stunned, asking why she gave birth to a child and saved his life, when she should have hated him to the bone. Rose Wise coldly reminds him that he has slept for 2 years. As for what he did to her 2 years ago, does he think she would easily let it slide? She says humanity and the dragon race are fundamentally incompatible. Under normal circumstances, she would never have touched him. Hearing this, Leon blunders out. "So, does that mean touching me was a loss for you?" Rose Wise flares up upon hearing that, shoving him down onto the bed. Leon asks in a panic what she intends to do, but Rose Wise coldly tears his clothes, declaring she will carve the mark of the dragon race onto him. Leon desperately resists, but to no avail. Rose Wise says this will be his greatest humiliation, the mark that proves from now on he is her prisoner and can never leave her again. She even asks with a cold laugh, if your fellow humans knew that on the body of their great dragon-slaying hero this mark has appeared, what would they think? Would they still view you as a savior, or just a traitor who surrendered to the dragon race? Leon frowns, not understanding why Rose Wise would take things this far. The queen coldly says, "Do you still not understand? To the dragon race, the act of revenge far exceeds human perception. For the rest of your life, you will live in humiliation with me, turning humanity's greatest hero into a servant of the dragon race. And even becoming the only mate of the queen is the most perfect revenge against a dragon slayer." Scene shifts to outside the Silver Dragon Palace. A few maids are gathered, gossiping that the queen seems very happy today. The reason is that her husband has finally woken up. Leon, crouching in a corner eavesdropping, twitches repeatedly. He never expected Rose Wise to openly spread the rumor that he is her husband. Thinking about what happened earlier, Leon feels a chill run down his spine. All night, he was tormented. He grits his teeth, swearing that he absolutely cannot, obediently, stay here and act as a toy for that female dragon. Outside the castle, Leon stealthily sneaks along the wall, preparing to escape. He tells himself if he stays any longer, he fears there will be nothing left but a dried corpse. But what makes him suspicious is that today, the Silver Dragon Palace has strangely few guards. Completely different from 2 years ago, everything is quiet. Unusually so, making him feel even more uneasy. Just then, Leon discovers a small hole hidden behind some bushes. He is surprised, wondering why something like this would be here. Looking closely, the hole leads straight to the outside. Even though he suspects it might be a trap, Leon grits his teeth and decides to dash through. To him, even if it's a trap, he must try. He turns his head to look back one last time and mutters, "Goodbye, you scary female dragon." As for Moon, even though the child is very adorable, he can only leave her with her mother for now. On the other side, Moon, seeing Leon crawling through the hole, is excited, pointing and calling for her mother. The little girl exclaims that Daddy is trying to leave through the hole. It looks so funny. Rosewise, sunbathing nearby, listens and just smiles with a curl of her lip, finding it quite amusing. Moon curiously asks when they will go catch Daddy back. Rosewise calmly corrects her daughter, saying one shouldn't say, "Drag Daddy back" like that. It's very impolite. It should be called, catching him back. Not long after, Leon finally manages to run very far from the castle. He is panting heavily, telling himself, this time, Rosewise surely can't catch up. But the moment he finishes his sentence, a familiar silhouette appears right before him. Rosewise crosses her arms, looking at him with a cold smile, saying that he really knows how to run. Leon immediately turns pale and cries out, "Evil dragon!" Rosewise steps closer, asking if it was fun playing with her. Then she nonchalantly admits that, indeed, she was very satisfied watching him struggle. She asks, "Does Leon really think things went that smoothly? Who was the one who helped you avoid the guards and deliberately left a hole for you to crawl out of?" Leon smiled bitterly, admitting he knew full well that it might be a trap, yet he was forced to take the gamble. He just hadn't expected her to track him down so quickly. Rosewise asked coldly, "Did you think that just by returning to the human territory, everything would be fine? The dragon mark is already imprinted on your chest. Do you truly believe humanity will still see you as a dragon slayer? Or are you nothing more than a monster now?" Leon gritted his teeth and replied, "Regardless. Living as an ordinary person, with a new identity, is still better than continuing to be tormented by you." That statement instantly enraged Rosewise. She scolded him for being ungrateful, then immediately grabbed him and dragged him away. Leon struggled incessantly, shouting to ask where she was taking him. Rosewise simply replied coldly, "Since you are so desperate to return, then I shall grant your wish." 3 hours later, near the border of the human empire, Leon was dropped from a great height. After landing, he looked up and froze. Straight ahead was the human city. Rosewise stood behind him, calmly stating that it was the human empire, the place he had always wanted to return to. It looked so close, just a step away. But she coldly declared, "Leon, you will never be able to go back again." Then, as if suddenly remembering something, Rosewise spoke slowly, "For those bearing the dragon mark, if one develops desire for the other, the mark will react immediately." She asked Leon, "Right now, is your body burning as if consumed by fire?" Leon gritted his teeth, feeling the intense heat within his body growing stronger. He immediately understood Rosewise's intentions. Horrified, he asked, "Are you intending to do that right here?" Rosewise nonchalantly admitted that was indeed the case. She wanted Leon to stand before his homeland, to see it right before his eyes, yet be unable to reach it, and be dragged into humiliation right in this very spot. That was the most perfect way to exact revenge. Leon gritted his teeth and roared that he would not break. I will wait until the day I have a chance, and I will return all of today's humiliation 100-fold." To which Rosewise merely replied calmly that she would wait. Death is the only end. A moment later, Rosewise wore a satisfied smile, clearly in an excellent mood. She even teased that his performance just now had pleased her greatly. As for Leon, he could only sit in a corner, his face filled with despair. Rosewise stroked Leon, then laughed and asked, "How about, from now on, every month, I bring you here once for fun." Leon was so angry he gritted his teeth upon hearing this, scolding her for only knowing how to torment and drain him. But Rose Wise, hearing this, only scoffed lightly, casually admitting that he had seen right through her. Afterward, she said, "Let's go. Our daughter is still waiting for us at home." Leon immediately protested, saying he was, after all, a dragon slayer, not a pet she could just drag around. "I will walk myself," Rose Wise smiled lightly and said, "The journey from here to Silver Dragon Palace is vast. Even at my speed, it would take more than 3 hours. And for a human like you, it would take at least half a month." Leon remained stubborn, saying, "So what if it takes half a month? Do not underestimate the patience of a human." But Rose Wise only gave a cold laugh, wanting to see how long he could remain tough. However, before they had gone far, Leon began to gasp for breath. After being exhausted by Rose Wise's torment, his body had almost no strength left. Rose Wise looked at his struggling state and asked, "Can you no longer walk?" She deliberately added that if he would only beg for mercy, perhaps she would consider helping him. Leon immediately gritted his teeth and denied it, insisting that he was not tired at all. But Rose Wise just burst into laughter, saying, "From top to bottom, only that mouth of yours is the hardest thing about you." Just as they were walking, Leon suddenly spotted a dragon Slayer squad patrolling ahead. His eyes lit up instantly. Perhaps these people could help him escape this terrifying female dragon? But the moment that thought crossed his mind, Leon paused. If he truly called for help, with Rose Wise's personality, she could easily slaughter all of these people, without a moment's hesitation. On the other side, the patrol squad had also stopped to rest, and quickly noticed the 2 people standing nearby. A knight dismounted and approached, politely asking if they were lost in the forest. Leon immediately tried to appear calm, saying they were just out for a stroll. In his heart, he knew very well that no matter what, he could not drag these innocent people into the conflict between himself and Rose Wise. The knight looked around, then kindly reminded them that walking in the forest at night was very dangerous, as there were many wild beasts. He then suggested that if they didn't mind, the patrol squad could escort them for a part of the way. At that moment, Leon felt the atmosphere beside him growing colder and colder. He knew clearly that one wrong move would make everything extremely dangerous. Just as the patrol squad prepared to leave, the knight suddenly remembered something, turned back, and introduced himself as Walker, captain of the 47th Squad of the Empire's Dragon Slayers. Leon immediately thanked them for their kindness, saying that they had both undergone self-defense training, so they were perfectly capable of protecting themselves. Although he remained calm on the outside, in his heart, he kept praying that these people wouldn't come any closer. But just then, Walker squinted at Leon and said, "You look very familiar. It seems like we have met somewhere before." At the same time, behind Leon's back, the murderous intent from Rose Wise flared up instantly. Realizing she was about to strike, Leon didn't have time to think, and immediately pulled Rose Wise into his arms, holding her tight, and gave Walker a stiff smile, saying, "The captain must have mistaken me for someone else. My face is the type that is all too ordinary. That's why AI gets confused easily." Leon turned to Rose Wise, forcing a smile, asking his wife, who often mistakes people for others. "Right, honey," he whispered, telling her to cooperate for a moment. promising he would obediently go home with her. So, in front of Walker, the two unexpectedly put on a very natural display of affection, leaving the captain completely frozen. Seeing it wasn't appropriate to disturb the young couple, Walker politely said goodbye and led his patrol team away. Once they were out of sight, Rose Wise asked coldly, "Have you hugged enough?" Hearing that, Leon immediately let go and stepped aside. Rose Wise looked at him indifferently, saying he was quite clever, since he didn't call those people for help. But she also reminded Leon of one thing: he should clearly understand his status. Even though they have a child together, it doesn't mean she is his wife. Leon immediately curled his lips, replying that he had no desire to be her husband either. Rose Wise didn't bother to argue, only mentioning that the journey back was still very long. But at that very moment, Leon suddenly felt an unusual discomfort in his body. A small wound appeared on his hand, from who knows when. His face quickly turned pale. Before he could say another word, Leon collapsed to the ground. However, Rose Wise only coldly remarked, "Humans are truly weak." In the end, she still had to hoist him onto her shoulder and bring him straight back to the Dragon Palace. Deep down, she thought nonchalantly that since Leon fainted this time, it could be considered a form of begging for her help. The next morning at the palace, Leon groggily woke up from a deep sleep. Beside him, Moon was sitting and waiting with a happy face. As soon as she saw him open his eyes, the little girl cheered, "Daddy is awake." Leon was dazed, not understanding why he was back here. Moon innocently explained that Mother had brought him home. Leon felt desperate upon hearing this. In the end, he was still dragged back by Rose Wise, like a piece of prey. But when he looked down at his hand, Leon discovered the wound had been bandaged very carefully. Moon happily boasted that she was the one who treated the wound. For her, Leon was caught off guard. Scholars who studied the dragon race once claimed that dragons were a brutal, cruel, and warlike race from birth. But Moon was completely different. Even though she carried dragon blood, she had no hostility toward him at all, and even genuinely considered him her father. Leon couldn't help but wonder, perhaps it was because Moon was a hybrid that she was so different. Thinking this, he smiled, patted her head, and thanked her. Moon immediately giggled happily. Leon looked at her and said in a soft voice, "Moon is so adorable. When you grow up, definitely don't be like your mother." Moon looked confused, not understanding. But at that moment, from high above, a familiar voice drifted down, making Leon's spine shiver. Rose Wise had been standing on the roof the whole time. She coldly asked, "What is wrong with being like me?" Leon jumped in fright, immediately shaking his head and smiling stiffly. "Nothing at all, Moon," innocently raised her hand to show her mother, saying she had followed her mother's instructions to bandage Daddy. But Rose Wise only nodded slightly, saying that was what she was supposed to do. Leon, sitting beside her, couldn't help but exclaim that Rose Wise was indeed an extremely strict mother. After that, he got the idea to gently pat Moon's head and invite her to play hide-and-seek in the garden. Moon's eyes lit up, and she happily ran off to hide. Once she was gone, Leon seriously turned to Rose Wise. He bluntly said she was too strict with children, but Rose Wise replied calmly, "The dragon race has always been this way. If they aren't strictly taught from a young age, how can they grow into strong warriors?" Leon immediately retorted, "Moon isn't entirely a dragon. And she's so adorable. How can you be so heartless?" Rose Wise coldly said, Moon is a dragon. And whether she is adorable or not has no meaning to the dragon race. Hearing that, Leon blurted out, "Actually, you are quite adorable yourself." That single sentence made Rose Wise immediately grab his collar and lift him up. She said coldly, "You are just a slave for my amusement. Don't push your luck." Leon immediately feigned vulnerability. Seeing him fall silent, Rose Wise let him go and said she was the queen, so she had many royal duties to attend to. "Today, the task of watching over Moon is entrusted to you. But before leaving, she dropped one last remark. The child likes you very much." Not long after, Leon went out to the garden to find Moon, still muttering, "What a busy queen." She said it as if taking care of the child was his obvious responsibility. Just then, he spotted a small figure lurking behind something. Leon chuckled, thinking Moon was too naive. Hiding right behind him, how could she not be discovered? He immediately pointed and shouted, "I've found you, Moon." But strangely, the child didn't react at all. Leon started to think perhaps she was angry at him for making her wait so long. He scratched his head and apologized. But Moon turned and ran away. Leon hurriedly chased after her, thinking only one thing. Turns out, babysitting is definitely not easy. After running for a while, Leon completely lost sight of Moon. He was confused, wondering how she could have been here, and suddenly disappeared. Just when he was dazed, Moon suddenly jumped onto his back from behind and happily shouted that she had caught Daddy. Leon was surprised, asking, "Weren't you standing in front of me just a moment ago? Why did you appear from behind?" Moon innocently shook her head and said, "Because Daddy couldn't find me, so I decided to go find Daddy myself." Leon heard this and couldn't help but be suspicious. Had he really seen wrong just now? At the same time, from afar, a figure was silently watching the two play in the garden. Not long after, Moon sat on the grass drawing, while Leon sat beside her watching. He felt that having a daughter was truly a wonderful thing. Just being with Moon, it felt as if his entire soul was being healed. Inside Leon's heart, he even silently swore that sooner or later, he would take the child away from the fangs and claws of that dragon, that terrifying creature. A moment later, Moon excitedly held the drawing she had just finished, running over to show it to Leon. He immediately praised his daughter for being so talented, truly worthy of being Daddy's girl. But when he looked closely at the painting, Leon suddenly froze. In the picture, there weren't three people, but four. Leon was bewildered, asking why there was another child in the drawing. Moon innocently pointed to the other figure and said it was her sister. That single simple sentence left Leon stunned. His mind felt like it was exploding. Could it be that Moon had a sister? So that meant from the very beginning, it wasn't just one child, but twins. And Leon suddenly recalled the silhouette of the child in the garden earlier, and immediately asked, "Is that really Moon's sister?" He guessed that perhaps because he called the wrong name, the child had left in a huff. Moon immediately shook her head to explain. Sister wasn't angry at all. It's just that when she saw Father for the first time, she felt shy, so she hid away. Hearing this, Leon found it reasonable. After all, the father and daughter had never met before. Not close. So, such a reaction was quite normal. But right after that, Leon turned his head toward the palace. Looking with deep dissatisfaction, he inwardly blamed her. Rose Wise deliberately hid this from me, thinking so. He immediately rushed straight into her office to demand an explanation. Seeing Leon storm in, Rosewise calmly asked, "What is the matter? Where is Moon?" Leon replied, "Moon is playing with her sister," and immediately got straight to the point. He said she was truly good at hiding things. "When did you plan to tell me that there was another older daughter?" Rosewise just smiled slightly, saying that now that he knew, wasn't it the same? Leon could only sigh upon hearing this. He even seriously said he really had to thank her, because giving birth was already incredibly arduous. Yet she had given him 2 children. Rosewise chuckled lightly and asked Leon, "Do you know why I never let you meet the older daughter?" Leon, bewildered, asked, "Why?" Thinking for a moment, he concluded that it must be because Rosewise was jealous, seeing him closer with Moon, so she deliberately kept him from meeting the sister. Hearing that reasoning, Rosewise just raised an eyebrow and asked, "So, are you very anxious to meet her?" Leon immediately replied, "That goes without saying. What kind of father wouldn't want to meet his own daughter?" He even took the opportunity to mock Rosewise, saying he wasn't as cold-hearted as some strict mother. He wanted to build a bond with his daughter. Hearing this, Rosewise suddenly wore an enigmatic smile and said, "Fine. But don't regret it when the time comes." Not long after, in the kitchen, Leon began to show off his cooking skills. He believed the fastest way to win over his daughter was to conquer her stomach. Before him now was a pot of soup steaming with heat. Back when he was in the army, Leon was famous for his cooking skills. Everyone who ate it praised it. He thought to himself, "This time, I will definitely be able to win over the older daughter." Outside the kitchen, several maids stood watching Leon cook and couldn't help but exclaim. One even said, "The prince, having just recovered, is cooking himself. He is truly a rare husband." Just then, Rosewise led the 2 daughters inside. She ordered the maids to step back and rest, as there was no need for service today. Upon entering the kitchen, Moon immediately ran to Leon, sniffing the food and cheering, "Daddy's cooking smells so good." Leon smiled and said, "Because I heard both daughters like meat, I specifically made beef stew and steak." In his heart, he thought confidently, "This time, the older daughter will surely feel father's affection." But when he turned to look at the other girl, Leon immediately froze. The older daughter had absolutely no reaction, her gaze cold as if she didn't care at all. Leon immediately stiffened. Everything was completely different from what he had imagined. He looked at Rosewise and immediately understood. So she had known about this early on, which was why she always stopped the 2 from meeting. Rosewise looked at her older daughter and blandly said, "This is the first time the 2 of you are officially meeting. You should introduce yourself a little." The girl stepped forward with an extremely composed expression, then said she was the eldest daughter of the Silver Dragon Queen, named Men, currently 1 year and 2 months old. The dragon race had a very long lifespan, and children matured faster than humans. So even though she was small, Men's tone was extremely mature. Leon immediately gave a friendly smile, gently saying, "I am Leon, your father." He wanted to take the chance to close the distance by asking her a few more questions, but she just coldly replied with a short dumb. Leon was immediately left speechless. He couldn't help but feel a headache. Why was this child as cold as her mother? Could it be that she held a grudge against him? Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Moon immediately ran over and gently tugged her sister's hand, telling her to say a few more words to father, not to let him feel so awkward. Unexpectedly, Men looked coldly at Leon and said, This person looks very weak. Is he really our father? A blunt statement that made Leon feel as if he had been stabbed again. Truly a filial daughter in a very special way. Not long after, the whole family sat at the dining table. Moon happily asked her sister to help cut her food, and Men, though cold, still silently helped her sister. Watching the two girls, Leon realized that while they looked identical, their personalities were completely opposite. Moon was lively and cute, while Men was cold and calm, even having a tendency to be much more like Rosewise. During the meal, Leon tried to chat with Men, gently asking, "Did you like what Father cooked today?" Who would have thought Men wouldn't show any face, bluntly replying, "It's not tasty." Leon immediately felt his heart shatter. Beside him, Rosewise nearly burst into laughter. Moon innocently asked, "Mother, why are you so happy today?" Rosewise calmly replied, "Your father has just reunited with his family. Seeing your father so happy, of course, I am happy too." Having said that, she turned to ask Leon, "Isn't that right?" Leon could only offer a crooked, forced smile, replying that being with everyone, of course, he was very happy. Hearing that, Moon's eyes lit up, happily asking, "Can Father eat with Mother and me every day from now on?" Leon froze the moment he heard that. In his mind, he had never once imagined a scene where he had to eat with Rosewise every day. But before he could answer, Men spoke up to object. Moon curiously asked, "Why?" Men immediately said she wanted to go to the St. High Children's Academy to study. Rosewise was also a bit surprised. At that academy, usually, children were 4 or 5 years old before enrolling. Why did Men want to go so early? Men calmly replied, "Because she wanted to quickly become stronger to defeat more dragon slayers." Hearing that, Leon immediately stiffened. Sure enough, winning over this child was much harder than he thought. He gently advised that dragon slayers were very strong, and Men was still so young, she could easily get hurt. But Men immediately retorted, "Don't treat me like a child." Leon was left speechless. In his eyes, the girl was clearly still just a child. Rosewise, however, appeared to be very supportive, saying Men having such thoughts was good. The sooner she acquired skills, the faster she could deal with those dragon slayers. Having said that, Rosewise turned to ask Leon if he opposed the girl enrolling. Leon immediately understood that if he continued to oppose, it would only make Men hate him more. To change his daughter's thinking, first, he had to win her favor. Thinking so, Leon reluctantly said he had no objections. In his heart, he was even more certain that Rosewise was intentionally using Men to strike at him. Rosewise smiled at this, saying if his father didn't object, then it was decided. A month later, the academy would hold entrance exams. During this time, Leon would help Men prepare well. Men immediately nodded and replied, "Yes." After the meal, Moon rubbed her rounded belly and happily boasted that her belly was round as a ball. Just as Rosewise was about to leave, Leon suddenly called her back. He pointed to the pile of plates on the table and remarked, "No one has cleaned up yet." Rosewise indifferently said that such things could be left to the maids, but Leon smiled and unexpectedly suggested they wash the dishes together tonight because, according to him, it was the perfect way to end a family dinner. He even intentionally emphasized, "Don't you want to create an atmosphere of discord in front of the children?" Rosewise immediately understood that Leon was just acting. But when she looked ahead, Moon was using eyes full of anticipation to watch the two. The girl clearly hoped to see her father and mother together. Moon even intended to run over and help wash dishes. But right then, Men pulled her sister away as if deliberately leaving private space for the two adults. By now, the dishes were almost finished being washed. Rose Wise turned her head to look at Leon. Then, coldly, asked, "How long are you going to keep helping me wash dishes?" Who would have thought Leon would casually sit down? His gaze full of implications. He slowly reminded Rose Wise that 2 years ago, she had forgotten what he said. Never stay alone with the strongest dragon slayer. Just as he finished, the seal on Rose Wise's chest immediately glowed. She was startled, asking what Leon intended to do. Leon calmly said that the last time after waking up, because his strength had not recovered, he was suppressed by her seal. But this time was different. Rose Wise immediately whipped her tail to attack, coldly saying, "Don't think that using old tricks can help you escape this place." But Leon gently held out one hand to block it, then grabbed her tail. He smiled and said, "Who said I intended to run away?" The moment her tail was caught, Rose Wise's body immediately trembled. Her strength seemingly drained. She went limp and knelt on the spot. The queen's face turning crimson, angry and confused. She asked what this bastard wanted to do. Leon looked at her with a confident gaze. He said, "You can't use your power anymore, right? The effect of the dragon seal makes your tail extremely sensitive. Once grabbed, even if you are the exalted queen, you are no different from a little cat." This was what he had read in a book. Leon continued to look straight at Rose Wise, saying, "The dragon race always carries the desire to conquer everything, always wanting to control everything. But have you ever thought that you yourself would one day be conquered by someone else?" At this moment, Rose Wise was completely flustered. She gritted her teeth, demanding Leon release her tail immediately. But Leon still calmly said, "Since the day I woke up, I have always been trampled under Rose Wise's feet, treated like a toy to be teased. So, tonight, I want to swap roles a bit." Rose Wise heard this and immediately became alert, asking what Leon ultimately wanted to do. Just then, outside the kitchen, footsteps of the maids sounded. They were whispering to each other, wondering, "Don't know if the intimate time after the queen's dinner is over yet." The kitchen door opened slightly, and what caught their eyes was the kitchen that had been cleaned up neatly and tidily. The servants couldn't help but be amazed, thinking all of this had been done by the prince with his own hands. And inside, Leon leaned close to Rose Wise, then lowered his voice to warn her not to make a sound, because the queen surely didn't want the servants seeing his current state. A queen who always stands high and mighty, forced into such a situation today. If anyone else saw this, it would truly be too embarrassing. Hearing the door close, signaling that the maid had left, Leon smiled with satisfaction. He even lowered his voice to praise Rose Wise for doing a great job afterward. Leon leaned in closer and said, "Now it's time to begin our time. The true intimacy of a husband and wife." 3 days later, on the large bed in the palace, their 2 young daughters were sitting nearby, watching. Leon lay motionless. Moon asked anxiously, "Father has been unconscious for 3 days already. Will he die?" Men calmly replied, "Just try a little, and you'll know." As soon as she finished speaking, Men kicked Leon straight in the face. This kick immediately made Leon wake up. But he still pretended to keep his eyes closed, not daring to open them. In his mind, he had only one thought: This daughter of mine really doesn't hold back at all. A moment later, Leon slowly opened his eyes. Moon cheered happily and called out to her mother, "Father is awake." Leon blankly asked when he had passed out. Rose Wise stood before him with an icy gaze, asking if he needed her help to remember everything. Hearing that, Leon immediately remembered everything. After that night, the effect of the dragon seal vanished. As a result, he was beaten by Rose Wise until he didn't know up from down. Leon thought painfully, this dragon. She really attacks with such venom. If it were an ordinary person, they would have died several times over. But when he looked up carefully, he couldn't help but freeze. Even though she was over 200 years old, Rose Wise was still so beautiful it was hard to look away. Moon and Men saw Leon staring blankly at their mother, so they spoke up in unison. "Why is Father frozen again?" Men added bluntly, "Father is staring at Mother." Hayes completely dazed. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Leon picked up a hairpin and stepped in front of Rose Wise. He gently said, "This hairpin suits you better." Rose Wise was slightly surprised, smiled faintly, and asked, "I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. You probably haven't done this for any other girl, right?" Leon immediately nodded, confirming, "That's right." But immediately after, he calmly said, "When I was young, during training, I often did these things with the donkey at my master's house." Leon innocently described that the donkey had round ears and a long tail. When happy, it even made a sound that sounded quite like Mother and the children. Just after hearing that, Rose Wise said nothing, immediately throwing a punch that made Leon collapse once more. Moon panicked and ran over to ask, "Father, are you okay?" Men just crossed her arms, watching as if she were used to this scene. A while later, Rose Wise cleared her throat and declared, "Your task for today is to practice writing, and Father will be in charge of teaching." Moon happily agreed. But Men coldly said she could teach herself. She didn't need anyone to teach her. Moon pulled her sister's hand excitedly, telling them to go to the study to pick out beautiful colored pens. Men, though cold on the surface, let her sister drag her away. Seeing the children leave, Rose Wise leaned close to Leon and whispered, "My sister is coming to visit today. So, I hope, Leon, you won't appear in front of her." Leon heard this and smiled meaningfully. "Why? Don't you plan to introduce me to your family?" Rose Wise leaned into his ear, slowly reminding him that his current identity was Leon, the Dragon Clan member who married into the family. Due to some reasons, he had been in a coma for 2 years, and had just woken up. If he really had to meet her, he must play his role perfectly. Leon replied, "I know on the surface, but inside," he secretly sneered. However, did Rose Wise really think he would obediently listen? On the contrary, he planned to make her lose face in front of her sister. Not long after, Leon started teaching his 2 daughters to write. He wrote their names on paper and told them to try to imitate and write a few times. He picked up the paper to check and casually remarked, "This writing is not as beautiful as Mother's." Leon's mouth twitched upon hearing that. Just then, Moon curiously asked, "Father, where are you going?" Leon replied that he had something he forgot to give Mother, so he had to go find her first. "You two keep practicing. He'll be back later to check." Men immediately called him a fool, but Moon said in a low voice, "It seems like our sister is happier today than before." Men immediately denied it, saying there was no such thing, and urged her sister to keep writing. But the girl's face was already slightly flushed. Clearly, men's attitude toward Leon was gradually changing. Changing the scene to the gate of the Silver Dragon City. A red-haired beauty slowly entered. That was Issa, the Red Dragon Queen and also Rose Wise's sister. As soon as she saw her sister, Rose Wise immediately walked over and hugged her with rare joy. Issa smiled and said, "It's been a year. Your complexion seems much better than before." Rose Wise immediately denied it. How could that be? Issa laughed and asked, "I heard your husband has woken up. Why don't I see him anywhere?" Rose Wise just smiled lightly, saying he had just woken up, so his health wasn't good yet, and he temporarily couldn't meet Issa. Hearing that, Issa looked disappointed. She really wanted to see what kind of divine dragon clan husband could marry her sister. In the dragon clan, marriages of the royal family always put interests first. There was never any romantic love. But Rosewise had married and given birth very early, which made Issa extremely curious. She teased her sister. "The feelings between you two must be great, right?" Hearing that, Rosewise immediately blushed and hurriedly retorted that marriage and giving birth to Lieb descendants didn't mean they had feelings. She insisted she had absolutely no feelings for Leon. Not now, and certainly not in the future. Seeing that reaction, Issa just smiled. Deep down, she understood her sister too well. She was just like she used to be. But she couldn't hide her true feelings at all. But Rose Wise quickly regained her composure and pulled her sister's hand. All right. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. Let's go to the garden to walk and talk." At that same time, in another corner, Leon had secretly seen the two sisters. As soon as he saw Issa, Leon immediately had a new idea. If she was Rosewise's sister, then this was a perfect opportunity to test how far the scope of the dragon seal's influence really went. While the two sisters were strolling in the garden, Issa started to mention the recent situation of the dragon clan. She said the dragon territory hadn't been peaceful lately, especially on the Red Dragon King's side. There were many fluctuations. The name that had been very active recently was Constantine. Rosewise frowned slightly. Is it that Constantine? Hasn't he almost disappeared from everyone's sight? For many years. Issa shrugged. Who knows? That guy is famous for being. He might be waiting for an opportunity to expand his territory. But just as Issa was still talking, the mark on Rosewise's body suddenly glowed. A feeling of heat immediately spread throughout her body, making her tremble slightly, due to the effect of the dragon seal. If one side has intimate thoughts, the other side will feel it immediately. Issa saw her sister suddenly stop and turned to ask, "What's wrong?" Rosewise immediately pulled her coat to cover the mark, trying to act normal, and said, "Nothing. Keep going." But inside, she was gritting her teeth. That hateful dragon slayer is at it again. Issa was still innocently continuing the story without knowing that Rosewise behind her was struggling to endure. The feeling from the dragon seal was becoming more and more obvious, making her cheeks turn visibly red. Issa finally noticed something unusual, turned around and asked, "Are you really okay? Your face is all red." Rosewise bit her lip and finally said, "Sister, I just remembered an important official duty that needs urgent handling. Maybe in about 20 minutes, I'll be back." Issa nodded. "Go handle it. Do you need me to go with you?" Rosewise immediately refused. No need. Watching her sister leave in a hurry, Issa suddenly gave a meaningful smile. Dragon seal, huh, young people really know how to play. On this side, Leon was leisurely lying down, looking very relaxed. He smiled to himself, thinking he wanted to see how long Rosewise could endure. But as soon as that thought crossed his mind, the door was pushed open hard. Rosewise stormed in with a flushed face, her eyes full of anger. Leon hadn't reacted yet when she grabbed his collar. Rosewise gritted her teeth and asked, "You did that on purpose, right? Wanting to make me lose face in front of my sister, huh?" Leon saw this and immediately changed his expression, pretending to be innocent. In his mind, he quickly thought of a countermeasure. Maybe playing dumb and saying some sweet words would help her calm down. So he looked straight into Rosewise's eyes, deliberately saying in a sincere tone, "Is it a sin to miss you?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Rosewise froze. Her face, already red, turned even redder. She stammered for a while before she could say a word. "What did you say?" Leon saw this reaction and was secretly happy. It seemed the effect was very good. At least she had been thrown off balance. But Rosewise finally regained some reason, immediately scolding him for being shameless. "You're just a defeated prisoner. How dare you say such disgusting things?" She told him to immediately drop those nauseating thoughts. But inside, Rosewise was also feeling chaotic. Clearly, she had stormed here to deal with this annoying guy. Yet just because of a few nonsense words, she had lost all initiative. Finally, Rosewise just snorted and let go of Leon's collar. She said, "Consider yourself lucky this time. If there's a next time, I absolutely won't let it go." Speaking, she immediately turned and left. Behind her, Leon looked triumphant, then muttered, "How scary." Deep down, he was even more certain the dragon seal was more powerful. He thought a lot. Just one sentence had made Queen Rosewise so flustered. But just at that moment, when the image of Rosewise's flushed face appeared in his mind, Leon's heart rate suddenly accelerated abnormally. He immediately froze and scolded himself to stay alert. "No, Leon, don't think about nonsense. You still have your own goals. You can't let yourself be dragged into those dangerous thoughts. Besides, 2 daughters are still waiting for you to return." Thinking of that, Leon took a deep breath and immediately stood up to prepare to go back. At the same time, in the study, Moon blinked her big, round eyes and tilted her head to ask her sister, "Why has father been gone so long and hasn't returned yet?" After seeing Issa off from the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, Rosewise still stood quietly at the city gate, watching her sister's figure and her escort fade into the sky. A moment ago, she was smiling happily. But as soon as no one else was there, her face turned cold. Her gaze became sharp. Her hands clenched tightly, as if trying to suppress her anger. In Rosewise's mind, there was only one thought. That fake dragon slayer is really getting bolder. It seems I haven't disciplined him enough. Thinking of that, she turned to leave, secretly deciding that tonight she would definitely give Leon a lesson he would never forget. Just then, on the other side of the palace, Leon suddenly sneezed loudly. One hand rubbed his nose. The other hand still held the book he had just finished reading. His back felt suddenly cold. Leon frowned and muttered, "It seems that female dragon is scolding me again." Closing the book, he looked at his 2 young daughters. Moon and Men had already fallen asleep in each other's arms. Seeing the 2 children sleeping soundly, Leon's gaze softened. He gently pulled the blanket over both of them, afraid they would be cold. After that, Leon tiptoed out of the room, trying not to make any sound. Even the act of closing the door was handled carefully, to the point of being almost completely silent. But just as the door was about to close, a slender hand suddenly slammed firmly onto the door, startling him instantly. When Leon turned his head, he saw Rose Wise standing behind him, with a murderous look on her face. She coldly asked where he was planning to go. Leon broke into a cold sweat immediately. He forced a smile and asked if her sister had returned yet. Rose Wise only gave a faint, indifferent response. Then she reminded Leon that the two of them still had matters to resolve today. Before he could even react, Leon was dragged away by her, amidst his helpless protests. Scene transition to the Silver Dragon Queen's bedroom. The luxurious, sparkling room was enough to dazzle anyone who saw it. A thud echoed as Leon placed the water basin on the floor. He knelt there with a reluctant expression and asked Rose Wise what on earth she needed hot water for. But Rose Wise sat on her chair, crossing her legs with that arrogant posture. As usual, she calmly said that she was exhausted from being out all day. Leon's duty was to help her relax. Leon looked up at her in disbelief. But Rose Wise simply crossed her arms coldly, ordering him to stop talking nonsense. This was his punishment for what he had caused today. Leon could only grit his teeth and endure it. In his heart, he was screaming silently. To think that he, the strongest dragon-slaying hero, was now reduced to being a slave to this dragon, being ordered around like this. Even though he was reluctant, he still had to comply. Rose Wise, from start to finish, kept watching Leon's every reaction. Seeing him looking so miserable while working made her feel even more amused. But just when Leon suddenly played a trick, startling Rose Wise, the queen immediately flew into a rage. She stood up abruptly, her eyes blazing with fire, assuming that Leon was intentionally retaliating against her. Leon, not one to back down, sneered and that it was her who forced him to do these things. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. The two began their usual bickering, neither of them willing to yield. But Rose Wise still held on to her haughty demeanor, while Leon tried his best to provoke her in every way. The result was that the quiet room quickly turned into a chaotic battlefield, with endless arguing. The sound of Rose's angry shouting, Wise, even echoed throughout the palace. That night, no one knew exactly what else had happened. Only that the next morning, when the two little princesses woke up, they immediately noticed something unusual. Rose Wise was walking with a slight limp. One of her legs was carefully bandaged. Moon blinked in curiosity, asking why Mother was walking so strangely. Rose Wise immediately denied it, saying she was perfectly fine. Meanwhile, Leon sat nearby with a large bandage stuck right on his face, looking utterly miserable. Moon then turned and asked why Father had bruises on his face. Leon smiled crookedly and hurriedly said he was fine too. Moon stared at them with a skeptical expression. Clearly, something was wrong with both of them. Yet both insisted on denying it. Suddenly, the little girl's eyes lit up, as if she had just discovered the truth. Moon excitedly raised her hand and cheered loudly. Surely last night, Mom and Dad were playing some game. That was fun, but didn't invite me. The little girl immediately demanded to be included next time. Hearing that, both Leon and Rose Wise stiffened, while Noah just stood nearby with arms crossed, looking at the three of them with a helpless expression, as if they were too accustomed to the chaos in this family. In the flower garden outside the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, beyond the waterfall, Leon and Rose were taking a walk together. Rose walked ahead with a cold demeanor, her arms crossed in front of her chest, while Leon could only reluctantly trudge behind with an unhappy look on his face. However, in the eyes of the maids, this scene was completely different. They watched the two with admiring eyes, could not stop whispering, because they thought the queen and the prince consort were dating very romantically. Even so, some sharp-eyed ones noticed. Between the two, there seemed to be a very clear distance. Both Rose and Leon remained silent. Neither knew how to open the conversation. Each deliberately looked in a different direction, as if avoiding the other. Looking at Rose's back in front of him, Leon could not help but mutter to himself, "How things turned out like this, wasn't it because earlier she forced him to go for a walk?" But when he heard Rose say they had to go for a walk outside together, Leon was still bewildered and couldn't believe it. He asked straight out why he had to do that. Rose coldly replied that in front of others, they still had to pretend to be a happy family. Back to the present, Leon thought, the more strange it felt. Today, Rose was unusually proactive, completely unlike her usual style, making him wonder what this dragon was plotting in the distance. The two little princesses were hiding behind a large tree watching. Moon looked at her parents and sighed, feeling that the two were so awkward, walking together but didn't even know how to hold hands. The little girl immediately flared up with energy, decided to take action herself to help. Although her sister hurried to put out her hand, intending to stop her, it was too late. Moon trotted straight to Leon and Rose, called out loudly, making both turn their heads. Before they could understand what happened, Moon quickly grabbed the hands of both, then placed them on top of each other. The little girl innocently said that walking together, of course, they had to hold hands to be correct. After saying that, she ran away to find her sister, leaving the two adults standing frozen in place. Leon was helpless, not knowing where his little daughter learned such things, while Moon had just returned to the tree when she was pinched on the cheek by her sister, to the point of crying. She could only sadly apologize repeatedly. Meanwhile, Leon and Rose still stood frozen because of the surprise. Both were blushing. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely awkward. Leon softly asked what they should do now. Rose, although her face was burning red, still whispered to just keep it that way. So the two continued to walk, while their hands were still tightly clasped. Behind them, the two little princesses saw this scene and were overjoyed. The atmosphere between Leon and Rose gradually eased. Leon accidentally teased that today she was so gentle it made him feel unaccustomed, even suspecting that she had been tamed. Rose immediately retorted, saying that now that she was being kind, he acted like he wasn't used to it. The conversation sounded very silly, but it inadvertently made the scene become gentler. Much more, that very moment also made Leon begin to see Rose differently. In front of others, she was always a high and mighty queen. Yet, just because of a holding of hands was enough to make her so flustered. After walking for a while, Leon suddenly mentioned the way the two children addressed them. He wondered why Moon and Noah always called Rose MDU then mother, while calling him Ba dad father. Rose, hearing that, she uncomfortably asked what the problem was. Leon seriously explained that usually Ba goes with MD mom. The two kids called him Ba, but called her MDU then. That inadvertently created a sense of distance. Rose heard it and softly asked, whether the terms MDU then and MD were that different. Leon immediately laughed and said, of course it was different. Then suggested she try letting the kids call her MD. Maybe the relationship would be much closer. Hearing that, Rose paused, her cheeks slightly blushing. She didn't say anything more. She suddenly walked faster ahead, but her hand was still tightly holding Leon. She just whispered that she understood. She would try it next time. Leon was dragged along, still bewildered, asking why she was walking so fast all of a sudden. While walking, Rose suddenly asked if Leon missed home. This question made him pause. He replied that even if he missed it, it was useless, because she wouldn't let him go back anyway. Rose was silent for a while and then said although she couldn't let him go back, but she had something that could help him alleviate his nostalgia for his homeland. Saying that, she took Leon to a place behind the sanctuary mountain. Before them was a gigantic, majestic gate. Leon looked up, confused, asking what this place was. Rose, while finding the key, calmly replied that she hadn't named this place yet. Calling it a warehouse or a storage room was fine. When the door opened, a white mist poured out. Stepping inside, Leon was instantly stunned. Before his eyes was a giant treasure trove of the ancient dragon, filled with countless rare treasures. Looking at the items displayed around, Leon couldn't help but be amazed and even blurted out that just a few items alone, brought to the Empire, would be enough to sell for tens of thousands of gold. Rose calmly explained each item. She even pointed to a bracelet and said it was a gift her mother gave her during her coming-of-age ceremony. Hearing that, Leon realized that apart from her older sister, Rose had almost never mentioned any other relatives. Rose calmly recounted that she had never met her parents since she was small, only growing up with her sister under the care of their great-grandmaster. Leon listened and then slowly said their circumstances were quite similar, because he also grew up in an orphanage, never knowing who his birth parents were. Only his master and mistress adopted him and raised him into the person he is. Then Leon asked straight about Rose's real purpose. When she brought him here, Rose did not answer immediately, but walked to a large chest and opened the lid. She reiterated that she had said it already. She had something to help him temporarily forget his troubles. Leon was still confused when the next second, his eyes instantly froze. Lying inside the chest was the familiar black gold battle armor, the legendary armor that had fought alongside him on the battlefield. Rose looked at him and asked, "Wasn't this what you always wanted to get back?" Leon could hardly believe his eyes. The emotion surged to the point his voice trembled. He didn't dare believe Rose really intended to return this armor to him. Rose looked at him with dangerous eyes, but still replied briefly, "Yes." However, the very moment Leon reached out to touch the armor, a burst of light suddenly flared up. He startled, recoiling violently, his face changing instantly. In just a split second, he realized the armor had been engraved with dragon script magic. Leon was both shocked and in pain, even blurting out in lament that even his most intimate battle companion had been corrupted to this extent. He gritted his teeth, looking at Rose, his eyes filled with anger. As soon as Leon touched the black gold battle armor, he realized he had fallen into a trap. A strange force erupted from the armor, causing his entire body to stiffen, and then he collapsed right there. Rose was still standing there with her familiar haughty look, arms crossed, watching him triumphantly. She calmly explained that on the armor she had engraved a reinforcing dragon. Just as Leon touched it, the effect would trigger. Immediately, Looking at the mark on his chest, both shone simultaneously. Leon was so angry he gritted his teeth, regretting his carelessness. Rose laughed with interest, deliberately emphasizing that, after being strengthened, the effect of the dragon script was twice as strong as before. She lifted Leon's chin, her eyes full of teasing, as if she wanted to fully enjoy his expression of refusal to submit. Leon was forced to lie on the ground, his body almost unable to move. The feeling of pressure and discomfort was stronger than all the previous times, making his face flush with anger and helplessness. Rose leaned down close, her voice containing a hint of danger and gloating. It turned out that since the time Leon took the upper hand, she had kept it in her heart and secretly calculated a way to repay that debt. Over the past few days, she deliberately acted gently, deliberately making Leon let his guard down. And in the end, he fell neatly into the trap she had set. Leon gritted his teeth, calling her name in fury, while Rose just laughed proudly. When Leon questioned whether everything she said today, from family matters to letting Moon and Noah change the way you address me, is everything you say just a lie? Rose softly stroked his face, then claimed that every word she spoke was the truth. It was just that the matter had absolutely nothing to do with the fact that she wanted to retaliate against him today. After saying that, Rose looked at Leon with a gaze that was both blushing and provocative. She repeated what Leon had once said about his nature, his love for conquest, then frankly admitted that yes, she truly loved the feeling of conquering her opponent. After that, there was no need to describe how things unfolded. All that is known is that by the time it ended, Leon lay there with eyes full of despair, feeling so humiliated and angry that he could only cry without tears. He silently lamented that he, the dignified and strongest dragon slayer, had been overpowered by Rose. In the middle of the day, Rose lay beside him, propping her head up, looking at Leon with interest, as if she were admiring an interesting toy. Leon frowned, annoyed, and asked what else she wanted. Then, Rose pinched his cheek, observing his face closely. The scar from years ago had faded significantly, but Leon's face now carried a look of fatigue and more maturity than before. Leon immediately sat up, looking at her with wariness, while Rose just laughed triumphantly. She said that Leon was much smarter now. But right after that, Rose dropped a remark that made Leon freeze. She covered her mouth and giggled, her face slightly flushed, then slowly said that his body was no longer the same as it used to be. It took Leon a few seconds to understand those words, but when he realized the meaning behind them, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. That sentence kept echoing in his head, leaving him completely petrified. Then, only a scream of utter despair echoed throughout the place. The next morning, the sky was clear and bright. Leon opened the door and stepped out looking haggard, his eyes clearly dark-circled like a panda's, looking completely devoid of life. In complete contrast, Rose was full of energy with a radiant face, with Noah standing beside her. Upon seeing Leon, Rose immediately teased him, asking if he didn't sleep well last night. Leon immediately frowned, irritated, saying it was all because of the damn sentence she dropped. Yesterday, Rose acted innocent again, saying she didn't remember saying anything at all. Noah stood by, watching the two of them bickering, and could only sigh to himself. This scene was clearly all too familiar. After the argument, Rose returned to the main topic. She reminded him that the entrance exam for the Shinhit Academy was very strict, So starting today, Leon had to take the responsibility of tutoring Noah in draconic knowledge seriously. Before leaving, Rose leaned close to Leon's ear and whispered suggestively that he was only of the most value, in a few particular aspects anyway. Upon hearing this, Leon instantly flared up, nearly lunging at her to argue. He gritted out that last night was merely a case of him not being in good form. Then, he pointed straight at Rose, clearly declaring that he would definitely help Noah pass the exam, but in return, he wanted something of equal value. Rose maintained her provocative smile, agreeing to Leon's request on the condition that it not be too unreasonable. The two quickly reached an agreement. Rose left with a leisurely air, not forgetting to look back and tease them to study well, but not to overdo it. Leon was furious, standing there shouting at her, calling her the hateful dragon mother. Noah looked up then, asking why father was arguing with mother again. Leon, who was folding his arms, was about to answer dismissively that it was just normal communication, but he suddenly froze. He turned sharply to look at Noah and asked what she just called Rose. Noah was a bit shy but whispered that it was mother. Hearing this, Leon's eyes lit up instantly. He excitedly asked if Rose had told her to change how she addresses her. Then he asked if Noah preferred the old or the new way of addressing them. Noah turned away, blushing, and whispered that she preferred the current way. Hearing this, Leon beamed as if he had just won a great battle, proudly saying he knew it. The children would definitely like this way of addressing them better. Noah could only blush as she watched her triumphant father. Then, the young girl shyly asked when they would start studying, and turned to leave. Seeing this, Leon hurried to follow, frantically calling out for Noah to wait for him. Late at night, in the library of the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, Leon was still sitting at his desk, with a pile of books stacked high like a mountain. With a rare, serious expression, he was attentively turning each page of the documents, clearly extremely focused. Just then, Rose, with her arms crossed, walked in. Seeing the light still on, she frowned slightly, asking why it was so late, and he still hadn't slept. Leon didn't even look up. He explained while reading that Noah's ability to absorb information was very good, so he wanted to select the key parts himself and combine them with the test formats to tutor her most effectively. Since there was only 1 month left, he had to stay up late to prepare the lesson plans. On the other side, Noah was sleeping soundly, hugging her teddy bear, completely unaware that her father was pulling an all. For her, Leon looked at his daughter, his voice full of confidence. With Noah's potential, he believed that 1 month was enough to help her pass the exam. Hearing this, Rose immediately looked proud and said, "Of course. After all, Noah is my daughter." Leon looked up at Rose then, his eyes full of defiance. Not necessarily. He rested his arms on the table and began to brag about his past achievements with immense pride. It turned out that in the past, Leon was not only the strongest dragon slayer, but also a genuine academic genius. He graduated at the top of both practical combat and written exams for years, and even held all the highest scholarships from the academy in his hands. After finishing, Leon turned to look at Rose with a triumphant look and asked, "Your Majesty, did you ever win any championships back in the day?" The question made Rose pause, visibly, rarely showing embarrassment. She stammered for a moment, then her eyes immediately became sharp. Rose thought to herself in frustration, She thought this guy was just a rude brute, who only knew how to fight. Who would have thought he was a straight-up academic ace? But quickly, she regained her usual arrogance, snorted coldly, and retorted that even if he was that impressive, he still ended up her prisoner anyway. Hearing that, Leon immediately bristled, angry, shouting that he only lost once. Then, he sat in a corner, holding his head and lamenting to the heavens, looking both pathetic and hilarious, muttering that one slip-up led to lifelong regret. Truly a tiger stranded on the plains being bullied by a dragon. Seeing that sight, Rose couldn't help but laugh, and casually added that it should be said that he was ridden on the head by a dragon instead. During the conversation, Rose suddenly noticed a small plate on the table, with some golden chili peppers on it. She frowned and asked what Leon was doing with those. Leon picked one up, smiling nonchalantly, saying he got them from the kitchen to fight off sleepiness. After speaking, he carelessly took a bite. The moment Rose saw it, her expression changed instantly. She panicked, wanting to stop him, but it was too late. She hurriedly said those were Dragon Tribe golden chilies, and an ordinary human couldn't handle their heat at all. As soon as she finished, Leon's face turned pale. His eyes widened, his whole body stiffened, and the next second he was spitting fire out of his mouth, screaming because he was burning like crazy. He ran around the room uncontrollably, tossing everything over to find water, constantly screaming for help. In the middle of Leon's panic, Rose suddenly reached out and pressed her hand against his face. Leon immediately froze, stunned, not understanding what was happening. A second later, his face was even redder than when he was burning. Rose turned her face in the other direction, her ears burning red, her voice so low it was almost a whisper. She said her hands were quite cool. Perhaps it would make him feel a bit better. Leon said nothing, just quietly took Rose's hand and pressed it closer to his face. His face gradually showed signs of comfort. Even though his cheeks were still burning red, Rose's hand was cool and gently, surprisingly, not at all as cold as her appearance suggested. That feeling made Leon unconsciously relax. The air in the room suddenly became unusually quiet. A while later, Rose withdrew her hand, her voice still slightly hesitant, asking if he was all right. Leon nodded to thank her. Both immediately turned away in different directions, neither daring to look directly at the other. But both of their faces were still bright red. Finally, Rose pretended to regain her arrogant demeanor and turned to leave, only reminding Leon to sleep early and not eat too many chilies. If he burned his voice away, tomorrow he would have to use sign language to teach Noah. Leon hurriedly nodded, saying he understood, but his gaze still subconsciously followed Rose's back. As she disappeared outside the door, his face was still burning red. In his head, there was only the sensation of her hand just touching his face. Leon immediately held his head, telling himself to stay sober. He tried to conjure up Rose's familiar image in the dragon's head, the cruel one who specialized in trapping people in corners and torturing them to exhaustion before coldly mocking their poor stamina. Thinking of that, Leon shuddered, forcing himself to calm down again. He returned to the desk, continuing to flip through books, determined to find a way to improve his stamina as soon as possible. Flipping through one book after another, from the Shishang dragon fruit to the Yulian herb. Finally, his eyes lit up when he found what he needed. Leon immediately picked up the book, his expression much more excited, as if he had just found a treasure. The next morning, the morning sunlight shone through the window. Birds chirped on the branches. Leon was already sitting with Noah, ready to start the lesson. After grading the first practice test, he smiled and asked Noah to guess how many points she got out of 100. Noah calmly answered that it was probably around 50. Leon happily showed the test to the young girl. The result was 62 points, even higher than Noah's own guess. She clenched her hands, silently looking at her work. Leon realized Noah was not at all satisfied with that result. He understood. This child always set very high demands for herself. Seeing little Noah always acting more serious than her age, Leon felt a pang of heartache. At an age when she should have been carefree and playing like others, Noah was asking to study. He gently patted her head, his voice full of tenderness. Getting 62 points on the first try is already very good. Noah blushed from having her father pat her head and whispered, "Thank you." Leon smiled, saying that next, the two of them would focus on correcting the mistakes. But just as he finished, he started coughing violently. It turned out that last night, to stay alert, Leon had eaten a few more golden chilies, and now his throat was starting to rebel. Watching Leon cough continuously, Noah suddenly remembered what Rose told her that morning. Her mother had told her that last night. Leon stayed up all night making a study plan for her, and even ate golden chilies until his throat was ruined. Thinking of this, Noah quietly put her hand in her pocket, then took out a small blue box. She handed it to Leon, and he asked in surprise, "What is this?" Noah said it was for Father. Leon opened the box. Inside were some golden pills. But when he asked if Noah had prepared it for him, she immediately turned away and whispered, "Mother gave it to me, not me." Hearing that, Leon laughed happily. He told Noah to help him thank her mother. In his heart, he thought to himself, Noah was just like Rose, cold and unapproachable on the outside, but actually very gentle. Just not good at showing it. After taking the medicine, Leon immediately regained his spirit, smiling and telling Noah that they should continue studying. Noah nodded firmly. From that moment on, the distance between father and daughter seemed to have grown a little closer. In the kitchen of the Silver Dragon Temple, Leon was engrossed in his work at the potion-making table, surrounded by all kinds of neatly arranged equipment. At this moment, a servant brought in several bags of medicinal herbs, according to his request. Leon gave a slight nod to signal them to set it down, and then dismissed them. Looking at the pile of materials before him, he secretly calculated. To avoid being suspected, he had intentionally asked for a few unrelated medicinal ingredients. In this way, no one would guess his true purpose. Resting his chin in his hand to think for a moment, Leon began to analyze. The ingredients to refine the dragon strength potion were not rare. The process in the book did not look too complicated either. But what puzzled him was that even the top alchemists of the Dragon Clan rarely succeeded. Carrying that doubt, he immediately set to work. Each herb was carefully crushed, then put into the pot in the correct order, and the brewing began. Leon's movements were extremely proficient, clearly not like those of a beginner. However, theory and practice are truly two different things. After several hours, the table was filled with vials of potions in various colors: blue, red, orange, and purple. But all of them were failures. Leon pulled at his hair, slumped over the table, and lamented to the heavens. He picked up the purple vial, shook it gently, and frowned. He had clearly followed every step recorded in the book. But he failed at the filtration stage every single time. He placed the blue and purple vials side by side and continued to analyze. High heat ruined the medicinal properties, while low heat could not refine the perfect essence. Leon rubbed his wrist with a weary expression. Stirring by hand alone was not effective enough. If he had specialized equipment, it would be much better. His master once taught him, when one path cannot be traveled, you must find another way. Thinking of this, he sank into deep thought. Outside, dark clouds gathered thickly, and thunder began to rumble. Leon sat silently, staring out the window. A flash of lightning tore across the sky, making him freeze. Electric lightning, an immediate memory surfaced. In an alchemy class years ago, the teacher had mentioned that in some cases, electricity dissolves impurities much more effectively than fire. Leon's eyes brightened. What if the book didn't mention this method? Perhaps the thunder element was the key. And the element he excelled at most was, in fact, lightning. Without wasting another second, Leon lunged toward the table. He channeled his magic into his hands. Small sparks of electricity began to dance around his fingertips, then flowed into the purple potion vial. Even though his mana hadn't fully recovered, he poured all his remaining strength into this attempt. After half an hour of intense effort, finally, in his hand, a pitch-black pill appeared. He was dazed for a few seconds, then immediately burst into excited laughter. He had succeeded. He carefully placed the pill into a box. Leon couldn't hide his pride. It turned out the Dragon Clan's medicine wasn't as hard as he thought. Just then, a small head suddenly popped out from behind. Moon smiled and looked at him. What is father doing? Leon turned around, nearly scared out of his wits. Cold sweat immediately broke out. One hand gripped the box tightly, while the other hurriedly blocked the child's view. It's nothing, dear. But Moon had already noticed the small box in his hand. Her eyes lit up. Oh, is Papa holding candy? Leon quickly raised the box, shook it lightly, and made up a lie. Ah, this is medicine, father, made for your mother. Hearing that, Moon's face immediately shifted to worry. Father is making medicine for mother. Is mother sick? Leon hurriedly shoved the box into his pocket and patted his daughter's head to reassure her. It's not like that, dear. I just noticed your mother has been working hard lately, so I'm just making some tonic for her. Don't worry. In truth, this was medicine he intended for himself. But he knew if he told the truth, Moon would either demand a taste, or, worse, run to tell Rose immediately. Upon hearing this, Moon seriously gave a thumbs up. Father must take good care of mother, okay? Leon smiled brightly and nodded in agreement on the surface. But inwardly, he smirked deviously. Once he recovered fully, he would definitely make that dragon lady pay. Night fell, and outside the temple, heavy rain poured down, with thunder and lightning flashing continuously. Leon lay on the bed, his hands clenched, his eyes full of deep thought. Although he had successfully refined the dragon strength potion, he was still unsure if the Dragon Clan's medicine had any side effects on humans. The more he thought, the more hesitant he became. Should I just keep it for now? Just then, a sound came from outside the door. Leon started and sat up abruptly. Rose walked in, making him tense up immediately. Your Majesty, why are you here? Rose crossed her arms and looked at him, calmly replying that she had heard from Moon that he had made her a type of medicine that looked like chocolate to nourish her body. Her tail behind her flicked slightly, and she actually seemed quite expectant. Leon immediately turned his face away, not daring to look her in the eye. In his mind, There was only one thought. News travels fast. Rose walked to the bedside, her voice calmer than usual. She said she hadn't come to interrogate him. Just simple amazement that Leon could refine medicine under such destitute conditions. Saying this, she reached out her hand toward him. "Let me see it." Leon broke into a cold sweat, knowing he couldn't hide it anymore, so he reluctantly handed over the box. Even if he had refused, she would surely have taken it by force anyway. Then, Rose opened the box. Her eyes flashed with surprise, then quickly turned into appreciation. She smiled slightly, saying that being able to refine a perfect dragon strength potion under such circumstances was truly very skilled. Leon was stunned hearing this. This was a rare occasion where Rose praised him so seriously. He even doubted whether his ears were playing tricks on him. But immediately after, Rose closed the lid, her gaze becoming stern. Her voice dropped, clearly devoid of any playfulness. "You may keep it, but this medicine must absolutely not be consumed." Outside, the rain poured like a deluge, lightning repeatedly tearing across the sky. And inside, the room fell into a chaotic situation that no one expected. Leon was now in extreme agony. Bolts of lightning were continuously discharging from his body, causing him such pain that he let out a piercing scream. Rose stood by his side, also completely stunned by the scene. She could not believe her eyes. This guy, he actually used magic directly on his own body. What on earth is he doing? After a period of struggle, the last flickers of electricity finally faded away. Leon exhaled sharply, his gaze dazed before he collapsed. Rose hurriedly lunged forward to catch him, quickly helping him onto the bed. Seeing Leon completely unconscious, Rose could only frown and mutter to herself, "What a madman." But just as she prepared to go call the royal physician, Leon suddenly moved. His face flushed slightly, and his eyes opened slowly. Rose was just about to leave, when suddenly a hand reached out and held her back. Startled, she turned her head, only to see Leon lying on the bed, with a silly smile on his lips, his hand tightly gripping her tail. Rose immediately frowned. "What is wrong with you?" But instead of answering, Leon pulled her tail into his arms and nuzzled his face against it. Like a child. His face was flushed, his gaze hazy. He laughed foolishly and called out, leaving Rose stunned. "Wife, where are you going?" Rose instantly petrified, her face filled with disbelief. "Who is your wife?" She hurriedly tried to pull her tail away, but Leon held onto it so tightly that it wouldn't budge. He kept clutching her tail, rubbing his face against it while foolishly repeating one word. "Wife." Rose was both helpless and annoyed. Theoretically, the dragon strength potion only helps enhance physical fitness. It absolutely does not cause a state of mental confusion like this. So, there was only one possibility. The lightning element, that, used earlier, had completely altered the potion's properties. But at least, it looked like his life was not in immediate danger. Seeing Leon clinging to her and refusing to let go, Rose sighed and coaxed him. All right, I'm here. Tell me, what do you want?" Upon hearing this, Leon immediately beamed like a child who had been rewarded. His hand still hugging her tail, he said something that left Rose stunned once again. "Let's have another baby, wife." Rose blanked out for a few seconds, her mind almost empty. "Huh?" Seeing she didn't answer, Leon immediately rolled back and forth on the bed, clinging to her tail and acting spoiled like a child demanding candy. Rose held her forehead, feeling a headache. We haven't finished taking care of the two little ones yet. And this guy is already thinking about having another. But to avoid trouble, she could only go along with him for now. All right, not just one. If you want more, we can have several. Hearing that, Leon was so happy he cheered like a child. Great, Rose could only be speechless. This guy, when he acts spoiled, is several times more annoying than usual. But the trouble didn't stop there. Leon suddenly pursed his lips and leaned in close, startling Rose. Wife, you're so good. Rose immediately used her hand to push his face away. In her heart, she cursed, truly taking a mile for an inch. Before she could even breathe, a wave of irritation rose up, making her unable to hold back, and she punched him once. Foolish, but as soon as the punch landed, Leon immediately grimaced in pain. Rose panicked, realizing she had hit too hard. She hurriedly leaned down to check on him. Are you all right? At this moment, Leon gripped her shirt tightly, his breathing heavy. His face was flushing intensely. He gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. Wife, I'm so uncomfortable. Rose immediately sensed something was wrong. The marks on both their chests began to glow simultaneously. She hurriedly pulled open Leon's shirt to check, and her complexion instantly changed. The dragon mark, why is it activating at this very moment? But before she could react, Leon suddenly turned and pinned her to the bed. Rose's eyes widened in horror. Leon, what are you doing? Leon's face was fiery red, his hot breath exhaling onto her. His whole body trembled with intense agitation. Rose quickly understood. The dragon mark, combined with the lightning element, had caused the desire in Leon's body to be amplified beyond his control. Leon continued to hug her tail, burying his face in it with obsession. Wife's tail smells so good. I love it. Rose tried to push him away but couldn't. She was both angry and embarrassed, her face blushing deeply. However, Leon's demeanor at this moment was completely different from before, no longer foolish, no longer acting spoiled. But instead, there was an intensity and dominance that made her heart race. As Leon gently lifted her chin, his burning gaze locked onto her. Rose felt her mind starting to spin. Leon's raspy voice echoed in her ear. You look beautiful tonight. Rose turned her face away, her cheeks burning. Even though her mouth remained firm, her heart was in complete chaos. What is happening? Why don't I want to refuse? Leon looked at her with eyes both powerful and full of longing. Wife, you can help me, right? Rose avoided that gaze for a few more seconds, finally biting her lip and answering in a vague voice. Fine, but only tonight. Outside, the rain was still falling heavily, thunder still roaring across the sky. And inside that room, the long night had only just begun. How tomorrow will be, perhaps even they themselves did not know. After a morning full of turmoil, the soft sunlight streamed through the windows of the Silver Dragon Temple. Leon also slowly woke up. But as soon as he opened his eyes, he jumped in fright when he saw Rose right in front of him. The distance was so close that his heart nearly jumped out of his chest. Both of them were covered by only a thin blanket, making Leon immediately jump up in a panic. Goosebumps covered his entire body. He stuttered and asked why she was here. While his entire body ached, as if he had just been through a terrible battle, Rose stepped off the bed calmly, her gaze filled with hidden meaning, asking him back if he really didn't remember what happened last night. Looking at the marks left on her body, Leon froze. A chaotic flood of memories from the previous night rushed back, making his face flush with embarrassment. Seeing this, Rose gave a faint smile, repeating every word of his lack of restraint from last night, making Leon just want to dig a hole and hide. He hurriedly stopped her before she could say more, his face a mix of shame and helplessness. In Leon's mind at that moment, there was only one thought. He had only been practicing the dragon great strength technique to nourish his body and regain his form. Who would have expected things to go far beyond expectations? Once Rose was fully dressed, Leon cautiously asked if he had made things difficult for her last night. Rose just coldly replied that it was all right. Hearing that, Leon immediately regained some spirit, not forgetting to tease her, saying that by now, she surely knew whether his body had problems or not. Unexpectedly, Rose suddenly leaned in close, used her hand to lift his chin, and said in a tone half teasing, half provoked, that his performance last night left her very satisfied, hoping he could maintain that state for a long time. Just one sentence made Leon stiffen, feeling as if his dignity had just been kicked into the abyss. Just as he hadn't recovered, Rose switched to the main topic. She mentioned the bet regarding their forms of address. For once, her face showed a rare hint of shyness. Asking if he had thought of a request, Leon scratched his head and finally stated his wish. Most of all, he wanted her to send someone to the Empire to visit his master and mistress to help them. Rose pondered for a moment and then agreed. Hearing that answer, Leon was so happy he almost laughed like a child. But he only managed a few coughs to keep his dignity and seriously thanked her. The atmosphere between the two softened significantly because of this. Outside the flower garden of the Silver Dragon Temple, the scene returned to peace. Leon was sitting and playing with Moon, then took the chance to close his eyes and rest for a bit. The little girl immediately ran over and asked if father was sick. Leon laughed and hurriedly denied it. But Moon quickly revealed that mother had told her everything. She even said that if father is a man, he must not admit that he is weak. Hearing this, Leon ground his teeth in anger, only able to silently curse Rose in his heart for telling a child everything. Not stopping there, Moon asked directly, was the medicine not effective enough? So father still hadn't fully recovered. Every word the little girl said felt like an arrow piercing straight into Leon's heart. He even bit his lip so hard it bled. Seeing this, Moon immediately panicked and threw herself into his arms, worriedly saying she didn't want to lose father. Watching his little daughter so flustered, Leon could only laugh and gently pat her head to comfort her. After that, he leaned close to Moon and secretly said he would make her a new toy today. Hearing this, Moon's eyes lit up with excitement. After tinkering for a while, Leon finished the toy and happily gave it to his daughter. It was a colorful Rubik's Cube that could turn flexible. Moon was immediately obsessed with the new gift, laughing happily nonstop. Seeing his daughter so delighted, Leon felt his heart grow unusually warm. He thought to himself, he never expected that the knowledge of alchemy and mechanics he studied in the past would be useful in raising his child like this. But right then, Leon suddenly felt a gaze following him from afar. He turned sharply, but saw no one. After a moment of thought, he guessed that direction was the area where Noah was training. Looking at the pile of toys on the table, Leon decided to make one more for her. By evening, when Moon was fast asleep, Noah quietly opened the door and entered. On the table sat a Rubik's Cube with a note from Leon, dedicated to her. Noah picked up the item, maintaining her familiar cold expression, muttering that she had no interest in these childish toys. But as she started to twist the Rubik's Cube, her cheeks gradually turned red. In that moment, her usual coldness vanished, leaving only a joy that was hard to hide. She whispered a thank you to Father. The next morning, Noah sneaked under the bed to hide something, unaware that Moon was silently following her. Lately, Moon had found her sister very strange, always hiding things secretly, waiting until no one else was in the room. The little girl immediately began her detective mission. Crawling under the bed, Moon discovered it was full of things related to Leon, from the Rubik's Cube and Black Battle Horse debris, 2 small items engraved with his name. She immediately beamed as if she had just cracked a major case. Just as she was about to shout to reveal the truth, a shadow stood tall behind her from out of nowhere. Noah looked at her younger sister with an ice-cold gaze. Mate. She hadn't even finished her sentence before she was tied up and gagged in an instant. Only muffled, aggrieved sounds echoed. Noah then coldly declared she was not to look at her belongings again. Santi's Academy appeared with the symbol of a dragon, full of authority and luxury. This is a place of training, reserved for the aristocracy. The dragon race has extremely strict selection criteria, not only evaluating the students' abilities. The academy also pays special attention to the family environment. According to the philosophy of Santis, only children raised in a family that is harmonious, loving, and fitting to the dragon race standards are eligible for admission. Therefore, to prepare for this important assessment, the Silver Dragon Queen decided to take the whole family to Sky City, a place famous for its fertile land, majestic white castles, and countless dragons filling the sky, to take a complete family portrait. Each dragon family landed on the ground one by one. In their giant dragon form, Leon's family was no exception. Leon carried Moon down first, carefully reminding her to stand firm. As soon as her feet touched the ground, Moon eagerly asked immediately, "Why didn't Father turn into a dragon, so I could see it?" Leon could only offer a wry smile. Calm on the outside, but helpless on the inside. He was very skilled at dragon slaying, but, being asked to turn into a dragon, his hands were tied. Just then, Noah coldly added a sentence that sent chills down Leon's spine. "It's not that Father can't turn into one, is it?" Leon immediately turned to look at Rose for help. Luckily, Rose stepped in to resolve the situation, saying that Father's health hadn't fully recovered, so he temporarily couldn't return to his giant dragon form. "Wait until he gets better, and he will show the two of you." Moon heard this and worriedly told Father to recover quickly. Leon could only force a smile and reply that he would try his best, even though in his heart he knew that was impossible. The whole family then entered the city together. Moon happily skipped ahead, while Noah maintained her calm demeanor like a little old lady, walking slowly behind. Amidst this, Leon started trembling. Rose noticed immediately, thinking this must be the first time since waking up that he had faced so many dragons, so he was nervous. She leaned to his ear and teased, asking if he was scared. Leon immediately regained his spirit, loudly refuting that he was not afraid at all, but just extremely excited. Then, he pointed straight at the crowd of dragons in front, his eyes glowing like he saw gold, shouting that in front of him was nothing but merit and money. Exchanging all of this would surely earn a fortune. Rose heard this and could only cover her face in embarrassment. Leon, however, walked around as if nothing happened. The whole family then walked into a famous photo studio, The staff and the owner immediately came out to greet them, extremely respectful when they recognized the Silver Dragon Queen. While Moon was excited, pulling Noah to look at the sample photos hanging on the wall, Leon whispered to Rose, asking why a dignified queen had to come here personally to take pictures. Rose explained that the power of the Dragon King is only limited to their own tribe, while this place belongs to Sky City, not under the direct control of any single tribe. Hearing this, Leon sneered, mocking that the queen's status seemed not so high after all. Before he could finish his sentence, Rose had already stepped firmly, with her heel on his foot, making him wince in pain. The owner, Selena, came out to greet them when she heard Rose's request to choose outfits for the family. Selena was very honored. She was curious about the princess's tail. Rose immediately explained cleverly that her husband didn't like exposing his tail, so they needed to choose suits without the tail part. Thinking of the time she forced Leon to wear a fake tail before, Rose couldn't help but smile to herself. After that, the whole family went into the dressing room. Moon chose an adorable white dress. Noah, faithful to her calm style, chose a black dress. Leon stepped out wearing a stylish white vest, surprising everyone. Moon immediately cheered, praising father for being handsome. Even Selena had to admit the suit fit him perfectly. Leon heard this and only remembered the last time he wore a suit, which was at graduation. He adjusted his collar and turned to ask Noah how it looked. Noah was a bit shy, but honestly praised father for looking very handsome. Leon happily patted the heads of both daughters, praising their dresses as very adorable. Just then, the door to Rose's changing room slowly opened. Rose stepped out in a mysterious black and purple dress. Her platinum hair made her stand out even more. Moon looked at her and was immediately awestruck because Mother was too beautiful. Even Leon froze for a few seconds, blushing so hard he couldn't speak when Rose asked him what he thought. Leon hurriedly pretended to cough and awkwardly praised that the outfit suited her perfectly. Rose, rarely showing shyness, but still didn't forget to drop a comment, saying that if he had a tail, it would be even more perfect. Leon immediately opposed it vehemently, declaring that in this life, he would never wear a tail. After that, the whole family was positioned for the photo. Selena continuously instructed the two adults to stand closer, but both Leon and Rose, due to pride, were stubborn and wouldn't budge. The owner was helpless, reminding them time after time. The first shot was the whole family. The second shot was the two sisters, Noah and Moon. The third shot was a combined photo of Leon and Rose, like a testament to their relationship. By the last shot, their eyes and mischievous expressions accidentally synchronized, making even Selena think to herself, they really looked like a perfect couple. The final scene suddenly cut back to the graduation ceremony of Leon. Back then, he was the center of attention, surrounded by many female students asking to take photos, inviting him to eat, and giving him gifts. Yet, Leon flatly refused them all, saying he still had to go back to shoe the donkey for his uncle, so he couldn't stay. He turned his back and left, leaving the crowd of students regretful behind him. Even the teacher, witnessing that scene, could only sigh helplessly, wondering if that kid's brain had ever been kicked by a donkey. The entire Sky City was still bustling after their family left the photo studio. Selena's studio. Selena smiled and saw everyone to the door, then gently informed them that the photos would take about 6 hours to develop. During that time, the whole family could leisurely stroll around the city. The two little girls were overjoyed once they heard that. Moon immediately pulled Noah's hand and ran ahead, chirping to go check out the area over there. Leon glanced at Rose. Seeing her maintain her familiar cold expression, couldn't help but exclaim, "I never thought there would come a day I'd get to stroll with her like this." It was truly a rare occurrence. Rose just calmly explained that it was all for Noah's entrance exam. She had tried for nearly a month, so relaxing a little bit was understandable. After walking for a while, Leon was immediately captivated by a plushie shop. The little girl stood before the display, her eyes sparkling, unable to look away. Leon and Rose Wise glanced over and were both surprised. Noah was currently holding a toy gun, earnestly participating in a target shooting game. He wanted to win a prize for his little sister. But because he was still small, he missed the targets repeatedly. The shopkeeper stood by, feigning encouragement, telling the little girl that if she tried a few more times, she would surely succeed. Seeing this, Leon immediately became interested and stepped forward. "So, they have a shooting game here too." Noah pouted, complaining that he couldn't hit anything despite trying so hard. Leon just laughed. If this game were easy to win, how would the shopkeeper make any money? Rose Wise stood beside them and added an explanation. "The bullets in this gun are magic projectiles. To shoot accurately, one needs to control their magic power, which requires extreme precision. For Noah at this stage, it's still a bit too difficult." The shopkeeper, seeing Leon approach, secretly rejoiced, thinking he had hooked a big fish. He smiled brightly and introduced the rules. Just hit all the balloons within 10 shots, and you can take the plushie home. Leon turned to his two daughters and asked if they wanted it. Although both were dying to have them, they still stubbornly shook their heads, saying they didn't want any. Leon knew exactly what the little ones were thinking. He smiled confidently and said, "Got it." Saying no actually means yes. With that, he immediately accepted the challenge, leaving Jo, who was behind him, unable to react in time. She could only toss a few gold coins to the shopkeeper. Leon picked up the gun, his expression suddenly turning serious. It had been a long time since he last held one of these. The last time was probably back at the Dragon Academy. The first shot rang out, but the bullet missed the target entirely. The shopkeeper behind him nearly burst out laughing, as he had secretly tampered with the gun. Usually, almost no one could land a hit. But just seconds later, the entire game area was stunned as Leon fired continuously. Pop, 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 every balloon burst without a single miss. The shopkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief. Leon took the opportunity to act smug, raising his chin, looking incredibly cool. "The first shot was just me getting used to it. As for the rest, it must have been pure luck." Though he said that, everyone knew it was pure skill. Even Noah, usually so cold, couldn't help but exclaim, "Father is really amazing." Moon nearly jumped up with joy. The shopkeeper gritted his teeth and handed the 2 bears to Leon, secretly wishing to see this customer off as quickly as possible. Leon smiled brightly and gave the gifts to his 2 daughters. They immediately hugged the plushies and chirped their thanks. Watching this scene, Rosewise quietly reevaluated Leon. This guy is truly a bit of an idiot most of the time. But every time he's serious, he has a strange allure. Just as she was staring in a daze, Leon turned around and caught her gaze. Rosewise was startled and quickly looked away. A while later, the whole street was in a buzz. Many eyes were cast toward Rosewise, especially the children. It turned out that in the hands of the queen, she was carrying a giant plushie, even bigger than herself. Leon had just swept through the arcade again to win this gift for her. He laughed heartily, clearly satisfied. Unable to stop himself from mocking the shopkeeper's miserable face, Rosewise hugged the bear, her face slightly flushed, still trying to maintain her composure as she retorted, "If it were me, I would advise the children not to waste time on these childish games." But Leon just laughed and replied naturally, "When you go out to play, the most important thing is to have fun." Then he looked at the bear in her arms and asked, "What, you don't like it?" Rosewise immediately turned away and answered stubbornly, "I already said I didn't need it." But in her heart, there was a slight tremor. To the dragon clan, a bear is just prey, nothing special. But turned into a stuffed toy like this? It seemed unexpectedly cute. After a moment of silence, Rosewise suddenly turned her back and walked away. Her voice as cold as usual, but her ears had turned red. "After dinner tonight, come to my room." That one short sentence was enough to make Leon freeze for a few seconds, then shout in the middle of the street, "What did you say?" Night fell quickly. After dinner, Leon recalled Rosewise's instruction, and his heart was in a tangled mess. If he went, he would surely be exhausted all night. If he didn't, he would definitely be tortured for a whole week. After a long internal struggle, he finally gritted his teeth and went to Rosewise's room, looking as if he were headed to the battlefield. But just as he raised his hand to knock, he realized the door wasn't locked. Leon hesitated, then stepped inside. In the room, there was no one, save for the sound of running water from the bathroom. He glanced toward the bathroom door, catching a glimpse of a silhouette behind the frosted glass. His heart pounded uncontrollably. He stood there, his thoughts wandering aimlessly, thinking the glass seemed a bit too transparent. Then he shook his head vigorously to pull himself together. "Calm down, Leon." Just then, the bathroom door opened. Rosewise stepped out, wrapped in a faint, pleasant scent after her bath. Her silver hair was still slightly damp, and she wore a soft, rare nightgown, completely different from her cold queen persona during the day. She looked at Leon calmly. "You're here. Let's begin." Leon's heart sank to the bottom. Only one thought remained in his head. There really is no escaping tonight. Meanwhile, in the other room, Moon and Noah were admiring the photos they had just brought back. Both commented happily, "Father and mother look so good together." Leon accidentally discovered that on one of the photos, there was a small attached card. Curious, he picked it up to read. It was a note from Selena sent specifically to the two of them. "May the brilliant silver light forever shine upon the lovers in each other's eyes." Just after reading, both Leon and Rosewise blushed simultaneously. The two of them jumped as if their hearts had been pierced. Leon immediately stammered, Who would want to be her lover?" Rosewise wasn't much better. She snatched the photo and the card, turned around, and walked away quickly, her voice trying to stay calm but full of confusion. "The shop must have written it wrong. I'll handle this photo." Watching Rosewise's retreating figure with her bright red ears, Leon could only stand frozen in place. As for the two little ones behind him, they looked at each other, a mischievous smile spreading across their faces. That night, when only the two of them were left in the room, Rosewise suddenly approached Leon and asked a vague question. "Do you want to do it here, in the living room, or on the balcony?" Hearing this, Leon's mind immediately veered in a completely different direction. He reflexively glanced at the balcony and thought to himself, "Outside is too dangerous. What if someone sees us? I'd die of embarrassment." Rose Wise was very calm, carrying a roll of paper as if it were nothing special. If the balcony is inconvenient, the living room is fine. It's all the same, isn't it? Leon could only bow his head and sigh, as if he had accepted his fate. He closed his eyes tightly and threw himself onto the sofa, his face full of resignation. "Fine, if we're going to do it, then let's do it." Seeing his strange behavior, Rose Wise asked, bewildered, "What are you doing?" Leon turned bright red, stammering, Isn't that what you wanted to do?" Only then did Rose Wise realize he was thinking nonsense. She sat down on the chair, holding the roll of paper, her lips curving into a smile. "Lord Cosmos, your desires seem a bit strong. But it's not about that today. Let's save that for another day." Leon immediately jumped up, his face turning red to his ears, faking a dry cough to cover his embarrassment. Rose Wise handed him the paper and explained, "This is the survey questionnaire for Sanehill Academy for Parents. The content mainly revolves around daily habits, personality, and the level of understanding between family members. This test is very important for Noah, so we must agree on the answers beforehand, to avoid giving conflicting responses, which would affect the admission assessment." Leon glanced through it and laughed. These questions are no different from those tests that measure the compatibility of couples. Even though he said that, he still began to answer seriously. Both of them gradually entered into a strange but quite natural question and answer session. Leon asked, "What's your favorite color, Rose?" She replied, "Black." Then she asked him back. Leon said he liked silver. Just as he finished speaking, both of them unconsciously looked at the other's hair. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. A second later, both of them turned their heads away simultaneously, their cheeks slightly flushed, their mouths still trying to deny it's just a coincidence. Rose Wise quickly pulled the subject back to the test. The two of them continued working on the assignment, exchanging answers throughout the evening. The candle in the room burned shorter as time passed. A long while later, Leon put down his pen with confidence. "I got 65 points, and Joe only got 58. Seeing the results, Leon immediately laughed triumphantly. "It seems I understand Your Majesty more than you understand me." Rose Wise held Leon's work, truly surprised. Even minor details like the posture she preferred to sit in, or how to rest her tail to be most comfortable, Leon had answered correctly. She quietly looked at him. She hadn't expected him to observe her so closely. But the parts where Leon answered incorrectly were mostly questions about her inner thoughts, something Rose Wise, who was never good at expressing emotions, had never revealed. She closed her eyes, feeling a slight tremor in her heart. Perhaps with this person, she could try to open up a little more. But just as Leon turned to catch her gaze, Rose Wise immediately lowered her head to hide it. Leon completely misunderstood, thinking she was holding a grudge for having a lower score. He laughed loudly and put his hand on Rose Wise's shoulder, naturally. "We haven't been together for long. Not getting a high score is normal." He looked directly into her eyes, wearing a rare, gentle smile. "Try to understand me better, okay?" Such a simple sentence made Rose Wise flustered to the point her heart pounded. She hurriedly slapped the paper onto his face to hide her embarrassment. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry and write the right answer. With that, the two of them continued the questionnaires throughout the week, correcting each answer one by one to achieve the highest score. On the night before the official exam, Rose Wise finally fell asleep at the desk from exhaustion. Leon looked at the final test and smiled contentedly. After a week of hard work, their average score had finally reached 80. With this result, the family assessment would certainly not be a problem. He happily stood up, intending to return to his room, but was unexpectedly pulled back by Jo. She wasn't fully asleep. Gently tugging on his sleeve and whispering, "Wait." She pointed toward the bathroom. "Take a bath before you go." "Leon, you want me to take a bath in your room?" Before he could ask more, Rose Wise stood up and pushed him inside. A while later, Leon was soaking in the warm bath, relaxing while constantly thinking, "Suddenly making me bathe here. What exactly is she planning?" But then he reassured himself that Rose Wise was likely just stressed about Noah's exam. Thinking this, he relaxed and enjoyed the pleasant feeling. However, just then, the bathroom door opened. Rose Wise stepped in, wrapped in a white bath towel, her wet silver hair cascading over her shoulders, her whole body radiating an irresistible allure. Leon froze in place, his mouth stammering her name. Rose Wise slowly tucked her hair behind her ear, her voice softer than usual. "The pressure has been too much lately. I wanted to relax a bit." Leon turned pale as he heard this. He hurriedly stood up and stammered, resisting. "If you're stressed, what does that have to do with me, Rose Wise?" She raised an eyebrow and smiled dangerously. "If I transfer the pressure to you, it'll feel much better." With that, she stepped straight into the tub and pressed against him, Leon, knowing this time he truly had no way out. Wise leaned close to his ear and whispered, "You can't run away." Leon, the morning at St. Heath Academy was bathed in brilliant sunlight, with white clouds drifting lazily across the sky. The entire academy exuded an air of majesty and luxury. Rose Wise, holding Noah's hand, walked through the main gate with Leon for the entrance exam. Looking at the scenery around them, Leon couldn't hide his surprise, his eyes brightening with curiosity. Is this really the legendary St. Heath Academy? Indeed, the presence here is truly extraordinary. But when he turned to look at Rose, he noticed she was unusually silent. Her expression was far more serious than usual. Leon immediately nudged her shoulder and offered a teasing smile. "Didn't you let off all that pressure last night, Your Majesty? Why are you so tense again now?" The moment he finished, Rose flushed bright red. She immediately struck his back hard. Then she lowered her voice to whisper sharply, "Shut your mouth." Leon just let out a hearty laugh, then urged the family to keep moving. Inside the academy, large flags hung along the hallway. In the center was the majestic golden dragon emblem. At the reception desk, the staff member held Noah's resume, reading through each section carefully. When she reached the age, she paused momentarily, her eyes showing clear surprise. Noah Melky, Silver Dragon Clan, 1 year and 3 months old. Seeing that expression, Leon immediately became alert and asked, "Is there a problem?" The woman smiled and explained that it was nothing serious, only that most dragon hatchlings enrolling here were 4 to 6 years old, whereas Noah was significantly younger. Rose frowned upon hearing this, her voice calm but firm. "Noah is very intelligent. Age is not an issue. And most importantly, this is our child's choice." The staff member said nothing more. simply politely directing Noah to the written exam area. As for the parents, they headed to the 4th floor for the evaluation. The family was in the 4th floor reception room. Leon and Rose sat across from the 3 judges. The moment they sat down, Rose quietly moved closer, clutching Leon's arm, and asked in a low voice, "Based on your experience, are these 3 people easy to handle?" Leon glanced at them, his expression immediately full of confidence. "Easy, before you captured me as your prisoner. I could have defeated them for 50 rounds." Rose's eyes widened. But Leon didn't stop there, lowering his voice further. "If they dare refuse Noah's admission, I'll bring my blade to talk to them." That remark, full of murderous intent, caused the 3 judges sitting opposite them to exchange glances and laugh. The white-haired man with a monocle introduced himself. He was Vaughn Wilson, the vice principal of the academy, and the person in charge of today's evaluation. He reassured the 2, "Feel free to answer. There is no need to be so tense." Even though Leon kept a polite social smile on his face, in his heart, he was silently on guard. This old man did not look simple at all. The first question was quickly put forward. "Do both of you remember your wedding anniversary?" Both Leon and Rose looked at each other immediately. As predicted, this question really came up. In their minds, scenes flashed back of the 2 sitting up all night, preparing for the series of questions they might be asked. And without a moment's hesitation, both answered in unison, "May 25th. Leon added, "That was the day I and Rose Wise officially bound ourselves together in the Voon dungeon." Vaughn Wilson stroked his beard and nodded slightly. "Married less than 2 years, yet the child is already over a year old. That's quite fast." Leon laughed loudly to hide his nervousness, pretending to be full of sincerity. "We fell in love at first sight. The chemistry was so strong that we decided to marry and have a child early on." The next question was even sharper. "In the 2 years of our marriage, have you discovered any flaws in each other?" Surprisingly, this time their answers were completely opposite. Leon replied, "Yes," while Rose Wise answered, "No." That intentional lack of synchronization made the atmosphere feel all the more authentic. When asked to explain, Leon lowered his head, appearing to be in deep thought. Then spoke in a slow, measured voice. "Sometimes, I feel as if I don't truly exist in this home." He placed his hand over his heart, looking at Rose Wise with sincere eyes. "It is rare, but my wife is far too capable. Managing tribal affairs, household duties, and raising our child. She handles everything perfectly. But precisely because of that, she always forces herself to bear the pressure alone." Leon suddenly reached out and took Rose Wise's hand. Looking straight into her eyes, "I want to take this opportunity to tell you that I am also a part of this family. Please rely on me more." The 3 judges nodded in approval after hearing this. Truly a thoughtful and considerate husband. Then, it was Rose Wise's turn. They asked what quality in her husband attracted her the most. Rose Wise's expression didn't change, but her eyes flickered away slightly. She began a long, exhaustive list. Handsome, fit, loyal, serious, intelligent, and responsible. He loves children and is very patient. Having said that, she added a cold, cryptic remark. Although his physical strength isn't what it once was, that is not a major issue. My husband knows how to refine medicine, and he knows how to nourish himself as well. Upon hearing that, Leon could only maintain a stiff, forced smile, while screaming internally, "Are you actually complimenting me, or are you taking a jab at me, Your Majesty?" But Rosewise continued. She also grabbed his hand, her gaze softening slightly. I also want to say one thing to my husband. Do not push yourself too hard. After speaking, she deliberately squeezed his hand until it hurt. But Leon could only force a smile and endure it. Yet, in the eyes of the three judges, that scene was nothing short of a display of sweet affection from a loving, harmonious couple. After a series of other questions, the final judge asked an additional one. Do you two have any other questions for each other? Rosewise shook her head immediately. I have no questions. I know everything there is to know about him. When it was Leon's turn, he rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a long time. Rosewise, sitting beside him, began to feel restless, hoping he wouldn't ask anything bizarre. Then, suddenly, Leon turned to look at her, asking a question completely beyond expectations. You liked the toy I gave you the other day, didn't you? Rosewise was momentarily stunned. After so many questions about identity, stance, and family, he ended up asking about this. But after a brief silence, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her voice noticeably softer. Yes, I liked it very much. Leon immediately clapped his hands, looking satisfied. Good. I have no further questions. The interview officially concluded a few days later. One clear, sunny morning, a small red delivery dragon landed on the windowsill of the Silver Dragon Temple. The men immediately cheered with excitement. The dragon mail has arrived. The whole family gathered around the mail tube. Leon opened the cap and pulled out the letter inside. Moon's heart was pounding as well. Noah impatiently urged, open it quickly and let us see the content of the letter. It was brief, but enough to make the room go silent for a few seconds. Congratulations, Noah Melky. You have passed the entrance exam for Zanhit Academy. The four of them were simultaneously stunned. They stared at the letter as if they couldn't believe their own eyes. Noah passed. Moon was the first to react. She immediately hugged her sister and jumped up in joy. You're so amazing, and Mom and Dad are amazing too. Rosewise was also truly happy. The corners of her lips curled into a rare, gentle smile. She spoke softly to Leon, thank you. Hearing this, Leon rubbed his nose, trying to hide his pride. Why thank me? It was mainly due to Noah's own efforts. As expected of my daughter, Rose turned away. But her eyes still held a hint of a smile. She said softly, we will have a celebration party tonight. Make sure you help out, by the way. Don't go saying you feel like you have no presence in this house anymore, Leon. Leon immediately glared at her, retreating back. He gritted his teeth and muttered, fine, I get it. She really holds a grudge, doesn't she? But even though he was grumbling, the smile on his face could not be hidden. After all the turmoil, this small family had finally received the greatest joy, and it seemed their new journey had only just begun. The day of the Zanhit Academy entrance ceremony arrived. The auditorium was packed. Parents and new students were everywhere. On the high podium, Vice Principal Von Wilson, with a stern expression, began his welcome speech. To everyone who has passed the rigorous assessment to officially step into this prestigious academy. Below, everyone sat straight, but their eyes couldn't hide their excitement. After some opening remarks, Von Wilson declared that there were many excellent students this year. And to share the secrets of parenting, the Academy decided to invite several model families to the stage. The first name called was Noah, along with her family. Hearing that, Moon, sitting below, was so excited she jumped up. Moon, look, Mom, Dad, and my sister are going on stage." While the little girl was happy, Leon was as stiff as a board. Just an hour ago, Vaughn had announced that Noah topped the entrance exam, and the family assessment of Leon and Rose also received the highest score. Therefore, the whole family naturally became the representative to speak. It was so sudden that, although they were full of reluctance, the three of them had to maintain a perfect appearance as they stepped onto the stage. Vaughn looked at Noah and smiled, asking the youngest student, "Who achieved the highest score this year? Is there anything you would like to share?" Noah was surprisingly calm. Her voice was clear and without a hint of fear. She said the person she admired the most was her mother, because in Noah's eyes, Rose Wise was always a strong and reliable dragon. It was her mother who was the first to support her when she wanted to attend school early. After that, Noah mentioned Moon, the little sister who was always hanging around her and always brought laughter. Hearing this, Leon, standing nearby, began to feel uneasy. In his head, there was only one thought. What about Dad? Am I really being left out? But right after that, Noah hesitated slightly and spoke up. "The last person, and also the one I am most grateful to, is my father." She recounted that every day, Leon helped her study, and even stayed up late to prepare materials. If it weren't for Dad, Noah wouldn't be able to stand here today. It was only a few short sentences, but enough to make Leon almost cry right there on stage. He looked at Noah, his nose stinging. In his heart, he was both moved and proud. He thought things would end smoothly here. But who would have expected Vaughn Wilson to suddenly smile meaningfully and declare, "Since the daughter has thanked her father so sincerely, shouldn't Leon show his affection with a kiss?" Hearing this, Leon almost stood still, turning his head to glare at Vaughn in disbelief. He only had one thought in his head. Is this old man trying to turn the entrance ceremony into a crime scene? He looked down at Noah, feeling extremely anxious. A month ago, she wouldn't even let him touch her. Now, to kiss her in front of so many people. This was truly a life-or-death challenge. Leon forced a stiff smile, stretching out his arms to suggest a hug instead, to keep it light. Unexpectedly, Noah was so calm it was almost cold, urging him to do it quickly and get it over with. Having received the unexpected agreement, Leon immediately lifted his daughter's small face and gently placed a kiss on her forehead. That moment made the whole auditorium laugh with delight. Noah blushed from embarrassment, while Rose Wise, standing beside them, silently breathed a sigh of relief that she wasn't the one being teased. But Vaughn Wilson clearly wasn't finished yet. He continued to beam and said that the Melgi family had shown everyone what a model family looks like. Since the daughter has received a kiss from her father, why would such an affectionate husband like Leon forget his wife? Both Leon and Rose Wise froze on the spot. Rose Wise's face darkened immediately, while Leon just wanted to lunge forward and strangle Vaughn right then and there. But looking down at Noah and Moon, who were watching with anticipation, Leon knew he couldn't back down. He took a deep breath and turned to Rose Wise, calling her in a tone so sweet it made one's skin crawl. Rose Wise immediately blushed, stuttering and unable to speak. Amidst the prying eyes of hundreds of people and the open curiosity of Moon, she almost stiffened up. Leon moved closer, wrapping his arms around Rose Wise. The distance between the two grew closer, making Rose Wise's heart race wildly. Her mind was in total chaos. They had been intimate to that extent, but except for that accidental time 2 years ago, they had almost never truly kissed. as Leon's face drew near. Rose Wise was so tense, her mind went blank. But just then, Leon unexpectedly shifted, only lightly kissing her cheek. Rose Wise widened her eyes in astonishment. Her hand touched the spot where she had just been kissed, completely unconscious of the action. Her cheeks were flushed red all the way up to her ears. Leon then turned back toward the audience. He bowed elegantly and made his announcement. "That is all I can offer for now." The crowd below immediately protested. Everyone shouted, demanding they kiss properly until it was done right. Leon leaned in slightly and whispered to Rose. He told her that was enough to relieve the pressure. Upon hearing this, Rose gritted her teeth in anger. So, this man had dared to use her to vent his stress, right in front of the entire public. If they weren't in such a crowded hall, she really wanted to pin him down and deal with him right there. Ending that dramatic speech, the family was finally able to leave the stage. After the ceremony, the four of them, along with Anna, saw Noah off to the boarding school. The atmosphere during the farewell was much quieter than usual. Rose spoke softly, telling her daughter to take care of her health, and promised to come pick her up in a week. Moon hugged her sister tightly, whispering for her to miss her. Noah, in a rare moment, gently replied that she would definitely miss her little sister. Leon then sat down, meeting Noah at eye level. He began to nag her about one thing after another. Everything from eating meals on time to never skipping a meal. And if she didn't understand something in her studies, she should wait until she got home to ask Dad. Then, he particularly emphasized that if she felt sick, she must go to the school infirmary immediately. She was absolutely not allowed to endure it on her own. Noah listened helplessly and replied that she wasn't a child anymore. Leon immediately sold Rose out, claiming that these words were actually what her mother had said while drunk. She was just too shy to say it herself. Rose, standing not far away, crossed her arms, pretending as if she hadn't heard a single thing. Leon continued to ramble on. He even told her to stay away if she met any unpleasant classmates. And if she was ever bullied, she should call home immediately. Dad will definitely back you up, Noah. She looked at him with suspicion, then asked if he had ever gotten into fights when he was a student. Leon winked confidently. Of course, I did. But after every time I caused trouble, Grandpa would drag me back and give me a real lecture. Even so, he still stood, coldly and imposingly, declaring, "Your father certainly won't blame you for such trivial matters." This time, Noah just tightened her grip on her hand. Her gaze was much more determined. She nodded slightly. "I understand." At that moment, Leon understood that his daughter had truly begun to step onto her own journey of growing up. Beneath the brilliant golden sunset, at the training grounds of the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, the atmosphere, usually peaceful, suddenly became much more somber than usual. Inside the Queen's study, warm yellow light cast over stacks of books neatly arranged on the table. Rose was leisurely reading an ancient tome. Her eyes stopped on a forbidden technique called blood sacrifice, curse, a type of magic that could only be used once in a lifetime. Using blood as a conduit and exchanging it for the caster's own life. Reading up to this point, the corners of her lips curled into an enigmatic smile. In the Queen's mind, a dangerous yet interesting idea seemed to have sprouted. If she tweaked it just a little, perhaps it would become a game worth looking forward to. Just then, a shadow from outside landed before her. Rose looked up and asked calmly, "So, you've finally returned?" The person who just appeared was Sally, her closest handmaiden. having just knelt down. Sally immediately reported with an apologetic tone. The investigation into Tiger Lauren and his wife had hit a dead end. Traces of the two in the empire had almost vanished completely, as if someone had intentionally wiped them clean. Hearing this, Rose closed the book, her brows knitting slightly. According to what Leon had told her, his uncle was just an ordinary old farmer. But with the current situation, it was clear that things were not that simple. She ordered Sally to continue the investigation, while ensuring absolute safety. As soon as there was any clue, she must report back immediately. Sally bowed to accept the order and quickly departed. At the same time, at the outdoor training ground, Leon was very seriously teaching Moon how to practice. He held a long, dry tree branch. Every swing was crisp and powerful. Moon stood by the side, looking at her father with eyes sparkling with admiration. Leon smiled, handed the branch to the child, and told her to try following his lead. Moon immediately took it, her expression extremely serious. But right after that, she shut her eyes tight and swung it wildly, swinging all over the place while shouting loudly. Leon could only stand there speechless. Just then, the sound of high heels echoed from behind. Rose had returned. Upon seeing her mother, Moon happily cheered. Not only Moon, but Leon also turned his head back. "Your Majesty," Rose only gave a slight nod in response. Taking her daughter into her arms, she gently asked if she had listened to her father today. Moon immediately recounted proudly that she had been very good. Moreover, she had even been taught how to hold a sword by her father. Rose smiled faintly, rarely showing a gentle expression. She said it was almost dinner time and the chef had prepared beef. Just hearing the word beef, Moon's eyes immediately lit up. The child happily skipped after the handmaiden, repeating her favorite dish over and over as if the whole world now consisted only of beef. The space suddenly became quiet again when only Leon and Rose remained. Rose. Just as she was about to speak, a tree branch pointed directly at her. Her eyes flashed with a moment of surprise, but quickly regained composure. She looked at Leon coldly, her tone carrying a hint of mockery. "Have you finally decided to raise your hand against me? Daring to use a weapon? To point at the queen and the silver dragon? Sanctuary is a capital offense." Leon immediately countered, frowning at the branch in his hand. "This is just a piece of wood, Rose," she replied calmly, "as a dragon slayer. The strongest like you. Even if it is just a piece of wood, it can still become a weapon to kill." Hearing this, Leon could only sigh. It was clear she wanted to compliment him, but she just had to be roundabout and mock others. He turned away, intending to leave, muttering that he only wanted to scare her a little. Seeing that he had no reaction, she felt bored. Rose watched the back of him as he walked away, speaking softly but with firm authority. "With your current physical condition, that wooden stick alone isn't enough to hurt me." Under the sunset that stretched across the training ground, Rose's voice rang out again, this time much gentler. "Noah sent a letter back yesterday. She said everything has been fine these past few days, and told us not to worry." The two sat down on a nearby bench. Leon was surprised by how short the letter was, but Rose felt that this was already very good. Given Noah's personality, taking the initiative to write home to report that she was safe was already a rare occurrence. Leon laughed, saying that this point was exactly like Rose. The two leaned back on the bench, looking up at the vast sky above. Leon said in a low voice that Noah always appeared cold. making it impossible for others to guess what she was thinking. But if one truly understood how to approach her, being by her side was actually very interesting. Hearing this, Rose added another detail. In reality, Noah truly admires Leon. She possesses the typical mentality of the dragon race, always looking up to the strong. In Noah's eyes right now, Leon is no different from a true academic genius. That is exactly why she always tries to be at the top of the academy, because she absolutely does not want to lose to him. Hearing this, Leon could only offer a wry smile. He had always thought that, in Noah's eyes, he was just a clueless and weak father. Rose further revealed that when Leon first woke up, Noah often deliberately avoided him. But in truth, while he was still in a coma, she would frequently sneak in to look at him. Every time she was caught by Rose, Noah would pretend she came to look for Moon. Leon burst into laughter upon hearing this. That stubborn nature is truly just like her mother's. After taking off her high heels, Rose pulled her legs onto the bench, wrapped her arms around her knees, and slowly continued. When Noah and Moon were little, no one could soothe them whenever they cried. But as soon as they were placed next to Leon, both would immediately quiet down. Perhaps even when they weren't fully conscious yet, the bond of bloodline had subconsciously drawn them together. The word bloodline made Leon's gaze darken. He looked at his own hands, a feeling both strange and vague rising in his heart. But old memories suddenly came rushing back. A lonely little boy huddled in the corner of a wall. That was the Leon of the past. He had been an orphan since he was small, never knowing what the love of parents was. It wasn't until he was 5 that he was adopted by his aunt and uncle. Although they didn't share the same blood, they treated him like their own child. It was through them that Leon slowly understood what a family was. But deep in his heart, he always carried an empty space that could never be filled. When he was young, he used to naively think how wonderful it would be if his aunt and uncle were truly his mom and dad. Those memories slowly faded, replaced by the image of the present. Rose, Noah, and Moon standing under the brilliant sunset, turning to look at him. In that moment, Leon finally understood clearly. This is the family he wants to use his whole heart to protect. Returning to reality, Leon's hand tightened firmly. Rose saw him dazed and whispered, "Let's go back." Her voice pulled him out of his thoughts. Leon was startled and came to his senses, hastily offering a smile in response, then sincerely thanking her for telling him those things. However, just as he was about to stand up, Rose slightly moved her foot toward her shoes, gently wiggling them as a signal. Leon stood there, confused. The corners of Rose's lips curled into a meaningful smile. "If you truly want to thank me, then help me put on my shoes." Upon hearing this, Leon froze on the spot, his whole body turning to stone. He could only manage to blurt out one astonished sentence. Rose sat with her legs crossed on the park bench, her demeanor as arrogant as ever. She cast a sidelong glance at Leon and said nonchalantly, "If you said you wanted to thank me, then help me put on my shoes." Hearing this, Leon immediately stepped back, his eyes widening in disbelief. He pointed directly at Rose, his face full of opposition. "Helping you wash your feet last time was already embarrassing enough. Now you want me to bend down to put on your shoes too? I still have some dignity to maintain." Just as he finished speaking, Rose was so angry that she kicked straight at his face. She gritted her teeth, reminding him of an old debt with a murderous tone. "I haven't settled the score with you for that kiss at the entrance ceremony yet. And now you dare to refuse me just for putting on shoes? After speaking, she retracted her foot, her tail behind her flicking back and forth, clearly having lost her patience. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and do it so we can go back. Leon could only grit his teeth and endure it. Even though he was still filled with resentment, he finally bent down and picked up the shoes, muttering as if swallowing his anger. Fine, fine, I'll do it. Seeing this, Rose suddenly leaned in close, the corners of her lips curling into a teasing smile. You say you don't want to. But your movements are quite practiced, aren't they? Leon kept a calm expression, helping her put on the shoes while retorting without backing down. What's hard about this? Putting shoes on you is as simple as shoeing a donkey's hooves. As soon as he finished, Rose immediately flew into a rage. She lashed out with another kick, but this time Leon dodged it quickly. He jumped back, laughing triumphantly as if he had just won a great battle. As long as I run fast enough, you won't be able to hit me. Rose clenched her fists, her gaze dangerous. She didn't say anything more. But in her heart, she had already decided. Tonight, she must make this guy pay. A few days later, under the large tree in front of the cathedral, Leon, Rose, and Moon all looked up at the sky, as if waiting for something. The atmosphere was a bit tense, until Moon excitedly shouted, "It's here, it's here." A massive black shadow dove down from the sky. It was a giant dragon with hard, blue-black scales, its massive body looking like a moving mountain. The massive wings steadied, tearing through the wind. Golden eyes, sharp and piercing, scanned the ground below. The dragon bared its razor-sharp teeth. It looked as if it were smiling at all three of them down there. This was the Leviathan. Rose tilted her head to explain to Leon. Although the Leviathan has a massive body, its combat strength is not particularly remarkable. In return, they possess incredibly high stamina and a shockingly stable temperament. That is why they are often used by the dragon race for transportation missions. Leon, hearing this, asked skeptically, "A stable temperament?" Rose calmly continued. "It is rumored that a single Leviathan, from the moment it is born until the day it dies, throughout thousands of years, has never once lost its temper. Because of that, the Academy feels safe in trusting them with the task of ferrying young dragons." Just at that moment, a blue beam of light descended from the Leviathan's back. Noah appeared before the three of them. The girl maintained her usual calm expression, but her eyes flashed with a rare hint of joy. "I'm home, Mother." Rose folded her arms and nodded slightly, as if welcoming her daughter home. But the person who reacted the most strongly was Moon. The little girl rushed forward to hug her sister tightly. Her tail wagged continuously out of sheer happiness. "Sister, I missed you so much." Noah gently patted her younger sister's head. Though her expression remained cold, her gaze softened significantly. Leon stood to the side, watching the scene, unable to stop his heart from feeling warm. Even so, he still found it slightly amusing that Noah still couldn't call him Dad quite naturally. The whole family returned home together in a joyful atmosphere. As they walked, Leon talked about how he had prepared many delicious dishes at home that Noah loved. Upon arriving home, Noah immediately took out her report card. All 3 theoretical subjects received perfect scores, and she ranked top of her class: Mechanical Alchemy, Introduction to Young Dragon Magic, and Dragon History. Rose and Moon watched, unable to hide their joy. But Noah bowed her head, full of regret. There was also one general physical fitness test. I only got 95 points and didn't rank first. I'm sorry. But Rose immediately spoke up to reassure her. She told her she didn't need to apologize, because she had already done excellently. Moon also ran over to hug her sister, earnestly comforting her that in her heart, her sister was always the best. Leon looked at the mother and daughter, feeling a headache. One was not good at expressing emotions, while the other expressed them too much. In the end, he had to intervene. Leon picked up the report card and pointed to the combat section. Your physical strength is indeed lower than some children, who are a bit older than you. That is completely normal. But look at this entry, 10 versus 9 combat. Highest win rate in the class. This proves that although your stamina isn't on par with your peers, regarding tactics and combat skills, you have already surpassed them. He looked straight at Noah, his voice calm yet firm. One ranking doesn't decide everything. In the future, you will have many opportunities to surpass them. Noah tightened her grip, finally regaining her spirits. I know now, just as the atmosphere had softened. Moon unexpectedly asked a question that left everyone stunned. Dad is so skilled. If Dad fought Mother, who would win? Almost at the same time, Leon and Rose exclaimed in unison, I would win. The two immediately turned to glare at each other. Leon put his hands on his waist, confident, and began listing a series of glorious achievements. From his time at the Dragon Academy, from hand-to-hand combat to weapons or magic. That year, no one was my match. Of course I am stronger, Rose, folding her arms, immediately retorted. I may not have as many titles as you, but I won all the important battles. The two began attacking each other, neither willing to yield. Rose brought up the time years ago when Leon was captured as her prisoner. Leon immediately countered, saying that clearly, it was because she couldn't beat him that they have Noah and the adorable Moon now. The war of words heated up, and finally, Rose coldly suggested, talking is useless, why don't we have a match? Leon immediately agreed, his eyes shining as if he had been waiting for this for a long time. Moon was so excited she nearly jumped up. Are you going to fight now? Noah was much calmer. But clearly, she was also very interested. Let's go watch. The two girls sat neatly on the chairs, each holding a box of popcorn, as if preparing to watch a grand match. Moon was extremely excited, while Noah said that observing the battles of experts is also a good way to improve one's combat skills. Opposite them, Leon and Rose began to warm up. Rose glanced at him, her voice full of provocation. Your health hasn't fully recovered yet. Do you really want to fight the Dragon Queen? Leon just smiled, his eyes full of interest. The opportunity to fight the Silver Dragon Queen doesn't come around often. Of course, I have to seize it. Rose suddenly curled her lips, making a proposal that made Leon pause. How about we make a bet? Leon frowned and asked, what kind of bet? The corner of Rose's mouth curled up dangerously. If you win, I won't touch you for a month. But if I win, you have to fulfill one request of mine. Leon immediately became wary. He didn't know what this dragon woman was planning to ask of him. But just thinking about the prize if he won, a month of peace without being tormented by Rose was simply too tempting. Just thinking about it made it worth the risk. His eyes immediately lit up. Fine, I accept this bet. Rose smiled slightly, her eyes flashing with a dangerous light. Then let's begin. Rose stood tall and still, her gaze cold and sharp, waiting for her husband to make the first move. Leon, meanwhile, showed no sign of backing down, calmly facing his wife, without a hint of fear. Beside Men is extremely excited, clutching her popcorn bucket and eating happily, looking just like someone watching a movie. An exciting comedy. But just as the tension in the air was reaching a breaking point, the little girl suddenly yelled out, catching both Rose and Leon off guard, turning their heads in surprise. Not understanding what had just happened, Men, with teary eyes, crying while frantically pointing to the side, said, "My pineapple juice." At that very moment, the two parents immediately lunged into combat like lightning. The older sister, Noah, spoke up seriously, "It has begun." Leon clenched his fists, preparing to land the first strike. Rose immediately raised her hand, neatly parrying his attack with ease. Not stopping there, she unexpectedly swept her leg to attack, making Leon frown at her blinding speed. Both continued to clash, neither willing to yield. Leon jumped back, but Rose immediately closed the distance, not giving him a chance to breathe. Leon twisted the sand beneath his feet, preparing to unleash a mysterious technique, using his hand as leverage to throw an incredibly powerful kick toward his wife. The massive pressure forced Rose to retreat several steps, her hair becoming disheveled. She quickly calculated in her mind, if it came to a direct physical confrontation, she wouldn't have the advantage. It was best to keep her distance. Leon seemed to see through that thought and immediately spoke up provocatively. "It seems Your Majesty, the Queen, doesn't want to engage in close combat with me anymore." Rose immediately unleashed dangerous purple flames, coldly replying, "As long as I can defeat you, that is enough." No matter how rapid her attacks were, they still couldn't catch up to Leon's dodging speed. Outside, Noah and Men were watching, even more excited than the participants themselves. Men curiously asked if Father was about to lose, because he had only been running away the whole time. Noah analyzed it very seriously, saying not necessarily. Father is using pure martial arts to attack and dodge, while Mother is using dragon flames to keep distance and wait for a chance to strike. The little girl further explained that this proved in close quarters, Mother wasn't sure she could defeat Father. Hearing her sister explain so clearly, Men giggled and praised her for being so smart. Noah felt a bit shy and denied it. "That's just what the teacher taught me." At this moment, Rose suddenly raised her hand to unleash a new attack. The smile on her lips turned sinister. She looked at Leon and said, "You're fast, aren't you? Then try dodging this." Leon heard this and immediately felt uneasy. Now he was practically just running for his life from the relentless pursuit of his wife. A series of purple spells chased him closely. But even while running, Leon didn't forget to retort, "I'm not just fast. I'm extremely durable too." Rose smiled. With both hands clasped before her chest, purple magic quickly enveloped her palms, and she calmly asked, "How about this then?" Immediately after, the purple magic flew straight toward him, whipping up a cloud of dust before exploding violently, as if to seal off all of Leon's escape routes. But from within the smoke, Leon suddenly lunged out, his entire body covered in lightning, powerfully declaring, "You're too slow, Rose Wyatt." Rose instantly frowned, realizing he was using lightning magic to reinforce his body. Leon shouted as he lunged forward, "No one can stop me." Then, as he closed in, he roared out the rest, "Give back my month of rest." The battle immediately intensified, with blue lightning, purple magic, and golden light clashing brilliantly. As they fought, Rose thought to herself, His mana hasn't fully recovered yet. And yet he can still use lightning magic to this extent. Haze truly excessive. I must end this quickly. Meanwhile, Leon chuckled softly, his eyes gleaming as he spotted an opening. Seizing the chance, he lowered his body to the ground, swept his hand across the sand, and lunged, causing Rose to be hit and cry out in pain. Leon immediately swung his fist toward her, confidently shouting, "I win." Rose briefly showed a look of surprise mixed with panic as her body fell backward. But just then, Leon suddenly felt something was wrong. By reflex, he grabbed Rose's hand and pulled her toward him, accidentally falling into a very suggestive position. Both stood frozen immediately, faces blushing from being so close. Rose was the first to speak, softly calling, "Leon." But before Leon could react, she blurted out, "Dragon Flame." The purple magic already prepared on Rose's hand immediately ignited, burning Leon's shirt. He jumped up in a fright, shrieking, "I'm burning up." But just a few seconds later, he stood there blankly, realizing it wasn't hot at all. Behind him, Rose crossed her arms over her chest, calmly extinguished the fire and reminded him, "The battle isn't over yet. How dare you get distracted like that?" At that moment, the two little girls ran over. Men curiously asked, "In the end, who won?" Leon shrugged with regret and said nonchalantly, "In the end, there was a mistake. This time, Father lost." Rose narrowed her eyes at him and rarely offered praise, admitting that without enchanted armor, or his preferred weapon, and relying only on physical strength, to still fight her to a draw like that was something no one had ever done before. Hearing that, Leon immediately clenched his fist triumphantly, let out a humph, and boasted, "If I fought with my full strength, I could definitely win." Rose smiled enigmatically and slowly reminded him, "If you have admitted defeat, don't forget the bet between us." Hearing that, Leon felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Lost in the heat of battle, he had completely forgotten about the bet. It felt as if countless arrows had pierced his heart. Leon thought painfully, "Oh no, I forgot all about it." Immediately after, he collapsed to the ground as if his spirit had left him. The two little girls immediately ran over in a panic. Men asked worriedly, "Mother, is Father dead?" Rose only then relaxed and happily explained, "He's fine. He just used his power beyond his limits, so his stamina couldn't keep up. He'll recover after a short rest." As night began to cover the city, inside the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, the atmosphere in the two children's room was very special. Leon sat before his two daughters. His expression was unusually serious. As if he were about to handle a grave matter, he gave them instructions. "Noah, after I leave, remember to take care of Momo. She's still small and doesn't understand much. As the older sister, you must keep a closer eye on her." Then he turned to Momo. He softened his tone, reminding her, "You must listen to your sister. Don't make her angry. Be good while at home." The two little girls looked puzzled. Listening to their father's heartfelt talk, Leon sighed with deep sorrow. "This time, what worries me most is you too. Your mother is so heartless to drag me away like this." Hearing this, Momo, innocent as always, tilted her head and asked, "But Dad, you're only going to Mom's room for one night, right? Why are you talking as if you're about to be taken to be executed?" Leon was instantly struck dumb. He didn't know how to explain it, so that she could understand the agony in his heart. In a sense, an execution would end in a flash, whereas Rose could make one miserable all night long. Just thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. Momo then naively replied, I see, I understand now. Mom wants to eat Dad, right? Noah suddenly remembered a book she had read. She earnestly added that the book stated, female mantises, after mating, will eat the male mantis. Hearing this, Leon could only offer a forced smile. Although it wasn't exactly like that. He felt he was truly about to be eaten by her. The most helpless part for him was that Momo was still laughing happily. Just then, Rose appeared from behind, frowning with dissatisfaction. She looked at Leon and said coldly, enough. Stop talking nonsense in front of the children. As if I were that terrifying. With that, she walked over to the bed. She gently tucked the blankets in for the two children. Her tone was uncharacteristically tender. You two, go to sleep early. Don't worry, Mother just wants to talk to Father for a while. Leon immediately became alert upon hearing that. An interesting talk, Your Majesty. Rose replied calmly, for instance, the origin of the universe. Leon rolled his eyes and retorted, the origin of life, you mean? Rose maintained her indifferent expression. The mysteries of the world. Leon felt increasingly uneasy and muttered, or perhaps a mystery even more terrifying than that. But Rose didn't give him a chance to say more. She quickly dragged Leon away, coldly stating, end of conversation. The farewell is over. Come with me. Leon was dragged away, but still tried to look back as if leaving last words to his children. Noah Momo, remember that Father will always love you. Momo lay on the bed, curiously asking, Sister, what on earth do Mom and Dad want to do? Noah was almost drifting off to sleep. She just replied indifferently, I don't know, leave them be. Adults are truly childish. In another room, several bottles of wine were laid out on the table. This was the Queen's bedroom. At the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, Rose sat there, her eyes full of hidden meaning as she looked at Leon and asked, Are you not drinking, Leon? Leon crossed his arms and replied shortly, No. That rigid attitude clearly displeased Rose. She looked at him, her voice tinged with annoyance. I remember you already agreed. After losing the battle, you would fulfill my request. And now, you won't even drink a glass. Leon maintained a calm exterior, saying he didn't want to drink right now. But inside, he was extremely clear-headed. He reminded himself, tonight, I absolutely must not let her twist my nose ever again. Rose gently set the wine glass down. Her eyes suddenly became deeper. She spoke slowly, Actually, I really hoped you would win. Leon asked with surprise, Why? Rose stepped closer, slowly explaining, If you had won, I would have let you rest for a month to recover. Leon closed his eyes and replied coldly, Then why not just concede today? Wouldn't that be easier? But Rose only smiled faintly, a smile that carried a familiar sense of danger. No, I've thought of a more interesting game. The triumph on her face became increasingly evident. Rose frankly admitted that what she liked most was seeing Leon, even though defeated, stubbornly refusing to bow his head. Hearing this, Leon immediately felt uneasy. But before he could react, Rose took action. In a flash, Leon realized something was wrong. His expression changed upon discovering he had just been hit by a forbidden, familiar technique. He backed away a few steps, his voice full of shock. You used that on me, Your Majesty. Rose wore a dangerous smile, her eyes as red as wine. That's right, the blood-binding curse. You should be very familiar with it. Immediately after, Leon's body began to tremble violently. His eyes gradually turned bloodshot, and his breathing became ragged. Though he tried to resist, it was almost futile. Rose watched this reaction with extreme satisfaction. She said, "Ever since you used this forbidden technique on me 2 years ago, I've always remembered that feeling." Leon gritted his teeth, asking if she knew what the price of this forbidden technique was. Rose replied calmly that she knew very well. She had adjusted the technique, minimizing the damage to the dragon clan, retaining only the bewitching effect. Hearing that, Leon's consciousness began to blur. His mind spun, his body burned. His thoughts became chaotic, then empty. Rose approached him, her voice both cold and dangerous. "Until now, it has always been me forcing you, and you always appeared reluctant. But now, I want to see a completely different side of you." Leon's body finally couldn't hold up anymore. His knees buckled. Rose stood before him, her crimson eyes and smile becoming increasingly crazed. She slowly declared, "The game is truly beginning now. My prisoner, Mr. Leon Cars." Leon Carsmode knelt on one knee on the floor. One hand clutched his chest. His breathing was so heavy that every beat became labored. Rose Wise leaned over to look at him, her smile filled with mockery. She spoke slowly. "Where is the brave and tough dragon slayer? It seems you are about to lose control of yourself, aren't you?" Then she asked, "Do you know what you look like right now?" Leon answered with great difficulty, "I don't know." Rose raised her hand, and a magic mirror immediately appeared. It emitted a faint purple light. She lowered it before him and laughed. "This is a magic prop I bought from the Sky City. It can temporarily record images." Rose's voice now carried a strange, bewitching power. "Leon, look into it. And tell me what you want most right now." Leon stared into the mirror, his breathing becoming increasingly chaotic. Finally, he muttered, "I want to kiss." But immediately, a spark of sanity flashed in his head. "That's not right." Rose narrowed her eyes, pretending not to hear clearly. "Huh, what did you say? Say it louder, let's see." Leon suddenly bowed his head and shouted, completely out of control, "I want to kiss you, Rose Wise." Even he was horrified by the words he had just blurted out, because that was absolutely not what he wanted to say. Rose slowly lifted his chin, forcing him to look straight at her, and laughed mockingly. She said coldly, "Look at how pathetic you look right now. Someone as principled as you now throws everything away just to beg for a kiss from your enemy." After saying that, she shoved his face aside and decisively declared, "But I won't give it to you." Leon was stunned on the spot. His cheeks flushed with shame and anger. But the very next second, he suddenly exploded. Leon used all his strength to push Rose backward. His voice was almost a roar. "No, Rose Wise." In a flash, the situation was completely reversed. Leon pushed Rose onto the bed, leaning over her, his breathing terrifyingly ragged. But Rose remained calm, her red eyes flashing with amusement. She chuckled, "So hasty? Doesn't sound like you at all." Leon grabbed her hands, his voice raspy from trying to restrain himself. "Rose Wise, I want to be close to you. I want to touch you." A bitter thought flashed through his mind. So, back then, when under the blood-binding curse, my state of losing control was this pathetic. Rose closed her eyes for a moment, her lips curling up with satisfaction. When she opened her eyes again, her gaze was even more intoxicating. Rose wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered, "All right, You asked for this yourself. The atmosphere in the room gradually became hazy, ambiguous, and dangerous. Rose's voice sounded in his ear, carrying a crazed laugh. Leon, let me see what you look like after being corrupted. The next morning, the soft sunlight filtered through the window. The man with long hair lay on the bed, his face unusually peaceful. Leon, holding his head with one hand, groaned softly and gradually woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, he lamented inwardly. I fell for it again last night. He sat up, grimacing at the headache, both frustrated and ashamed. He thought it was all due to the blood-binding curse. It caused him to lose all his pride and self-respect as a dragon slayer. Thinking of last night, Leon's face instantly burned hot. He turned to look at Rose, who was sleeping soundly, his heart screaming once more. Humiliated, boundaries broken. Looking at Rose's sleeping face, Leon couldn't help but grit his teeth. The mastermind behind it all could sleep soundly as if nothing had happened. He subconsciously reached out to touch her cheek gently. The soft sensation made Leon startle immediately. With a flushed face, he quickly retracted his hand, panicking, scolding himself. What the hell am I doing? I just wanted to wake her up. I absolutely had no other intentions. But what surprised him more was that Rose had no reaction at all. Leon suspected she was just pretending to sleep, so he reached out to poke her forehead and nudged her. Wake up. Stop pretending. But Rose remained still, unmoving. Leon gradually frowned, a theory beginning to form in his heart. Perhaps this was a side effect of the blood-binding curse. He looked at Rose slowly, recalling the level of the curse's influence, which depended heavily on the caster's physical strength. Back then, he had cast it while near death, which was why he was in a coma for 2 years. Rose was a healthy dragon queen. Even though she had reduced the side effects, she would likely still be in a coma for about a week. Thinking of this, Leon fell into deep thought. And then an idea flashed through his mind, making the corners of his mouth gradually curl up. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to escape? Leon opened the wardrobe and quickly calculated. A week is enough to get very far away. If I relied only on human stamina, I wouldn't get very far. But if I use the war chariot, black gold, plus recovery potions and medicine pills, if I just give it my all, I could absolutely return to the human territory. Leon stood with his hands on his hips, watching Rose sleep in, and smiled triumphantly. By the time you wake up and discover I've disappeared, it'll be too late. He was about to laugh aloud when his gaze accidentally stopped at a spot, causing the laughter to stop instantly. Leon slowly lowered his head, his expression full of reluctance. In the end, he put the potion bottle back, thinking more carefully. He had been away from the human empire for 2 years. What it's like there now, he didn't know. Plus, the betrayal from back then still had too many doubts. Rushing back now might not be safe. Leon rubbed his chin, thinking, not to mention he still needed Rose to investigate some important matters. It would be best to wait for more news. The corners of Leon's mouth slowly curled into a faint smile. But the most important reason was outside. In the garden, Momo was happily chasing a butterfly, running and shouting, "Sister, help me catch it." Noah stood behind, arms crossed, reminding her, "Slow down. Be careful not to fall." Watching the 2 children laughing and playing, Leon's gaze gradually softened. He sighed helplessly, yet felt deeply relieved. Now, he had no way to abandon the 2 children anymore. Leon clutched his chest and smiled helplessly. It seems I have to stay in the holy sanctuary after all. Ingen Long slowly turned his gaze towards Rose, who was sleeping on the bed. A moment later, Leon slightly curled his lips, a smile carrying his familiar touch of craftiness. After all, I still haven't had my revenge yet. He looked at Rose's peaceful sleeping face, then slowly called out her name. Rose Weiser. Rose Weiser was still sleeping soundly on the bed, her breathing steady, as if she knew nothing of what had just happened. Beside the bed, Moan leaned in close, whispering in a tiny, anxious voice. Mother, are you okay? You've been asleep for a whole day now. Noah stood nearby with her arms crossed, her sharp gaze immediately shifting to Leon as she asked directly, "What did you two do last night?" Hearing this question, Leon could only clutch his head and give a forced smile. Noah continued to stare at him, waiting for an answer. He had to make up an excuse that the two of them just went out to the balcony to talk, and Rose must have caught a cold, which is why she was like this. After saying that, he even turned to look at Anna as if begging for help, hurriedly asking if that was right. Anna quickly spoke up to reassure them. The Holy Sanctuary's healer has just finished checking her. Apart from Her Majesty's body being a bit weak, there are no other serious issues. After that, she looked at Leon and sternly announced that for the next few days, she would temporarily replace Rose in handling the clan's affairs. If Your Highness the Prince has no further business, I shall take my leave. Leon heard this and immediately nodded as if he had been saved. Hurrying to see her off, Moan gently touched Rose's head and whispered, "Mother, please get well soon. Moan promises not to make you angry anymore." Meanwhile, Noah continued to look at Leon with a gaze full of suspicion. However, Leon didn't notice. Just standing there rubbing his chin, thinking, seeing Rose had been sweating a lot, he muttered that he needed to wipe her down later. Hearing this, Noah immediately narrowed her eyes and asked directly, "Are you planning to do something bad while Mother is unconscious? Aren't you?" Leon was startled and looked down at his daughter, hastily explaining that Noah was overthinking things. Right now, he only wanted to take good care of their mother. Noah looked at him for a few more seconds before nodding, replying coldly, "That's good." Then she took Moan and left, saying they would come to visit their mother again tomorrow. Before leaving, Moan stood at the door, turning back to wave at her father. The room finally became quiet again. Leon looked at Rose, lying motionless on the bed, and let out a long sigh. The first thing he did was go get a basin of water. He wrung out a towel and began to wipe the sweat off for her, muttering to himself that he was only worried she might catch a cold. When you wake up, don't misunderstand. But after wiping, his gaze subconsciously fell on the wardrobe nearby. Leon suddenly thought, since I've wiped her clean, changing Rose into a new outfit would probably be better. Thinking it over, he opened the wardrobe, and before his eyes was a whole pile of clothes in every imaginable style, which made Leon freeze for a few seconds. Then his eyes began to light up with mischief. He rummaged through the wardrobe, choosing while muttering strange criteria, according to his own preferences. After a while of fumbling around, Leon finally finished his masterpiece. Looking at Rose in the newly changed outfit, he flushed red but couldn't hide his smugness. I didn't expect it to fit so well. Just then, the dragon mark on Leon's chest suddenly glowed purple. He immediately stiffened, grabbing his shirt in a panic. Memories flooded back of what Rose once said. The dragon mark between the two of you will react when one of you develops special thoughts about the other. Realizing this, Leon panicked, waving his hands as if to dispel his thoughts. In his head, he kept telling himself, "Impossible. When I'm sober, how could I think such things about Rose Weiser? It must be because this strange outfit is affecting me." To regain his composure, Leon immediately closed his eyes and began to chant over and over again the code of honor of the Dragon Slayer. It took a long while for the dragon mark's light to gradually fade away. He let out a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had just escaped a disaster. But then, his gaze fell back onto Rose. Or, more accurately, onto her current outfit. Leon suddenly had a dangerous idea. It's been so hard to get an opportunity like this. If I don't record it, wouldn't it be such a pity? In his head, he immediately remembered the camera Rose used to keep in the room. Without hesitation, Leon started rummaging through the wardrobe again. A moment later, he exclaimed excitedly, because he had finally found the camera. Leon held the camera, smiled craftily, and began snapping pictures from every angle. He laughed smugly while shooting. "Rose Weiser, you have your days too." He even muttered that such precious materials must be kept very carefully. Just as Leon was feeling pleased with himself, Rose suddenly groaned softly. Leon jumped, nearly dropping the camera. He widened his eyes, his heart pounding because he thought she had woken up. But after a few seconds of silence, Rose was still lying there without moving. Leon clutched his chest and let out a sigh of relief. Feeling as if he had just had a narrow escape, he immediately decided to change Rose back into her regular clothes, muttering that the revenge plan would continue tomorrow. Time passed quickly, and it was fully bright. The next morning, in the hallway of the holy sanctuary, Noah was walking when she suddenly heard Moan's voice, calling out in a panic from behind. She turned back to see Moan, clutching a scrambled Rubik's Cube in her hands. Moan stammered, explaining, "My Rubik's Cube is broken, so I wanted to find Father to help fix it. But I've looked everywhere and can't find him." Hearing that, Noah immediately frowned. A suspicious thought popped into her head. Could he have taken advantage of Mother being unconscious to run away? Without hesitation, Noah took Moan's hand and pulled her along, reassuring her younger sister not to worry. "I will go with you to find Father." Immediately, the two sisters ran along the hallway, calling out loudly as they ran, "Father, where are you?" Inside the vast hallways of the castle, the innocent cries of the two sisters echoed everywhere. "Father, where are you?" The two girls ran everywhere searching. First, it was Rose Weiser's room, where she was still resting. Moan looked around, then said disappointedly, "It seems Father isn't here." They both ran to Leon's bedroom, but opening the door, they still couldn't see a shadow of him. Moan even opened the trash bin and lowered her head, calling out loudly. Father, Noah, standing nearby, was speechless. She immediately said, "How could Father possibly be in there?" She turned, her face showing clear anxiety. "I can't find Father anywhere. Is it possible he got lost?" Noah crossed her arms. Her gaze suddenly darkened, and she said slowly, "Moan, some people, no matter how good they are, sooner or later will leave. Just like last time." Moan tilted her head in confusion. "What do you mean by like last time?" Noah touched her chin. Her face cold, but her heart was turbulent. In her head, the image of Leon waking up for the first time appeared, and he immediately tried to escape. The image of the happy family of four during the recent time also followed. But the more she thought, the more Noah felt everything seemed unreal. In her memories, that man was once just someone, always lying motionless on the bed. Mother had told her and moaned that he was their father. The day he woke up, the first thing he thought of was escaping this place. Mother didn't explain anything, just forcefully pulled him back. Since then, Leon had never tried to escape again. But Noah always had a feeling in her heart that he had never truly accepted staying. She recalled the recent time, Leon proactively approaching her, teaching her, caring for her and Moan, looking exactly like the model of a good father. But the more Noah thought, the more uneasy she felt. Did those things truly come from affection? Or was it all just a play to make them lower their guard, then wait for the right moment to disappear? In Noah's heart, it gradually became heavy. She would rather not have that half-real, half-fake affection than be used by others. By trusting them, the image of Leon turning his back to leave appeared in her mind. Noah bit her lip and thought, that man never belonged in this place. Sooner or later, he would leave and abandon them. Returning to reality, Moan's eyes were already red, tears streaming down her cheeks. The little girl burst into tears. Mother still hasn't woken up. Now, Father doesn't need us anymore either. Sister, what will we do later? Seeing her sister cry, Noah's gaze immediately softened. She gently wiped the tears for her and hugged Moan, whispering, "It's okay. I will protect you." Hearing that, Moan immediately threw herself into her sister's arms and cried louder. Noah patted her sister's head, keeping her voice calm, and said, "Then we will perform a farewell ritual for that man." Meanwhile, behind the mountain of the holy sanctuary, Engenlong, there was a forest of peach blossoms swaying in the wind. Petals fluttered throughout the air. Leon was standing there with a map in his hand, his gaze scanning the surroundings. He nodded in satisfaction. The scenery here was indeed quite nice. In his head, he remembered the conversation with Anna. When he asked where Rose usually liked to go most, Anna had intended to send someone with him. But Leon cleverly declined, only asking her to mark the locations on the map, which was enough. Looking at the map in his hand, Leon smiled calculatingly. Usually, his range of movement was limited. It was rare to have the chance to move freely like this. While Rose was still unconscious, this was the perfect time to investigate the surrounding terrain. But of course, asking about where Rose liked was just an excuse. His true purpose was to prepare for the revenge plan. Leon gripped his hand tightly, his smile becoming dangerous. He looked at the giant ancient peach tree in front of him, then began to seriously evaluate it. The trunk was sturdy enough, the terrain was also stable. He looked down at the ground and muttered, "The soil is a bit hard. But if I spread more petals down, it will be more effective." From this position, one could look straight down at the entire holy sanctuary of Engenlong at the foot of the mountain. Leon was getting more and more satisfied, quickly marking this location on the map. On the paper, it was now filled with circled locations like the small stream in the forest, the northern cliff, the golden prairie, the quiet cave, and the cherry blossom forest. Leon folded the map and smiled smugly. Everything was ready. Now, he just had to wait for Rose to wake up. He narrowed his eyes, in his head already imagining Rose's expression when she was hit by the counterattack. This time, he would definitely make her taste the flavor of revenge. Well, Leon was still lost in his plan. At the main courtyard of the Engenlong sanctuary, a loud wailing suddenly erupted. Leon had just returned and saw a crowd gathered, everyone with a sorrowful expression. He walked over, confused, and asked, "What's so lively here?" A maid cried while explaining. The two highnesses said they wanted to hold a funeral, and even requested to prepare a funeral pyre. Leon heard this and was stunned. Speechless, he pushed through the crowd and froze at the sight before him. Moan was crying while arranging a plate of beef on the table. Sobbing, "Father, Moan brought beef for you here. Please remember to come back and visit us." Noah stood nearby, placing a hand on her sister's shoulder, trying to stay calm as she comforted her. "They are already gone. You have to look at it broadly." Leon tilted his head in confusion. In his head, he even thought, are the two of them playing some sort of game that was just released? He pushed the crowd aside and stepped in, saying as he walked, "Let Father through. What's going on?" The servants saw him. Immediately, they all screamed as if they had seen a ghost. One person tremblingly pointed at the prince. Leon had absolutely no idea what was going on. His gaze slowly drifted down to the bonfire. Then it shifted to the altar beside it. He curiously asked, "Who are you kids offering these sacrifices to?" Then his eyes stopped on the memorial photo. It was placed right in the center. It was a picture of him dressed in a neat suit, placed solemnly on the altar, with flowers and offerings laid out completely. Leon even reflexively nodded and complimented, "Looks pretty handsome, doesn't it?" But just a second later, his brain finally processed the information. Leon's eyes widened in shock. His whole body stiffened, then he let out a terrified scream. Hey, wait a minute, why on earth am I the one who's dead?" After seeing, Leon suddenly appeared right before their eyes. Both girls were stunned, caught completely off guard. Men was the first to react. The little girl widened her eyes. Then she pointed straight at him and shouted in astonishment, Dad is back." Leon looked at the offerings, spread out messily behind his two daughters. His expression was a mix of helplessness and amusement. He forced a smile and sighed, "My two little princesses. I've only been gone for 1 day, haven't I? And you've already held a funeral for me? Isn't that a bit too fast?" Hearing her father's voice, Men's eyes immediately turned red. Her small face trembled with grievance. Tears began to well up. The little girl choked out a "Dad." Then she rushed forward and hugged Leon tightly. He hadn't even understood what was happening yet, when he felt the little girl clinging to him. Bursting into tears, sobbing, Men looked up, her eyes shimmering with tears. Crying and sobbing, she said, "I thought you didn't want men anymore." Looking at his daughter's pitiful state, Leon's heart softened completely. He smiled gently, tenderly stroking her head to comfort her. "Don't be silly. How could Dad ever abandon you?" Beside them, Noah still stood with her arms crossed, silently closing the box in her hands and glancing elsewhere. The little girl's voice tried to maintain a calm tone, but she couldn't hide her reproach. "Men and I searched for you all over the temple but couldn't find you. So we thought you had left us." Hearing this, Leon just smiled lightly and explained, "Dad just went behind the mountain for a walk, that's all." Hearing that answer, Noah looked down at the box in her hands, and a feeling of regret suddenly rose in her heart. So, she had misunderstood him this time. Leon carried Men up, comforting her, then turned to the maids around them. "All right, everything is fine now. Everyone, disperse." At this moment, Men suddenly raised her head and pointed at the altar with the photo of Leon, then naively asked, "Since Dad is back, can Men eat Dad's offerings?" Leon heard this, nearly choked, his mouth twitching, but he still managed to laugh and reply, Of course you can." Hearing that, Men immediately jumped down happily, then trotted over to the altar. hugging the bread with extreme joy. Leon watched her and broke into a cold sweat, secretly thinking, she's such a glutton. She definitely doesn't take after me. Just then, Noah spoke up. The little girl's voice was very serious. Her gaze was still following men, but her words were directed at Leon. Next time, if you go out alone, remember to tell us. Leon turned to look at the little girl, slightly stunned. Noah blushed slightly at this moment, her gaze also drifting elsewhere as if trying to hide her emotions. She whispered, "Men was very worried about you." Leon looked at her and almost burst out laughing. It was clear that Noah was just as worried. It's just that the little girl was too shy to admit it. He reached out to scratch his head and replied gently, "Sorry. I made you all." No, I made men worried. But in his heart, he secretly thought, this child is truly stubborn. Worried like that, yet still won't say it straight out. But immediately after, Noah surprised him. The little girl lowered her head slightly, her voice carrying a hint of remorse. "Regardless, this is my fault. It was I who didn't trust you." After saying that, Noah bowed her head low and sincerely apologized. "Sorry," Leon was instantly stunned, looking at the little girl holding the box in her hands. Bowing before him, his heart suddenly sank. So, the reason for organizing this farewell ritual was that Noah had truly believed he had left. Clearly, she could have just stayed silent. Yet, she still took the initiative to admit her fault. Leon looked at Noah, his gaze becoming much gentler. He understood very well. A child who grows up too soon often bears responsibility themselves, and always assumes the fault is their own. But this incident, after all, was his own fault, for not being able to provide the child with enough sense of security. In Leon's mind, the image of Noah suddenly appeared, like a tiny little girl, sitting in the palm of his hand. He secretly thought, Noah craves affection and love. But she will never be the one to take the initiative to step forward. Even if I make beautiful promises now, she might not necessarily believe them. Thinking of that, Leon clenched his hands with determination. If words aren't enough, then, as a father, the only thing he can do is to use actions to prove it all. Leon slowly sat down, reached out to pat Noah's head, and smiled. "It's all right. Now, let's go have dinner. You still have to go to class tomorrow." Noah looked up at him slightly, her eyes wavering gently, then she nodded. In his heart, Leon silently promised himself that from now on, he would always be by these two children's side. The next morning, the scene shifted to the Queen's bedroom. Rose Wise was still lying on the bed with a weary face. Men was sitting beside her, looking at her mother with deep concern. Just then, Rose Wise's hand moved slightly. She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze still hazy, and let out a faint groan. Men jumped up immediately, her little tail happily wagging back and forth, her face full of joy. "Mom, you're awake." Rose Wise looked at her daughter. Her gaze, still tired but softened, seeing men about to cry from worry, she gently reached out to stroke the little girl's face and said tenderly, "Sorry, men, I made you worry." But as soon as she was a little more alert, Rose Wise immediately checked her own body. She tried to move her limbs, her expression gradually darkening. Her body had absolutely no strength left, and even the dragon fire within her wasn't responding. Reaching out to her chest, Rose Wise thought silently, "Normally, my dragon Queen constitution could resist the side effects of the blood curse. For it to be this week, there is only one possibility. Previously, I used this forbidden spell to save Leon. While Min was still holding her mother's hand happily, Rosewise's mind was calculating quickly. Based on Leon's personality, by now he should have run far away. Rosewise turned to Men and asked, "How long have I been asleep?" Men immediately replied, 2 days, Mom." Hearing this, Rosewise frowned, her gaze instantly chilling. 2 days, this amount of time is enough for Leon to have escaped very far. If I were to immediately send people to chase after him, it might still be in time. But as soon as that thought crossed her mind, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. "Men, can we have fish for dinner tonight?" Both of them turned their heads to look. Leon was standing right at the door, carrying a huge fish in his hand, nearly half his size. He held the fish up proudly, grinning as he said, "I just caught this super huge fish behind the mountain." The fish in his hand was still thrashing around constantly, as if trying to break free. Men's eyes lit up instantly, and she cried out excitedly, "Yes, please." Leon stood akimbo, chin held high, and laughed loudly. "What do you think? Dad is amazing, isn't he?" Men nodded repeatedly, her face glowing with joy. "Super amazing." Meanwhile, Rosewise lay still on the bed, staring at Leon without blinking. In her mind, there was only one thought. He actually hasn't run away yet. The Queen's face was filled with confusion, completely unsure of how to react to the scene. Before her eyes, Rosewise immediately pulled the blanket up to cover herself. Her gaze full of vigilance and anger fixed straight at Leon. She coldly shouted, "Leon, don't think that just because I am weak, you can do as you please. You'd best not take another step closer." Hearing this, Leon's expression immediately sank. He laughed, but that smile carried the anger and frustration, bottled up for so long. His voice grew cold. "Weak, what about it? What about me before? I had just woken up, not even having taken a sip of water, and was already forced by you to be engraved with the dragon pattern. Back then, did you ever give me the right to refuse?" Rosewise looked at him with icy eyes, her voice full of threat. "You should clearly understand. Once I recover, your fate will be miserable. So don't do anything stupid that you'll regret." But Leon did not retreat. He stepped closer, looking directly at her with firm resolve. His voice was low but sharp regret. "No, no. My beloved wife." Hearing that, Rosewise immediately stiffened, her eyes showing a flicker of panic. Right after, Leon picked her up without hesitation. Rosewise had never expected him to go this far, her face revealing clear astonishment and anger. But Leon just looked at her coldly and said, "This is the most correct decision I have ever made. This time, it is your turn to be the captive." He carried Rosewise through the cherry blossom forest behind the mountain. Along the way, cherry blossom petals drifted in the wind, creating a scene both beautiful and surreal. Mingled into it were the angry protests of Rosewise. She struggled incessantly, wanting to escape Leon's arms, but was completely powerless. Leon just threw her a cold glance. "Stop fussing. Otherwise, you'll fall." Rosewise gritted her teeth in frustration. In her heart, she only had one thought. If it weren't for my body not having recovered yet, I would have taught this annoying man a lesson by now. Finally, Leon stopped under a giant ancient cherry tree. Under the tree, the ground was covered with petals. He gently placed Rosewise down there. Rosewise sat still, her gaze cold and defensive. She gritted her teeth and asked, "Why did you bring me here?" Leon appeared very calm, even casually replying, "While you were unconscious, I investigated quite thoroughly the places you often frequented. This is the first stop for tonight." Rose Wise's expression changed upon hearing this. Her eyes became sharper than ever. "The first stop? Does that mean there are more places?" Leon raised his hand to point toward the distant dragon palace. From this position, the entire palace stood out clearly under the moonlight. He curled his lip and said, "See it? That is your palace. But from here, you can see it more clearly than anywhere else." In an instant, Rosewise understood everything. She remembered the words she had said to Leon in the past, and how she had humiliated him. Her gaze wavered, her voice dropping. "Do you want to take revenge for what happened back then?" Leon slowly unbuttoned his shirt, revealing the dragon pattern on his chest that was gradually glowing. He replied calmly, "Correct, a taste of your own medicine. It's not just you dragon queens who can do that." Rosewise lowered her head to look at her chest. Her mark was also glowing accordingly. The power of the contract made her already weakened body become even more out of control. She trembled slightly, gritting her teeth to endure. Leon maintained his calm appearance, but in his eyes was a sense of victory he had never felt before. He lifted Rosewise's chin, forcing her to look straight at the palace. "Rosewise, look closely. Your palace is right before your eyes. All your arrogance, all your authority stems from that place." His voice grew deeper. "And now, you can only sit here, helpless before me." Rosewise gritted her teeth. Her eyes filled with rage, but she was completely unable to resist. Her body was so weak that she couldn't even muster any strength. Leon saw that expression and felt even more smug. "How does it feel to be backed into a corner, Your Majesty Rosewise?" She remained silent, only biting her lip tightly. Her gaze was filled with enough malice to kill. But just at that moment, when Leon thought he had completely controlled the situation, something unexpected happened. Rose's tail suddenly appeared, wrapping tightly around Leon. He was startled, completely unable to react in time. A look of astonishment was written all over his eyes. Her tail, how? Does she still have energy left? Rose slowly turned her head. Her burning red eyes stared coldly straight at him. The corners of her lips curled into a sharp smile. "Enjoy it while you can, while you still think you're controlling everything. Use all your effort to savor this sense of victory." Her voice was bone-chillingly cold. "Because from this second on, my revenge will be manifold more terrifying." Leon narrowed his eyes slightly, but quickly regained his confident look. He pointed at the glowing dragon markings on his chest, then laughed dismissively. "Don't talk to me about the future. We humans only live for the present." After speaking, he took no further step back. Under the cherry blossom tree, the petals continued to fall incessantly in the quiet night. But at this moment, between Leon and Rose, the real battle had only just begun. The most intense confrontation between the two had now officially kicked off. The peaceful morning began when Moon, rubbing her eyes, entered the room. Seeing her mother still fast asleep, she climbed onto the bed, calling out softly, "Mom, wake up. The sun is already hitting your tail." Rose drowsily replied, "Go find your father and play." Hearing that, Moon turned to call Leon, who was sleeping next to them, urging Dad to wake up because the sun was already up. But Leon was still sleepy, only muttering that he wanted to sleep a little longer. Seeing the two of them hugging and sleeping, with no one to play with her, Moon puffed out her cheeks in a sulk. This was the first time the little girl had seen her parents so intimate, so she was both curious and confused. Then Moon suddenly saw many red marks on both their bodies. Naively thinking they must have been bitten by mosquitoes, she hurriedly ran to find ointment. Remembering her mother's teachings that if bitten by insects, one must apply medicine, the little girl happily brought the jar of medicine back and carefully applied it to their bodies. Muttering to herself, "I have to apply more for Dad, I must." A while later, Rose woke Leon up. Leon, dazed, sat up and felt his skin feeling sticky and strange. The two looked at each other, then Leon laughed when he saw Rose's face smeared all over. Just then, Moon jumped up proudly, admitting she was the one who applied the medicine, because she saw her parents covered in mosquito bites. Leon, hearing this, could only cough dryly, thinking to himself that this was something a child shouldn't understand yet. Seeing Moon excitedly ask if she did a good job, he smiled and patted her head, praising her, which made the little girl even happier and promised to help again next time. Leon and Rose could only look at each other, feeling helpless. In their minds, they shared the exact same thought. Next time, we must lock the door properly. Afterward, Leon prepared food to bring to Rose. He held a bowl of rice, intending to feed her, but Rose immediately dodged. She asked him what he was trying to do. Leon didn't say much, directly shoving a spoonful into her mouth, and told her that since she hadn't eaten for days while sleeping, she must be very hungry now. After Rose ate, she unexpectedly realized the taste was quite good. Leon confidently tried a bite, then boasted that this was fried rice he made with his own hands. Seeing him eat with such gusto, Rose immediately became irritated, thinking this dish was made just for her. Leon teased her, saying he was afraid she couldn't finish it, so he helped out. Rose immediately retorted, saying she could finish it all, and demanded another spoonful. Before long, the bowl was completely clean. Leon took the opportunity to brag that he was the one who had taken care of her these past few days, from eating to daily routines. Rose listened, remaining fully on guard, believing this guy must have some ulterior motive. But Leon just laughed and said, "This is the loving care of a husband." Rose gritted her teeth and warned him that for everything he was doing now, she would definitely make him pay back in full later. Leon just laughed, said goodbye, and left. Rose was so angry she punched the wall hard. Unexpectedly, the wall immediately cracked into a large piece. She looked at her hand in surprise, finally realizing her power had begun to recover. Meanwhile, Leon was still washing dishes, praying while working. "God, please don't let that dragon recover so quickly so I can still bully her for a few more days." Unfortunately, he completely hadn't realized how serious the situation was. Not long after, Anna brought tonics for Rose. Rose said she had recovered quite a bit, so she didn't need to drink them. Anna saw the crack on the wall and asked in surprise what had happened. Rose quickly made up an excuse that her hand slipped. Before Anna left, Rose warned her not to let Leon know she had recovered her strength. She wanted him to continue taking care of her for a few more days. Anna listened and just smiled as if she understood everything. In her heart, Rose thought, "Leon, your days of peace are coming to an end." 2 days later, Moon happily ran up to Leon, acting coy, demanding to learn the sparkly magic that her parents once used. Before that, Leon heard and finally understood the child was talking about magic. He curiously asked why she suddenly wanted to learn. Moon said that her sister was learning many things at the academy, and she didn't want to be left behind. Leon heard this and immediately understood. She didn't want to lag behind her sister. He found it both amusing and heartwarming, as this was truly the type of cute rivalry between two sisters. Leon confidently patted his chest and promised to teach Moon, starting from the most basic magic. Moon chirped with joy and thanked her father. After a few hours of practice, Leon was astonished to realize that Moon had quickly channeled magic into her body. This speed of progress was truly too fast, to the point where he couldn't help but think that his daughter was likely a genius. But just then, Moon's stomach growled loudly. The little girl held her stomach, complaining of hunger and saying she was exhausted. Leon laughed, thinking that nothing can be rushed. He took her hand and said they would practice until here for today, then led her to eat. Moon skipped happily beside him, constantly praising her father as the best. At the same time, elsewhere, Anna was bringing a tray of tools, covered with a red cloth, to Rose's bed. She respectfully set it down according to the Queen's request. Rose just quietly replied, "Just leave it there." The atmosphere in the room was unusually quiet, but, clearly, she had started preparing for her own plan. Yeah, Leon just returned and happily called out that he was back. At this moment, Rose was talking to Anna, so she just coldly told Anna to step back. Watching Anna leave, Leon suddenly remembered what she had once said, that Rose still needed a few more days to fully recover. So, in his heart, a thought immediately popped up. I still have time to keep teasing her. He stepped forward with a dangerous smile, asking if there was any place she was still uncomfortable today. Don't you want me to help take care of it? But Rose didn't show weakness at all. On the contrary, she coolly ridiculed him, asking, "Why is the strongest dragon slayer in the Empire looking so low-spirited today? Can't you take it after just 2 days?" Touched in his pride, Leon immediately growled and moved forward, grabbing her blanket, saying he originally intended to spare her one more time today, but it seemed he was too lenient. He pinched her cheek and challenged her. "Looking at you, your body has obviously recovered." Leon had just finished speaking when Rose calmly replied that she had never known what regret was. At that exact moment, Rose's tail suddenly wrapped tightly around Leon's waist and yanked hard. In the blink of an eye, the situation was completely reversed. Leon was knocked onto the bed, stunned. Rose immediately sat on him with that familiar, victorious smile. Leon realized with horror that her strength had returned. Rose put a finger to her lips, signaling silence, her tone full of teasing, saying that a prisoner should obediently keep his mouth shut. Then she pulled the red cloth aside, revealing an array of prepared tools. Leon's eyes widened, unable to believe it. Only now did he understand that he had essentially walked straight into a trap. In just a moment, he was tied up tightly, completely losing the ability to resist. Leon shook, both worried and anxious, asking if she was planning to torture him. Rose didn't answer immediately, only smiling mysteriously. Old memories also came flooding back. The day before, Leon had snuck in while Rose slept to style her hair. When Rose woke up, she was confused and didn't understand what happened. Leon was extremely smug, handing her a mirror to see his result. Although she said nothing out loud, in her heart, Rose actually thought the hairstyle was quite decent, so she secretly kept it. Back to the present, Leon tried to regain his momentum, loudly declaring that he had undergone professional interrogation training, and would absolutely not easily give in. Rose just raised an eyebrow and asked mockingly, "Really?" Right after that, she pulled out a magic recording sphere. Inside, the familiar voice of Leon in his out-of-control state from the other day immediately echoed. Every word, every syllable, was a confession? That made him want to dig a hole and crawl into it. Rose deliberately replayed it, listening while laughing, asking who's embarrassing, begging figure that was. Leon's face turned beet red. He frantically denied it, saying it wasn't him, that it was just a similar voice, but Rose wouldn't let him off. She held the sphere closer so he could hear every word clearly. In the end, Leon could only hang his head and beg, saying he remembered everything now, so there was no need to hear any more. Rose was satisfied at this point. She picked up a small stick, gently lifted his chin, then said if he remembered clearly, then read it back verbatim a few times for her. The whole room was filled with Rose's teasing and Leon's weak resistance, until he was released. Leon lay flat on the bed, feeling drained both physically and mentally. Meanwhile, Rose, standing on the side reading a letter that had just arrived, seeing this, Leon curiously asked what happened, that the Academy was sending a letter this late. Rose calmly replied that the Academy requested them both to visit tomorrow because Noah just got into a fight with a classmate. Hearing this, Leon immediately jumped up in surprise. The next morning, at the office of Vice Principal Wilson, Noah maintained a calm expression, as if nothing had happened. On the contrary, the three boys opposite her looked miserable. One had a bruised face, another had an injured hand. It was obvious they had just been through quite a battle. Wilson seriously explained that he invited both of them today to resolve the incident where Noah fought with classmates. Hearing this, Rose immediately frowned, assuming her daughter was bullied by those three, so her gaze visibly turned cold. Leon hurriedly turned to ask, "Noah, are you hurt anywhere?" Noah remained extremely calm, replying that she was perfectly fine. At this moment, Wilson corrected that actually, it wasn't Noah being bullied, but she was the one who beat all three of them into this state. Both Rose and Leon were stunned. Leon looked at his daughter in surprise, while Noah just looked back silently. Right after, Leon winked at his daughter proudly, as if to say, "Well done." Noah understood the meaning. Her lips curled up, and she gave a thumbs up in return. Wilson, seeing this father-daughter scene, could only sigh. He explained further that while this incident was just a minor conflict between children, it involved the smoldering conflicts within the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan has two ways to produce descendants: hatching from an egg or direct birth. When they reach adulthood, there isn't much difference between them. But during their infancy, children hatched from eggs are usually imbued with strength directly from their mothers, so their natural talent and potential are often vastly superior. It is precisely this disparity that has long caused many prejudices and conflicts between the two groups. Children born from wombs are completely different from hatchling dragons born from eggs, because they must spend a long time learning and training before they can gradually accumulate power. Because of this, at the same age, dragons hatched from eggs are often vastly superior in strength. The vice principal looked at Noah, his eyes flashing with a hint of interest. Even though she was born from a womb, the little girl managed to defeat three older children all by herself. This potential truly cannot be underestimated. Just as the atmosphere was still tense, The office door was suddenly pushed open. Two men stormed in aggressively. Without even understanding the situation, they loudly declared that if children get into a fight, paying the medical bills should settle it. But as soon as they saw Lan's bruised face, both of them immediately rushed to him. The boy also immediately ran to embrace the man, crying and calling for his father. Rosewise looked over and whispered to Leon, "That is Constantine, the Dragon King of the Scarlet Flame Dragon Clan. He is famous for being unreasonable and extremely difficult to talk to." Leon just sneered after hearing this, casually, remarking that he had killed so many Scarlet Flame Dragons that they could circle the academy twice. Upon hearing this, Constantine immediately turned to mock him. He ridiculed Rosewise, saying a majestic silver dragon queen did not know how to discipline her child, letting her daughter bully other people's children. He didn't forget to taunt that the Silver Dragon Clan was inferior to the Scarlet Flame Dragon Clan, so they only dared to play dirty behind people's backs. Hearing this, Leon immediately stepped in front of Rosewise, his gaze turning icy cold. Constantine still refused to stop, blatantly declaring that if they didn't apologize to his son today, they wouldn't be leaving this place. Leon didn't back down an inch, stepping forward to confront him directly, his aura not lacking in the slightest, adding that he was just itching for a fight anyway. Seeing that the two sides were about to clash, Vice Principal Wilson slammed his desk and shouted for order. He stroked his beard and began to recount the whole incident. Last night in the dining hall, Lan and two others had argued with Noah after a plate of food splattered onto him, ruining his clothes. Later, on the way back to the dormitory, the three of them cornered Noah in the backyard, leading to the fight. Having finished, he looked at the three children and asked if they had anything to add. The three only stammered, "No." At this moment, Noah calmly raised her hand to ask for permission to speak. Given approval by Wilson, the little girl crossed her arms over her chest, her voice composed but sharp. Noah clarified that right from the start in the dining hall, Lan had intentionally provoked her, and the spilled food was also intentional. Then, in the backyard, the three of them suddenly rushed at her to scare her, so she only retaliated accidentally breaking Lan's arm. Having finished, she coldly looked straight at Lan and asked if that was true. Pressed by Noah's gaze, Lan was so terrified that he burst into tears and stammered his admission. All of Lan's father's surprise at seeing his son afraid of a girl younger than him was immense and confusing. After hearing the whole story, Leon suddenly spoke up, saying Noah still did something wrong. Hearing this, Noah squeezed her hands, thinking she was about to be reprimanded. But unexpectedly, Leon just leaned down and seriously instructed her that next time, if she encounters a similar situation, she should kick the opponent's knees straight away. Noah blankly asked why the knee. Leon confidently explained that on the battlefield, the knee is the weak point of a Scarlet Flame Dragon. Once injured, they lose almost all ability to retaliate. Noah, after hearing this, took out a notebook and very seriously started taking careful notes, saying she would pay attention next time. This scene made Lan's father so angry he nearly exploded. He immediately turned to question the principal, saying Leon was clearly teaching his daughter to bully others. But his next words truly made the expressions of Leon and Rosewise turn cold. He brazenly declared that for a student with violent tendencies like Noah, an apology wasn't enough. She should be expelled from the academy immediately. Wilson immediately stepped in to mediate, emphasizing that the handling of students was the Academy's decision. Furthermore, Lan already had a history of bullying Womborn hatchlings, which many other students had confirmed. It was clear that Lan was the one who provoked it first. Yet Lan's father remained stubborn and refused to listen, loudly questioning why, when his son was the one beaten, the Academy didn't punish Noah, but instead blamed his son. Looking at such unreasonable behavior, Leon couldn't hold back anymore. He directly mocked him, asking if he didn't feel ashamed that his son was so big, yet got beaten to a pulp by a 1-year-woman-tall girl, and then came here to make a scene. Hearing this, before the other could respond, Lan tremblingly interjected, "Noah is actually only 1 year and 1 month old." Hearing this, Leon immediately burst into laughter, not forgetting to mock him, saying that if he were in such a humiliating situation, he would rather dig a hole and crawl into it than be laughed at in front of everyone. Lan's father gritted his teeth, in rage, furiously calling Leon a coward, who didn't even dare to show his tail, then pointed directly at Noah and her whole family, spewing insults. But just as the words left his mouth, Leon immediately snapped his finger backward. His face was cold as ice, and his voice was full of fury. He said, "Insulting me I can overlook, but daring to point fingers and insult my wife and child is absolutely unforgivable." The man immediately wailed in agony. Outside the Academy, the situation, which seemed to have settled down, felt like it was coming to an end. Little did they know, the storm had only just begun. Witnessing this, Leon twisted the opponent's finger back to protect his wife and child. Rose stood by his side, the corner of her lips curling slightly. She couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in her heart. She realized that this man usually appears carefree and laid back, but when it comes to his family, especially his wife and child, he never compromises. Lan's father, contorted in pain, roared in a fit of rage, his face turning beet red. "How dare you lay a hand on me? Do you even know who I am?" He immediately lunged forward to settle the score with Leon, but was held back by the person accompanying him. While struggling to break free, he shouted loudly, flaunting his status as a Duke of the Red Flame Dragon clan. He didn't forget to mention the Dragon King, Constantine, as if to intimidate them. Yet, Leon remained completely unfazed. On the contrary, he stood there with a provocative smirk, as if intentionally trying to drive the man insane with anger. It was then that Rose spoke up coldly. Her voice was not loud, but it carried the authority of a queen, instantly suppressing the atmosphere. She pointedly stated, this was merely a conflict between children within the Academy. Dragging the status and prestige of both our clans into this serves no one's interest. Rose also affirmed her trust in the Academy to handle the matter fairly. Whatever the outcome, her side would accept it. Principal Wilson, standing nearby, was very pleased after hearing this. As expected of the Silver Dragon Queen, she is far more sensible. He immediately turned to warn Lan's father. If you persist in causing trouble and escalate this further, the consequences will only be more severe. Upon hearing that his son's academic record was at risk, and that he might even lose the opportunity to continue studying here, the man reluctantly swallowed his pride. Lan, trembling with fear, tugged at his father's clothes, begging him, saying he still wanted to keep attending school. In the end, he could only grit his teeth, accepting the Academy's verdict, but his eyes remained filled with hatred as he looked at Leon. It was clear that he did not intend to let this go. Afterward, Wilson announced the final ruling. Lan was the provocateur, so he bears the primary responsibility. Noah is deemed to have acted in legitimate self-defense. But the counterattack was slightly excessive, so he must still receive a light reprimand from his homeroom teacher and reflect seriously on his actions. As for Lan and his 2 cohorts, they must write apology letters and serve a 1-week cleaning detention. Everything reached its conclusion there. The tense atmosphere finally dissipated. Noah calmly bade farewell to his parents and headed back first. Rose said gently, "Go on, dear." But Leon didn't forget to call out after him, giving him some combative advice. "Next time, if you're ever bullied again, aim straight for their knees and kick." Noah took the advice very seriously. But just as Leon turned to leave, Wilson suddenly appeared right behind him, making him jump in surprise. The principal smiled in a friendly manner, saying he had a question that had been on his mind for a long time. "Leon, you have never revealed your dragon tail. So, which clan do you actually belong to?" This question hit Leon like a bolt of lightning. Leon's expression stiffened instantly, his heart pounding against his chest. Before he could even think of a way to cope, Rose immediately stepped in to save the situation. She calmly stated that her husband was just an ordinary citizen of the Dragon clan, with no special background whatsoever. Leon also hurriedly chimed in with a laugh, feigning a relaxed demeanor. But internally, cold sweat was already streaming down his back. Luckily, Wilson did not show any signs of suspicion. On the contrary, he exclaimed that with such a background, for the 2 of them to produce a young dragon with such talent as Noah was truly a miracle. Afterward, he let his true intentions slip more and more. The Green Hill Academy greatly welcomes gifted children like Noah to enroll, so he desperately hoped the 2 of them would have a few more. The more the better, Leon and Rose, hearing this, could only offer a strained smile at the principal's obvious attempt to recruit talent from the cradle. It was all too clear now. Wilson even believed that in the future, when Noah grew up, she would surely become the hope of the Dragon clan. In the war against dragon slayers, hearing this, Leon could only offer a forced smile, lamenting silently in his heart, because the person standing right before him was a real, genuine dragon slayer. This conversation was accidentally overheard by Lan's father, who heard everything. He turned around and left, the corners of his mouth curling into a calculating smirk. It was clear he had a different plan in mind. Sure enough, shortly after leaving the academy gates, Leon and Rose were intercepted by that group, but Rose felt nothing but annoyance the moment she saw them. Lan's father no longer bothered to feign courtesy. He spoke bluntly, saying that inside the academy, he respected the school's authority, so he held back. But now that they were outside, things had to be settled the way of the Dragon clan. His target was very clear. It was Leon. He stepped forward, grabbed Leon by the collar, and openly declared war. Rose glanced around, noticing that quite a few people had stopped to watch. She realized immediately that if they refused now, the Silver Dragon clan would certainly be branded as cowardly and weak. Lan's father understood this as well and became increasingly arrogant, as if he were certain they couldn't refuse. Rose tilted her head and whispered to Leon, "Do you want to fight? Is your body all right?" Contrary to her concern, Leon was extremely excited. His eyes lit up as if he had just found a new toy. He laughed with genuine interest, saying that, since the opponent had offered himself up to be beaten, he naturally had to reciprocate the gesture. Hearing this, Rose merely gave a cold, parting instruction. "Go ahead, but don't kill him." Leon nodded, acknowledging the order. At that same moment, inside the academy, Noah noticed the students causing a commotion, rushing toward the gates, because they heard that dragons were about to fight. Hearing this, a bad premonition arose in the young girl's heart. Noah quickly figured out that the people about to clash out there could very well be her father. Meanwhile, outside, Lan's father, watching Leon stretching his limbs in front of him, he was filled with contempt. In his eyes, Leon looked both thin and weak, not even daring to reveal his dragon tail. Other than a sharp tongue, he seemed completely harmless. Lan's father felt incredibly smug at this moment. Clearly, he intended to use this duel to restore his son's honor. In his eyes, since his son had been defeated today, he would take down Noah's father to regain some face. He stepped forward and loudly declared that the Crimson Flame Dragon clan doesn't bully the weak. If Leon could withstand 3 moves, he would consider himself defeated. But Leon, upon hearing this, only showed his impatience, his face full of weariness. Not bothering to argue any further, he coldly urged him to start quickly. This attitude of disdain instantly infuriated his opponent. Lan's father let out a roar and immediately charged forward with a ball of fire blazing in his hand. But that seemingly powerful blow was nimbly dodged by Leon, as if it took no effort at all. After just 1 strike, Leon immediately assessed his opponent's strength. In his heart, he quickly concluded this dragon was much weaker than many others he had faced on the battlefield. Having dodged, Leon didn't forget to tease him, reminding his opponent that there were still 2 moves left. Lan's father furrowed his brows tightly, beginning to realize the situation wasn't as simple as he thought. He slammed an extremely powerful punch into the ground, with force strong enough to crack the earth, while his mouth kept mocking Leon as a coward who only knew how to dodge. But this time, the result remained the same. Leon easily avoided it without his expression changing at all. Refusing to give up, Lan's father roared and spewed a fierce stream of flame directly at Leon. Seeing this attack, Leon was slightly surprised for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. As the fire closed in, a slight tilt of his body allowed him to avoid it completely. 3 consecutive failed attacks left Lan's father stunned. While Leon smirked coldly, only then did he calmly speak up. "Now it's my turn." No sooner had he finished speaking than Leon launched a kick straight at his opponent's knee. The kick was terrifyingly accurate, forcing Lan's father to collapse on the spot. He was both terrified and enraged. Before he could even react, Leon rushed forward and landed a powerful punch to his face. The punch landed square, distorting his features, and his entire body was instantly sent flying away amidst cries of pain. Leon just brushed off his hands, his eyes filled with contempt. He said coldly that with a level like this, he didn't even bother using magic. The 2 remaining parents standing by, witnessing it all, looked deathly pale. They never expected the Duke of the Crimson Flame Dragon clan to be defeated so easily. Leon turned around and calmly asked if they wanted to try as well. Just that one sentence made both of them tremble in fear, retreating immediately, continually shaking their heads to refuse. Leon coldly ordered them to take Lan's father and get out of here, while also warning them that, from now on, it would be best not to let their son touch his daughter again. With everything resolved, Leon immediately returned to his relaxed demeanor as if nothing had happened, happily calling out to Rose. But just as he turned his head, he unexpectedly discovered a small figure standing there for who knows how long. It was Noah, Leon asked in surprise when the child arrived. Noah immediately fumbled for an excuse, saying she just happened to pass by, saw it was noisy, and came to look. After saying that, she took out a small box and gave it to them both. Leon curiously asked what was inside. Rose opened the box and saw cookies inside. Noah blushed slightly, feeling shy, and explained that they were cookies made during the school's cooking class, only ranking second, so they might not taste great. Hearing that, Rose immediately broke one in half, sharing it with Leon to taste. After eating, she immediately praised them as delicious. Leon nodded in agreement, not forgetting to encourage her, saying how could cookies made by his daughter possibly taste bad? Next time, she would surely win first place. Right at that moment, Noah unexpectedly blurted out a sentence that froze Leon. The little girl said in a low but very sincere voice, "That dad looked incredibly handsome just now." Just a simple compliment, yet it made Leon blush. This was the first time Noah had actively praised him like that. Leon felt like his heart was celebrating. He felt that the distance between himself and his daughter had finally taken a big step forward. Even though he was happy enough to jump for joy on the surface, he still tried to appear calm, scratching his head and laughing loudly to hide his shyness. He even puffed out his chest, bragging that his daughter's father was naturally that powerful. If she ever wanted to learn combat techniques, just ask him. Rose stood by without saying a word, just quietly observing the scene. In the evening, Leon sat alone in his room, intently reading a book. The quiet atmosphere lingered, until the sound of the door opening echoed. The person entering was Rose. Leon immediately put his book down and looked at her in surprise. He didn't understand why she would come here at this hour. Rose didn't explain, just quietly sat down beside him. Leon immediately became tense inside. His mind began to wander, wondering what this dragon woman was planning to scheme again. But Rose simply said, "Give me your hand." Leon heard it and was baffled, not understanding at all. Seeing him react slowly, Rose had to explain that his hand was injured, wasn't it? Only then did Leon remember the small wound from the battle. That morning, he laughed it off, saying it was just a small scratch, and it would heal on its own in a few days. But Rose didn't care to listen. She directly grabbed his hand and pulled him closer, her voice calm but allowing no room for refusal. "Behave yourself." Leon was completely taken aback. Before he could even react, Rose had already skillfully retrieved medicine and a cotton swab, beginning to treat his wound. Her movements were extremely careful, so gentle that it was unlike her usual coldness. Even so, the medicine touching the wound still made Leon wince. Rose softened her voice, telling him not to move, almost done. But it was that very gentleness that made Leon involuntarily stiffen. As a dragon slayer who had gone through countless battles, he had suffered countless minor and major injuries. But until now, he had always treated them perfunctorily or let them heal themselves. This was the first time someone sat before him, meticulously applying medicine to each wound like this. While Rose remained focused on bandaging, Leon clearly felt the warmth from her hands. Rose's hands were soft but slightly cool. Every time her fingertips touched his skin, it made him feel an indescribable tickle. Leon's thoughts began to drift in a strange direction, causing him to immediately scold himself for thinking nonsense. Right at that moment, Rose suddenly said, thank you. Leon was stunned and asked for what. Rose, while continuing to bandage, said slowly that today, Lan's father had been very aggressive, but Leon had stood in front to protect her and Noah. Hearing this, Leon finally understood. He smiled slightly and replied that it was what he should do. Even though there were still countless conflicts between the two, and they couldn't exactly be called harmonious. At the very least, in front of outsiders, she was still his wife. Just hearing the mention of the invitation letter from her sister, Leon immediately refused without hesitation, but Wire only coldly reminded him that if he didn't go, she would settle old debts on the spot. Hearing that, Leon immediately changed his attitude, obediently agreeing. When the day came, the whole family transformed into dragons and flew to the territory of the Red Dragon clan. Upon landing, Leon gently called Men, who was sleeping in his arms, to wake up. At the same time, Issa, having just heard the news of her younger sister's return, hurried out to welcome them. As soon as she met Wire, she hugged her sister tightly and wouldn't let go, continually praising how cool her sister's dragon form was. When Wire transformed back into human form, Issa still wouldn't let go, continuing to praise how beautiful her sister was, to the point that Wire had to laugh out of embarrassment. After the greetings, Wire officially introduced her husband and 2 children to her sister. Leon greeted her politely, and Issa was also very friendly toward this brother. When it was the turn of the 2 children, Men cleverly greeted her first. Issa only had to take one look to guess correctly who was Men and who was Noah. Surprising both children, she gently hugged the 2, feeling extremely happy in her heart, non-stop exclaiming how happy her sister must be to have 2 such adorable children. Issa turned to tell Leon that she heard that usually he was the one who took care of the children the most. It must have been very tiring. Leon just laughed, saying he didn't find it hard at all. On the contrary, he really enjoyed taking care of his children. Moreover, the 2 children were closer to him. Hearing that, Wire immediately clearly asserting that the children were closer to her. Leon didn't give in either. But seeing his wife get angry, he eventually had to yield and back down. Watching the 2 argue back and forth like children, Issa couldn't help but tease that their relationship was much better than she had imagined. That comment made both Leon and Wire blush. After dinner, the whole family gathered in the living room. Issa happily called the 2 grandchildren over, then took out an old album, asking the children if they wanted to see pictures of their mother when she was young. Men's eyes lit up with excitement upon hearing that, but Wire's expression instantly changed. She panicked and lunged, intending to snatch the album back, repeatedly asking why her sister still kept those photos. But Issa was faster, even teasing that her sister seemed to be ashamed. Wire immediately shot Leon a warning look, but he understood the situation at a glance. So, Leon and Issa collaborated perfectly, successfully protecting the album against Wire's futile attempts to stop them. Leon excitedly flipped through each page, laughing with delight, because he finally had a chance to see his wife's dark past. But as soon as he saw the photos inside, he was completely surprised. In his hands was a series of photos of Wire when she was a student, each one full of vitality, and completely different from her current cold queen image. Leon couldn't hide his astonishment, continually not expecting his wife to have such a look back then. Issa, standing by, explained that this was a photo of Wire speaking as an honor student. Leon looked at the photo, then at Wire, curiously asking why she was so energetic as a child, but grew up to be as cold as ice. The question had just ended, when Wire didn't hesitate to step hard on his foot with her heel, making Leon grimace in pain. She snatched the photo back, warning him in a low voice not to get smugged too soon, because her sister's next target very likely was him. Meanwhile, the two children were still intently looking at their mother's pictures. Excitedly looking at each one, they kept exclaiming how cute and fair-skinned Mom was when she was little. Noah also rarely expressed her emotions, but at this moment, couldn't help admitting that Mom, when young, was truly very petite. When they saw the picture of Wire wearing the royal robes with a majestic aura, they were all captivated. Issa proudly introduced that this was the photo taken on the day Wire inherited the throne of the Silver Dragon Queen. Leon looked at his wife, then didn't forget to tease, saying this photo was truly very cool. This time, Wire just blushed and turned away without a word. When Noah reached the final page, men immediately felt regret because the album was finished. The child complained that they still wanted to see many more photos of Mom when she was little. Taking advantage of that, Wire quickly closed the album, seriously declaring that looking at this much was enough. But at that very moment, Issa smiled smugly and took out a memory orb. Upon seeing that object, Wire immediately screamed in panic, while Leon, on the contrary, had eyes bright with curiosity. He quickly realized that this was a memory crystal. Issa covered her mouth, smiling mysteriously, then asked the children if they wanted to see more images of their mother. Upon hearing that, Noah and men excitedly agreed in unison. Only Wire turned pale on the spot. She hurriedly grabbed her sister's hand. Her eyes were almost pleading, begging her sister out of their bond, "Please don't let the contents be revealed." But Leon wouldn't give in. He immediately stood on the opposing side, earnestly begging Issa. As a brother-in-law, he insisted that the whole family must see it. Watching them bicker and plead gave Issa a headache. After a moment of thought, she decided to listen to Leon this time, since it was his first visit as a guest, and she would listen to her sister next time. Hearing this, Leon was overjoyed, raising his hands in triumph. Conversely, Rosewise just gritted her teeth in frustration, thinking, next time, I'm never bringing him along again. Issa lightly touched the memory stone, and it immediately began to glow. It emitted a soft light and started projecting old scenes. Issa emphasized that this was extremely precious footage. But the moment the first image appeared, Rosewise's expression changed instantly. She panicked and rushed over to cover the view. Leon wouldn't let her stop him at any cost. This reaction only made Leon more curious. In the frame, a young Rosewise was sitting by a lake. Issa, in the memory, asked, "What are your standards for a life partner?" Young Rosewise immediately blushed in embarrassment, constantly telling her sister to stop filming because it was too shameful. But Issa persisted in coaxing her to speak. After a moment of hesitation, Rosewise finally whispered her answer. "First, the other person must be stronger than me, preferably with a track record that is outstanding and consistently at the top. Also, they must have a sense of responsibility and not hate children." Hearing this, Moon immediately cheered, feeling that Mother was describing Father perfectly. Even Noah nodded in agreement. The footage in the memory stone continued. Rosewise added that the person must be strong enough, but must never use their power to bully the weak, must have their own principles, and not be easily swayed. by others or the world around them. Hearing this, Leon was instantly excited, almost wanting to claim it all, that all those standards were him. But Rosewise immediately covered his mouth, scolding him to stop being so narcissistic. In the recording, Rosewise curled up, looking up at the sky with expectant eyes. She said if there really wasn't such a person in the world, then she would rather not marry at all. Then, young Rosewise smiled radiantly, looking straight into the memory stone, saying that if she were to marry later, she would only give herself to someone like that. That statement left Leon completely stunned. His face flushed red, and his jaw wouldn't close. He looked at Rosewise and whispered, "So that was the ideal model in your heart?" Rosewise immediately nudged him, hurriedly explaining, "Those were just naive, childish words from back then." But Leon just smiled, acting as if he understood everything, which only embarrassed Rosewise more. Issa then curiously asked, "Ultimately, who pursued whom first?" Unexpectedly, both Leon and Rosewise pointed at each other and said in unison, claiming the other had pursued them first. Rosewise immediately got angry, glaring at Leon to make him retract his words. Leon was so scared he immediately corrected himself, hastily saying that it was indeed Rosewise who had taken the initiative first. But he hadn't known how to cherish her at the time, and only later realized it and turned back to pursue her. Hearing this, Rosewise finally calmed down, giving a soft huff as if to temporarily accept it. Issa laughed at the sight, even more convinced that the relationship between the two was much better than imagined. Although they both denied it, Issa continued to drop a bombshell. She asked if the whole family wanted to see the pile of love letters Rosewise had received. As soon as she finished, Leon and his 2 children shouted in unison that they wanted to see. Rosewise was almost panicked and screamed loudly, asking why her sister had even kept those things. She then hurriedly tried to grab them back to burn them immediately. After the commotion, Leon and Rosewise were finally led to the guest room. But as they entered, they both stood frozen. The room before them was excessively luxurious. A bathtub filled with rose petals, and on the floor, petals were arranged into a heart shape. No matter how you looked at it, it was just like a room for lovers. They stood there, dumbfounded as if struck by lightning. Rosewise couldn't believe her eyes, immediately asking her sister what kind of room this was. Issa just winked playfully, laughing and saying this was a special room she had prepared especially for the 2 of them for the coming days. Rosewise blushed and asked if there were any other rooms, but Issa immediately teased back that they were already husband and wife, so why be shy? Leon, standing to the side, silently lamented that he had been too careless. Rosewise's sister was truly not simple at all. He quickly saw through the intention behind all this. She was clearly trying to lock these 2 rare specimens in one place to spark their romance. And by the way, wait for the day they produce more descendants for the Dragon Clan. Thinking of this, Leon immediately wanted to sneak away. He made up an excuse that the children must be missing him, so he wanted to visit them. But Issa had foreseen everything. She casually said the 2 children were currently in another private room and playing very happily, so there was absolutely no need to worry. Having said that, Issa happily left, leaving private space for the 2 of them. As soon as the door closed, Leon and Rosewise could only sigh helplessly. Finally, Rosewise had to accept that they could only sleep in this room tonight. Leon took the opportunity to tease her that he hadn't expected her sister to be so cunning. Rosewise just casually, replied that her sister had always been that kind of person. You'd understand after staying long enough. But just as she opened the closet, seeing the items inside, Rose Wise immediately blushed and slammed the closet door shut. That unusual reaction made Leon even more bewildered and curious. Rose Wise, after hearing her sister, immediately changed the subject, trying to act calm and analyzing that this room only had one bed and one bathroom. The implication was clear. So she casually declared that Leon would sleep in the bathtub. Hearing that, Leon immediately protested vehemently, asking on what grounds he was forced to sleep there. But upon checking, he realized Isa had already blocked all his escape routes. The drain in the tub had been locked. Clearly, Rose Wise's sister was determined to force them to share a bed. Leon tried pressing his hand onto the bed, then immediately discovered something strange. It felt this bed was completely different from a normal bed. After testing a few more times, he immediately realized it was a waterbed. The elastic feeling made Leon excited like a child. He even laughed aloud because it was so interesting. Seeing the bed was so comfortable, he immediately declared he would not give it up to Rose Wise to enjoy alone. Hearing that, Rose Wise blushed. Stammering, she finally reluctantly accepted sharing it. But Leon, getting encouraged, immediately pressed further, even intentionally, teasing her that changing her mind so quickly. Did she have any ulterior motives? With him, Rose Wise immediately flew into a rage, angrily asking if he was going to sleep or not. She even grabbed the love whip to threaten him, asking if he wanted to take the things in the closet out and try them tonight. Just that one sentence was enough to make Leon tuck his tail and go quiet immediately. Seeing him settle down, Rose Wise gave a cold huff and announced she would take a bath first, warning him absolutely not to peek. This line hit Leon's conscience, making him feel guilty immediately, although he still acted tough, claiming no one would care to peek. Rose Wise completely didn't believe him. She pushed him out, making him wait outside until she finished bathing before he could return. Leon, exiled to the hallway, could only mutter that he hadn't never seen it before. He was already bored of seeing it. But just as he stepped out, he ran into Isa. Seeing Leon alone in the hallway, Isa immediately asked where Rose Wise was. Leon honestly replied that she was bathing, and he had come out for some fresh air. Isa looked at her brother-in-law and unexpectedly offered to have a drink with him. Leon didn't refuse. While pouring the wine, Isa mentioned this was the type of wine Rose Wise loved to drink. Leon took the glass, thanked her, and listened quietly, aided by the alcohol. Isa began to tell more stories. She said she had been with Rose Wise from the moment her sister was born until she was 55. After Rose Wise inherited the throne of the Silver Dragon Queen and left, the two sisters only kept in touch via letters. More than a year ago, Rose Wise suddenly sent news that she had married a reclusive Dragon King and was even pregnant with the other's child. But the thing that made Isa heartbroken was that despite being married, in every line of Rose Wise's letters, there was no feeling of joy, only anxiety and unease. She remembered clearly that back then, Rose Wise wrote that Leon's health was poor, often falling into long sleeps, so he couldn't be by her side. Even with servants taking care of her, a twin pregnancy was inherently much more difficult. Hearing this, Leon fell into deep thought. He involuntarily thought of the time Rose Wise went through the difficult pregnancy alone, without anyone by her side, only able to confide through letters to her sister. Just imagining it was enough to make his heart heavy. Isa continued, saying that at the time, she thought her sister had married an irresponsible dragon. Lazy and useless. Hearing this, Leon could only smile awkwardly in shame. Isa immediately corrected herself, saying that after meeting him, she realized Leon was not that type of person at all. Furthermore, observing the two together tonight made her believe one thing. The little Rose really likes you. That statement was like a bolt of lightning out of the blue striking Leon's head. He almost dropped the glass in his hand. In his head, only one thought repeated. Rosewise likes me. Thinking of the rare moments, Rosewise was gentle with him. Leon's face involuntarily heated up. But the next second, the image of the cold, angry Rosewise appeared in his mind, causing him to extinguish that thought himself. No matter what, he still didn't believe that fierce dragon could like him. Seeing that reaction, Isa couldn't help but laugh and tease him, asking if he was shy. Leon didn't answer, just sighed. In his heart, he still told himself that in front of Rosewise's sister, it was best to continue playing the role of a loving couple. So he smiled awkwardly and said Isa was right. The two of them were indeed a great match. Isa, hearing that, happily patted Leon's shoulder. She said you only need to see how they are together to know. After that, her tone became more serious. But the little Rose is inherently very bad at expressing emotions. Besides Isa, Leon is the first person who has made Rosewise have such a special attitude. Isa's gaze became much sharper then. She emphasized that Leon was a man, a person with responsibility, so he must know what he needs to do in the future. Being stared at like that made chills run down Leon's spine. He thought to himself, if he dared to answer wrong now, he feared he would be dealt with right on the spot. Finally, he solemnly placed his hand on his chest and promised that for the first pregnancy, he couldn't be there to take care of Rosewise. But if there was a second time, he would definitely do whatever it took to protect his wife and children. That promise made Isa smile with satisfaction. She told him if he said it, he must be able to do it. Then, Isa gently pushed Leon toward the room, telling him not to show off here anymore, and to go back quickly before Rosewise waited too long. But just before he left, Isa suddenly called out after him. Leon turned back, confused, and asked if there was anything else. Isa then wore a meaningful smile, leaned close, and whispered a sentence that made Leon freeze on the spot. You don't have to be too stiff tonight, because that room has very good soundproofing. Hearing Rosewise's sister emphasize the 4 words, very good soundproofing, Leon froze for a few seconds. As the meaning behind her words sank in, his face turned beet red. He could only shout in frustration, muttering that she had certainly expressed enough gratitude. Returning to the room, Leon crept in and saw Rosewise lying motionless on the bed, thinking she must have fallen asleep. The corners of his mouth curled into a smug smile. At least, tonight he wouldn't have to endure being tormented by her to the point of exhaustion. But looking at Rosewise's sleeping face, even Leon had to admit that despite them being adversaries, her quiet appearance was truly beautiful. Right then, he noticed Rosewise's chest glowing with a faint light, making him instantly tense up. Leon panicked, wondering if the dragon mark had been triggered again. But very quickly, he realized there was no resonating reaction from his own body. Feeling curious, he slowly pulled back the blanket to check, only to find it was just a small, glowing toy light inside. At that exact moment, Rosewise opened her eyes, catching Leon in a highly suspicious position. Leon jumped in fright and shouted, blaming her for hiding a light under the blanket and scaring him half to death. Rosewise was extremely smug, holding up the light and laughing. She said she had just found this toy on the shelf, thought it was interesting, and decided to use it to tease him. Seeing Leon's reaction, she teased him further, asking if he was perhaps feeling a bit disappointed. Struck by her words, Leon turned away, blushing. He denied it stubbornly and immediately rolled himself in the blanket, like a silkworm, declaring he was going to sleep and didn't want to talk anymore. Seeing his reaction, Rosewise burst into laughter, not forgetting to add one last jab, telling him not to regret it in the middle of the night and try to sneak into her bed. But just then, Rosewise accidentally bumped into the bed frame, and a spider unexpectedly dropped down on a web right in front of her. In an instant, her face turned pale. She let out a sharp scream, causing Leon to jump up immediately. Before he even understood what happened, he felt Rosewise rush into his arms, clinging tightly to him. She looked up, her voice trembling as she whispered, "Spider." Seeing this, Leon suddenly remembered seeing a photo earlier that day of a young Rosewise crying because of a spider. It seemed that incident had left a deep psychological scar. He chuckled, saying he never imagined the Silver Dragon Queen would have something she feared. He then stepped forward, offering to handle it for her. Rosewise was so panicked she only urged him to hurry up. Leon reached out to grab the spider, but as soon as he touched it, he realized something wasn't right. He held it out in front of Rosewise and said it was just a toy spider, nothing to be afraid of. But Rosewise kept her eyes squeezed shut, refusing to look. The next second, her fury erupted violently. Whether real or fake, she had to destroy it. Seeing that terrifying expression, Leon instantly softened his tone to reassure her, then quickly tossed the spider outside. After dealing with it, he turned back and asked if she could sleep peacefully now. Deep down, Leon suspected that the spider was 80% likely planted by Issa to intentionally make Rosewise show a moment of weakness. Wire's face turned bright red at that moment. Because she had just revealed such an uncomposed side of herself, she stammered, suggesting that she should sleep on the inside, and asked if Leon could sleep on the outside instead. Leon readily agreed with ease. He told her she could lie wherever she wanted. As they both lay down, the room immediately fell into silence. A moment later, Leon suddenly spoke up. "If you are still afraid, would you like to hold my hand while we sleep?" Wire froze. She was so embarrassed that she only dared to reach out, lightly touching his little finger. Leon laughed upon seeing that. He asked how she could feel safe holding it like that. Wire blushed and asked back, "Then how should I hold it?" Without hesitation, Leon directly interlaced his fingers tightly with hers. Then he said softly that this was the right way to hold hands. The moment their eyes met, Wire was stunned. Her mind was in complete chaos. She couldn't understand why this guy could hold her hand so naturally. Like that, was she the only one who found this strange? But she quickly reassured herself. It's just interlacing fingers. Why should she be embarrassed? Just then, Leon suddenly realized that Wire's hand was unusually cold, so he asked. She immediately brushed it off, saying she had always been like that. But Leon continued to expose her. He asked, "If you aren't nervous, then why is your palm sweating, Wire?" She immediately retorted that it was clearly his hand that was sweating. Although she was tough on the outside, she still secretly glanced at the hand holding hers. Leon's hand had many small scars and calluses, toughened by years of wielding a sword. A bit rough, but very warm. The feeling of their fingers interlaced made her heart race as if an electric current was running through her body. She slightly moved her fingers and quickly turned away. To break this strange atmosphere, Leon suddenly brought up the standards for a life partner that she had mentioned before. Wire immediately interrupted him, saying that was over 100 years ago. Don't take it seriously. Leon still wouldn't let it go. He asked what her current standards were, and Wire replied coldly that she didn't have any standards at all now. After that, the room fell silent again. Two people lying next to each other, but neither could sleep. Leon was screaming internally because he was too tense. Unable to hold back, he secretly turned to look at Wire, thinking to himself that she must have fallen asleep. His hands started to go numb, because he had kept the same position for too long, so he just intended to move slightly to ease the discomfort. But on the other side, Wire was still awake. She clearly felt every small movement Leon made, internally screaming non-stop. This guy is already holding my hand, so why? Why does he keep fidgeting and moving around? The more she thought, the more annoyed she became. She looked at Leon with eyes full of dissatisfaction. A prisoner, daring to act so brazenly with his master. Finally, Wire bit her lip and made a bold decision. Fine. If you dare to touch me first, then I will touch you back. Being touched all over by Wire repeatedly, Leon suddenly stiffened, his heart filled with confusion, because he couldn't understand what she was doing. Until his hand accidentally brushed against her thigh. His mind went completely blank. The soft sensation of skin against skin made Leon's heart race. Their bodies began to heat up. The distance between them grew smaller and smaller. The atmosphere became strangely charged, to the point that both Leon and Rose Wise could clearly feel an intense emotion surging within. The two looked at each other, blushing, seeming to understand what the other was thinking. In that very moment, it was as if they had both silently made a decision. The blanket was tossed aside. Leon leaned in, pressing himself against Rosewise. Their faces were so close. There was barely any space left between them. Rosewise whispered his name, and Leon softly replied. A thought flashed through his mind at that moment. Clearly, such intense feelings had emerged between them, yet the dragon crest showed no reaction. This could only prove that these feelings came entirely from their own hearts. Their lips were almost touching, but at that very moment, Leon's hand accidentally triggered a mechanism on the bed. Immediately, a spider suddenly fell down. Rosewise screamed, and Leon was instantly brought back to reality. He hurriedly reassured her not to be afraid. He would take care of it right away. Outside, Issa still held a glass of red wine, smiling smugly. Clearly, she was very satisfied with the surprise she had prepared. Back in the room, Leon held Rosewise in his arms, softly coaxing her, saying everything was fine now. He carefully checked everywhere and confirmed there were no more mechanisms. The two just held each other tightly, not letting go. Rosewise looked up, whispering that she noticed Leon's heart was beating very fast. He awkwardly made up an excuse that he was also afraid of spiders. Rosewise gripped his shirt tightly, softly saying she wouldn't do something like that again in the future. Leon took the opportunity to hold her tighter. She also reminded him that tonight's incident must never be brought up again, and Leon could only nod in agreement. The next morning, the sunlight streaming through the window woke Rosewise. Just as she woke up, she was dazed, not remembering when she had fallen asleep. She noticed Leon was no longer by her side. She breathed a sigh of relief, but her heart was still in turmoil. Thinking about last night, she felt even more embarrassed, because, for the first time, she had revealed her vulnerable side to someone else, even sleeping in his arms. Leon, having finished changing, walked outside. Rosewise immediately met Isa, who was waiting with a knowing smile. As soon as she saw her sister, Isa teased her, asking how last night went. Was it stimulating enough? Rosewise immediately blushed with annoyance, replying that it was too stimulating and demanded that her sister stop playing such tricks. But Isa didn't stop there. She even leaned in to whisper, asking if the toys she had prepared for them had been used yet. Rosewise was so embarrassed she could only say no. Upon hearing this, Isa looked disappointed, even offering to prepare more things for them to take home, and casually mentioning they should have more children, causing Rosewise to quickly cut her off and pull her to breakfast. At the dining table, the atmosphere between Leon and Rosewise became strangely awkward. Both tried to act normal, but in their heads, they couldn't stop thinking about what happened last night. Leon stole glances at Rosewise while eating. His heart was in a tangled mess. He remembered the moment he almost kissed her, and holding her in his sleep all night. In his mind, there were two streams of thought, fighting intensely. One side scolded him for softening toward the enemy. The other side argued that they were husband and wife after all. Taking a step further wouldn't be strange. Just as Leon reached out for more peanut butter, his hand accidentally touched Rosewise's hand. Both immediately froze and looked at each other. And at that exact moment, Isa happily began revealing the secret of the waterbed. She smugly explained that it was a special bed designed to make hearts beat faster. Both sides of the bed had activation buttons. Just accidentally touching them was enough, and the toys would appear immediately. Isa also emphasized that if they were just simply hugging on the bed, the mechanism wouldn't be activated. Hearing this, Rosewise couldn't take it anymore, angry to the point of shouting that it was all completely unnecessary trouble. The two immediately blushed deeply, quickly turning their heads to the sides, as if nothing had happened. Leon cleared his throat, telling her to go ahead first, and Rosewise just replied vaguely. Seeing their awkward reactions, Isa took the chance to tease them, asking if the dining hall was very hot today. Why were both of their faces so red? Hearing this, both Leon and Rosewise pretended to fan themselves a bit. Rosewise forced a smile, saying it must be hot indeed. Leon also stammered, agreeing with her. Isa just smiled lightly, even intentionally leaning in to ask softly, did they want to go back to the bathroom? Both immediately refused in unison, making Isa laugh even more delightedly. Clearly, the reactions of this couple were always interesting, just like the first time. But after the teasing, Isa quickly switched to a serious topic. She mentioned hearing that a few days ago, Rosewise had a conflict with a duke from the Qianlong tribe. Rosewise immediately recounted that his son brought people to provoke Noah, but was counterattacked. Afterward, his father came to cause more trouble, and was eventually taught a lesson by Leon. Leon laughed nonchalantly when he heard that, mocking that duke for being so weak that he fell with just one move. Isa patted Noah's head, praising her for being clever, but immediately after, her expression turned serious. She said that the duke, after returning, went to complain to the leader, Constantine, and intentionally twisted the whole story. Hearing that name, Rose Wise immediately clenched her hands in anger. Leon remembered. In the history of the dragon race, he was seen as a pioneering hero. Issa continued to warn that recently, Constantine had been extremely active in expanding his territory. It was very likely he would use this to find an excuse to take action. Everyone must be careful. Wire's eyes instantly turned cold. She said if actually dared to touch a silver dragon princess like her, because of some useless duke, then she would definitely show no mercy to the Red Flame Dragon clan. When partying at the gates of the Red Dragon Sanctuary, Issa hugged her sister and gave her careful instructions for the journey home. Wire smiled and promised that the whole family would visit again next time. Before they left, Issa winked and handed Wire a secret gift, telling her not to open it until she got home. Though puzzled, Wire accepted it and thanked her. After that, Issa leaned down to hug Moon and Noah, gently telling the two little ones to eat well and grow up fast, so they could come to play again. Finally, she walked over to shake Leon's hand. Her eyes filled with implications as she reminded him not to forget his promise. Leon responded seriously, saying that he always keeps his word, but only. Wire stood by, looking blank, not understanding what the two were talking about at all. Immediately after, Wire transformed into a white dragon to fly the family home. Issa stood below, waving goodbye, still feeling in her heart that those two dragon cubs were truly too adorable. But as soon as she turned back into the house, a spider suddenly dropped a web in front of her face, causing Issa to jump and turn pale. She immediately understood, laughing because she knew Leon had left a return gift. On the other side, Leon sneezed, rubbing his nose while thinking that Wire's sister must have already discovered the surprise he had prepared. Thinking about Wire and Issa, Leon felt contemplative. Compared to the dragon kings he had dealt with before, the two sisters were completely different. The longer he stayed, the more he realized they were very gentle, valued their family, and held deep affection for their loved ones. Thinking about the fact that Issa trusted him with her most precious sister, Leon felt a heavy heart. Just then, Wire suddenly spoke up, her sharp eyes asking what he had promised her sister earlier. Leon laughed, purposely teasing her to guess if she wanted to know. But he wouldn't tell her. That answer clearly made Wire unhappy. Night fell. After Moon and Noah were fast asleep, Wire stepped out of the room to find Leon already waiting. He immediately called her over to start his revenge by reenacting her singing voice from years ago. Leon intentionally mimicked Wire's childish voice, humming the song about wanting to bathe until clean, swaying and making extremely dramatic gestures. Seeing this, Wire became furious. Her dark memory being brought up right in front of her made her want to deal with him immediately. Leon clutched his stomach, laughing until it hurt, not forgetting to compliment her voice, saying it was as sweet as a nightingale. Wire gritted her teeth in anger, wanting to destroy all evidence. In a flashback, Issa had once dragged Leon to eavesdrop outside the bathroom door, where young Wire, completely oblivious, was happily singing away while bathing. That very recording became a family heirloom that Issa firmly insisted on keeping. Returning to the present, the more Wire thought about it, the angrier she got. And Issa, back then, had held on to that treasure for dear life, resolutely refusing to let her destroy it. In the end, the item was carefully sealed, with a clear warning label written on it. Please do not open. Leon was still laughing so hard he almost choked, completely unaware that Wire's face had darkened. Hearing him drop a smug, mocking remark, her gaze instantly turned cold. Wire pinned him against the wall, her voice dropping low as she asked, dangerously, "It seems you are quite free, aren't you?" She clenched her fist, wearing a terrifying smile that signaled a storm was coming, then leaned close to his face, whispering that perhaps they should continue what they left unfinished. Last night, in a split second, Leon broke into a cold sweat. He realized at once that this dragon princess was truly angry, and running away was the most sensible choice. So, Leon immediately turned to bolt, but Wire behind him was so angry she shouted for him to stop. He lunged into the room and slammed the door shut. But he was still one step too slow. Wire had blocked the door, poking her head in with a sharp, icy gaze, commanding, "You have 1 minute to get washed up and come to my room voluntarily." She leaned closer, her tone both calm and capable of making one's skin crawl, saying that tonight, Teacher Rose would properly discipline him, so he could understand the price of daring to use her dark history to threaten her. Having said that, she slammed the door and left, leaving Leon standing there dazed. He could only slap his own mouth, thinking, the mouth brings trouble. Truly nothing could be more accurate. But after calming down, he realized that such a strong reaction from Wire only proved one thing. The tactic of using her dark history to attack her was extremely effective. Thinking of that, Leon let out a sly smirk, like a hero deluding himself that even if the price was his body being worked to exhaustion as a dragon slayer, this sacrifice was completely worth it. He was tough in words, but deep down, Leon just wanted to cry. His body was finished. Hearing the water from Wire's bathroom start to run, Leon took a deep breath and silently resolved himself. As long as he could make that silver dragon queen lose her composure, he would absolutely not back down. On the other side, Wire was completely unaware of Leon's thoughts, still nonchalantly enjoying herself and softly humming. In her room, Leon gritted his teeth, declaring war, telling her to just wait. 10 minutes later, Leon finally walked into the room, with Wire looking on guard. As soon as he saw her, he spoke softly, pleading for peace, hoping she wouldn't be so fierce. But Wire's eyes remained terrifyingly sharp. She coldly corrected him, saying he must call her Teacher Rose. Leon, still being cheeky, blurted out that she was really good at role-playing. Immediately, Wire swung her whip. A lash sound echoed, making Leon jump. Although it didn't hurt too much, the feeling of being suppressed made him extremely uncomfortable. Wire gave a cold smile, saying he had addressed her wrongly again. It seemed he still didn't understand his current situation. This student Leon really needed to be A thought flashed through Leon's mind. He immediately realized her true purpose. Wire wanted to use this roleplay scenario to dominate and intimidate him. She was the strict teacher, and he was the disobedient problem student. If he wanted to end this torture quickly, the only way was to play along with her to the end. Wire then cut off his train of thought, asking him directly if he knew where he went wrong. Leon blushed and immediately switched to an obedient attitude, mumbling an apology to the teacher and promising to study hard from now on, behave, and never repeat his mistakes. Hearing that, Wire took off her glasses, softening her voice, saying that was passable. But immediately after, she asked, "Have you prepared to submit your homework?" Leon looked dazed, having no idea what the homework was. Wire instantly turned cold. "You don't even know what the homework is. Yet you dare say you'll try to study hard. Leon hurriedly asked her to explain again, so he could hear it clearly. Wire curled her lips, saying that because she was a very reasonable person, she would tell him again. Finished, she sat directly on Leon, her gaze filled with unpredictable intent. She announced that the homework today was to make her dragon scales glow. Having said that, she pushed him onto the bed, coldly warning him, "If you don't complete it, the punishment will be even heavier." Leon immediately retorted, asking who said he couldn't do it. Saying that, he wrapped his arms around her waist. In his mind, Leon was extremely confident, because, after all those nights together, no one understood this dragon princess's weaknesses better than him. Just a few small movements were enough to make Wire blush, her voice also starting to lose its calm. She tried to maintain her persona as a strict teacher, but the sound that came out was clearly softened, asking, "It seems student Leon learns lessons very quickly, doesn't he?" Leon leaned closer, giving her no chance to resist. Behind them, Wire opened the gift box Issa had given her at their parting, and discovered it was a swimsuit. She was momentarily stunned and thought to herself, "Next time, I must take the kids to the beach." Back to the present. Leon hugged Wire, his face bright red, but still tried to ask if he had completed the homework. Wire just smiled dangerously. She said what just happened was only reviewing old lessons, and the real homework had yet to be submitted. Her hand slowly slid down, leaving Leon helpless. But in his heart, only one thought remained. As expected, this dragon princess would absolutely not let him off easily. The great dragon slayer Leon was once again defeated by the Silver Dragon Queen. Leon clearly felt the mark on him heating up, his throat dry, his body increasingly out of control. Wire wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him closer. The distance between the two nearly vanished completely. Finally, they exchanged a sweet kiss. Wire's voice was now completely soft, no longer holding any authority. She gently chided, "Student, Leon is really not behaving at all." Leon responded by kissing her nape, asking in a low voice, "Isn't this exactly what you wanted?" But Wire could only acknowledge it, then urged him to hurry up a bit. Their hands intertwined tightly. The final distance completely disappeared. After a long time, Leon finally let out a tired sigh, rejoicing in his heart, thinking that everything must be over now. He put on his robe, trying to maintain a serious look, and asked Teacher Rose that since the homework was submitted, could he be dismissed from class now? But Wire just smiled, pulling his hand back, and softly said that he had only completed one subject. There were still 6 more waiting there. Hearing Wire say there were still 6 more subjects, Leon was immediately stunned. Before he could understand what was happening, a scream of pure despair rang out. His head spun, only able to cry out that she was truly a tyrant. Contrary to Leon's misery, Wire was now visibly happy. She interrupted him, not letting him whine further, coldly, urging student Leon to regain his spirit, to prepare for a night of doing homework all night long. And so, a long, difficult night officially began for Leon. The next morning, Wire appeared refreshed, her face clearly radiant, while Leon beside her was the exact opposite, dark circles under his eyes, looking sluggish, his steps unsteady as if he were about to collapse. Just seeing his father, Moon burst out teasingly, asking why his dark circles were so black today. Noah was more serious. The little girl looked at him with confusion. then asked why he looked like he had stayed up all night. Leon could only point to his dark eyes, helplessly explaining that last night he had to do homework until very late. Hearing that, Moon innocently asked, "Do adults have homework too, Wire?" By his side, immediately answered blankly, as if it were an obvious fact. Children have children's homework. So adults naturally have adults' homework. The two little girls were still confused when suddenly Moon raised her hand as if she had discovered a great truth. She declared seriously, "Daddy, I just realized a super powerful rule. Every time Mommy is in a very good mood, Daddy looks extremely drained. But when Daddy is in a good state, Mommy becomes weak. Is that true?" Hearing his daughter's analysis, Leon immediately patted her head with pride, praising his daughter for being too smart. Moon, hearing her father's praise, beamed with happiness, while Leon couldn't help but sigh in his heart. My daughter actually saw through the truth so easily, something even normal people wouldn't notice. Thinking this, he stood up with vigor, swearing in his heart that from now on, if anyone dared to say his daughter only knew how to act spoiled, you must be the first one to face death with that guy. Noah, as usual, just silently observed everything without saying a word. Right at this moment, the former dragon Livia then also came to pick Noah up for school. Noah softly announced that it was time to go. Then, she turned to say goodbye to everyone. The little girl politely greeted Mother and Men first. Rosewise gently told her to be careful on the way. Men hurriedly waved her hands to say goodbye, not forgetting to tell her sister to come back and play with her soon, because when her sister is not at home, the little girl misses her very much. Leon also spoke up, telling Noah to study hard, and they would meet again next week. Noah was a bit shy, gave a soft reply, and greeted everyone before leaving. After seeing Noah off, Leon turned to ask, "Men, what do you want to do today?" Men rested her chin on her hands, thinking very seriously. In the little girl's eyes, Father was always in a weak and tired state, while Mother always seemed worried. Therefore, she immediately made a firm decision. While her sister is not here, she must help Father train to become stronger. Seeing the determined look on his daughter's face, Leon had no idea what she was planning. But right after that, Men happily grabbed his hand and ran straight ahead, suggesting they both go to the training ground to jog today. Leon could only indulge her and happily agreed. Rosewise, standing behind, thought to herself that the child looked very interested, so she decided to follow them to see. At the training ground, Leon began to instruct Men on how to warm up. He demonstrated while counting the rhythm steadily. After following along for a while, Men started to pant. She couldn't help but ask, "Why do we have to do these movements first?" Leon patiently explained that warming up before exercising is very important. Stretching exercises will help the body become more flexible, increase endurance, and reduce the risk of injury when moving. Hearing that, Men immediately understood and obediently replied, "I understand now." Right at that moment, Rosewise also appeared with gloves already on. Looking fully prepared, she declared that Mother would join in today. Hearing that, Men's eyes immediately lit up, excitedly asking, "Will Mother run with us too?" Rosewise rubbed her head and laughed. "That's right, but later, Men. You must try your best, because Mother won't go easy on you." This sentence made Men even more eager. The little girl immediately declared that she wouldn't lose to Mother either. At this moment, Leon suddenly threw out a teasing remark at Rosewise. saying that she sits in the office all day, so she should be careful not to affect her legs. Rosewise heard this and just laughed confidently, replying, "Don't think that last time. In the sparring match, you won against me." Leon immediately countered, stating clearly that the match was a draw. And besides, he hadn't even used his full strength yet. Rosewise spread her arms, wearing a provocative smile, and said if he wasn't convinced, they could have another match. Men, standing in the middle, was extremely excited, constantly cheering for father and mother to continue the fight. Leon immediately ran over to cover his daughter's mouth, reminding her that children shouldn't talk about fighting all day. But men innocently asked a critical question. Why can't father beat mother? This question made Leon freeze on the spot. In his heart, he could only scream. My daughter is still so young, yet she already knows how to add fuel to the fire. Thinking this, he immediately stood up, loudly defending himself, saying it wasn't that he couldn't beat her, but because he was afraid of hurting mother, so he yielded. Hearing that, Rosewise's tail slammed hard against the ground. She crossed her arms, with a challenging look, and said he was truly still stubborn. If so, why don't we compete to see who has more endurance right now? Hearing this, the competitive spirit in Leon immediately flared up. He accepted without hesitation, asserting that who wins in terms of endurance is not yet certain. The three of them immediately got into position. Men also shouted that she would absolutely not lose. Anna stepped up to be the referee, loudly calling the start signal. As soon as the words were spoken, the three of them shot off like arrows, dust filling the entire yard. While running, Leon didn't forget to turn and tease Rosewise, asking if her tail gets in the way when she runs. Rosewise laughed and retorted that the tail is for balance, and that he should be admiring it instead. She also took the chance to provoke him, saying, on the contrary, if you're so good, you should grow a tail and run too. Leon immediately shut his mouth, saying he didn't need a tail. He would still beat her, as usual. While the two of them were arguing nonstop, men had quietly pulled ahead by quite a distance. But after 2 laps, the little girl was finally exhausted. Men gasped and sat down on the ground, tired, complaining that she couldn't run anymore. Anna immediately brought a glass of water, gently, smiling and praising the young lady for doing a great job. But seeing Rosewise and Leon still refusing to yield to each other, Anna spoke up, inviting everyone to stand aside, cheering for Her Majesty and the prince. While running, Leon kept calculating in his head. The Silver Dragon tribe is famous for its speed. If he just compared pure speed with Rose, he wouldn't have any advantage. But Leon had never been one to give up ice. He had survived so many life and death battlefields. Could he really fall here? Glancing at his opponent beside him, he tightened his resolve. Having staked the honor of a dragon slayer, he absolutely could not lose. Thinking this, Leon suddenly accelerated, shouting with full force like a madman as he dashed. To him, the belief of a dragon slayer is very simple. As long as you are alive, you fight, and only stop when you are dead. However, after 20 minutes of pushing to the limit, Leon finally ran out of energy, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Rosewise stood beside him, looking down, and asked a provocative question. Are you convinced yet, but a man's pride did not allow Leon to bow his head, so is he panted, but still stubbornly replied that he wasn't convinced. Hearing this, Rosewise didn't show any signs of fatigue at all, and calmly replied, not convinced yet, then get up and keep running. Leon gasped for air, reluctantly asking for more time. Just give me 2 days to train. I will definitely defeat you. Rosewise sat down in front of him, her eyes full of amusement. Only 2 days. I think even 2 years wouldn't be enough for you to beat me. This remark immediately wounded the pride of Leon, making him jump up and shout. Who says I can't win? Rosewise lightly used her small tail to touch his cheek and lazily teased him. So, the amateur gentleman who was soundly defeated by me. Show me what you've got now. She continued to speak as if she wasn't bothered at all by Leon's helpless expression, saying she prefers a body that is always clean and fragrant. Leon was so angry his face turned red, and he stood up and shouted that if she kept holding a grudge like that, he would definitely make her pay. But Rosewise just calmly replied in a mocking tone. I'm so scared. Immediately after, she reached out to Moon, softening her voice. Dad is too weak now. Let Mommy continue training with you, okay? Moon happily ran over to Rosewise and obediently replied. Before leaving, the little girl turned back to look at Leon and innocently reminded him that Dad must practice diligently, because Dad's body is too weak. That innocent remark was like a bolt of lightning striking Leon directly on the head. He was so angry he yelled, "Don't look down on an old man." He uses a classic idiom regarding life's ups and downs to express his frustration. After that, the family gathered around a table full of delicious food. Moon scooped a spoonful of soup and adorably fed it to Leon, telling Dad to open his mouth. Leon obeyed immediately. But right after swallowing the spoonful of soup, he kept the spoon in his mouth and slumped onto the table as if he had lost his soul. Moon frantically called out to her father. Rosewise, standing nearby, calmly remarked that if his hands and feet are already old and weary, he shouldn't overdo it in the future. Leon slowly took the spoon out, his eyes blank like a soulless person. In his mind, he only thought about what happened last night. Surely everything was related to the training. If he hadn't been pushed to the limit until late last night, he would have definitely defeated Rosewise today. Hearing this, Rosewise immediately seized the chance to tease him. If that's what you say, do you want to continue the training tonight? As soon as the words left her lips, Leon, who looked like a zombie, jumped up instantly. What did you say? At that moment, Little Moon unintentionally became a human shield. Leon hurriedly made an excuse that he already had plans with Moon tonight to tell her stories. But Moon innocently blinked and asked back, Dad, when did we make plans? Leon kept a straight face and replied immediately, we hadn't before. But now we do. Hearing this, Rosewise didn't tease him further. Just told the father and daughter not to stay up too late and to rest early. Moon happily replied to Mother. On the way back to her room, Rosewise suddenly realized someone was secretly following her. She stopped and coldly said, Come out. Immediately after, SLAYED appeared and bowed in salute. Rosewise asked directly, Is there any new information? SLAYED seriously reported that she had found where Tiger Lauren and his wife used to hide. But unfortunately, the two had left a year ago. They are no longer in the Empire either. Not only that, before leaving, all the assets in their house had been donated to the orphanage. Even the livestock were all given away to the neighbors. Speaking of this, SLAYED hesitated as if there was something hard to say. Rosewise glanced at her and asked briefly, Except for what? The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. SLAYED slowly replied, Except for a donkey. Then she carefully described the appearance of that donkey. According to neighbors, Tiger and his wife cherished it extremely. When they left, they specially took it with them. Hearing this, Rosewise seemed to suddenly think of something. Could that be the donkey Leon mentioned? After a few seconds of thought, she coldly ordered to continue investigating Tiger's whereabouts. If there is new news, report it immediately. Slee immediately obeyed and retreated. Left alone, Rosewise stood silently looking out the window, her mind full of suspicion. Why on earth did Leon's master leave the Empire? A few days later, a voice suddenly echoed in the castle, making both Rosewise and Leon equally surprised. A family sports festival. Noah nodded in confirmation. Next week, the Academy is hosting a family sports day. Hearing this, Rosewise also remembered the time she studied at Santy's Academy. At that time, she participated in the sports festival, but there was never a requirement for parents to join. Noah explained that this is the first time the Academy is testing this format. Moon, standing nearby, was visibly excited and curiously asked her mother, "What place did you get that year?" Rosewise calmly replied, "Of course, first place." Moon's eyes immediately lit up, praising her mother for being so talented. Then the little girl turned to Leon and asked, "What about Dad?" Leon calmly replied that he didn't have a ranking. Moon was surprised and asked, "Why?" Leon confidently explained that every time he participated, he left the second place too far behind. So the Academy suspected him of cheating, and ultimately didn't announce his results. Moon innocently concluded, "So Dad cheated then." Immediately, she was flicked lightly on the forehead by Leon. He immediately explained that, of course, that wasn't the case. Later, the Academy secretly gave him a gold medal. But he melted it down to make a gold bracelet, as a gift for your grandmother. Hearing this, Rosewise looked curious. A person who values honor and victory like Leon would actually melt a medal down. Leon calmly replied, "If one cannot win glory fair and square, then it's not needed." But Rosewise didn't dig deeper into this. She turned to Noah and asked, "Do you intend to participate this time?" Noah nodded seriously. Even though this is just a recreational activity, and results don't count toward academic records. After a month of hesitation, the little girl still spoke her desire. "I want to win first prize." Leon looked at Noah and whispered to himself. The little girl's obsession with the top position was much stronger than ordinary young dragons. Clearly, she completely inherited the competitive spirit from him and Rose. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Rosewise. Coincidentally, Rosewise is also looking at him. A single glance was enough for the two of them to understand each other. They both spoke almost in unison. "Then, Mother and Father will participate together," they said. Leon's eyes lit up immediately as he looked at Rosewise. "Sister, Moon wants to participate too." However, responding to the child's anticipation, Rosewise delivered a rather harsh truth. The competition only allows a maximum of 3 participants. Hearing this, Moon immediately pouted and huffed in disappointment. Seeing the child sad, Leon hurriedly patted her head to comfort her, saying, "Moon can take over Mother's role. As long as we have Moon's support, Father, Mother, and Sister will surely achieve great results." Hearing that, Moon quickly regained her spirit. She excitedly declared that she would definitely cheer with all her might for the whole family. Leon also chimed in, asserting, "As long as our whole family tries our best, the championship at the sports festival will surely be ours." To prepare for the sports festival, taking place next week, the entire family began entering into a mode of serious training. At the training ground, Leon's gaze accidentally met Rosewhite, who was warming up in the distance, looking full of energy, watching her in her sportswear. A familiar thought crossed his mind. Indeed, Rosewise is the type of person who looks beautiful in anything. Just then, Rosewise took the initiative to ask him to spar. The kids aren't up yet. How about we run 2 laps to warm up first? Leon immediately agreed. While running side by side, he casually asked, "What kind of events does the Dragon Academy Sports Festival usually have?" Rosewise explained while running. The year she participated, there were categories like endurance, dragon-style sprinting, high jump, and long jump. Hearing that, Leon smiled brightly, saying it sounded no different from the sports festival at the Dragon Slayer's side. But his dismissive attitude immediately displeased Rosewise. She reminded him not to look down on it. The Dragon Clan Sports Festival is not as simple as he thinks. Leon wouldn't back down either, confidently thumping his chest, asserting that the Dragon Slayers wasn't as simple as she imagined either. The two immediately started bickering back and forth. Rosewise didn't hold back, pointing directly at his humiliation. That someone, only a few days ago, after running a few laps, was lying flat on the ground, unable to get up, hit in his sore spot. Leon was immediately fuming with anger. Running behind her, he shouted, "Isn't that because your Majesty forced me to do exercises all night long?" Rosewise turned her head, her feet still moving nimbly, a mischievous glint flashing in her eyes. She suddenly proposed an attractive offer. "If our family wins first prize in this sports festival, then I will let you rest for a full week." Hearing this, Leon's eyes lit up like stars. He couldn't believe it and asked, "Are you serious?" Rosewise nodded calmly to confirm. In an instant, Leon's fighting spirit ignited like a raging fire. He heroically declared that the championship would definitely belong to their family. Saying that, Leon bolted forward like a shot, startling Rosewise for a moment. Watching his spirited figure, the corners of her mouth curved into a smile. Indeed, this trick is still extremely effective in stimulating his fighting spirit. After finishing the warm-up, Rosewise sat on a chair to rest for a while. Then she stood up, walked over to ask Leon if his bones and muscles were fully awake yet. Leon immediately stood up energetically, clenched his fists, and declared, "Not only are they awake, but right now I feel like I have enough strength to fight even a giant dragon." Rosewise just calmly replied. In her hands, she had already prepared all kinds of training equipment. She explained that this sports festival centers on the family unit, so the categories will certainly be different. Therefore, besides physical strength, we must also train our synergy with each other. Saying that, Rosewise held up a rope and pulled it taut. Seeing the rope, Leon immediately recoiled in shock, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and shouted loudly, "What are you doing with that rope? Is the teacher act not enough? Now you want to play SM too, Your Majesty." Rosewise immediately turned cold, asking point-blank what nonsense he was thinking. Then, she brought up the 3-legged race. Leon then blushed in embarrassment, mumbling that he knew that game, having seen it back when he was at the Dragon Slayer Academy. Rosewise threw the rope to him and announced, starting with the most basic exercise, training coordination with the 3-legged race. Leon nodded in agreement. The two quickly tied their legs together. The moment the distance was pulled close, the atmosphere immediately became strange. Leon felt extremely awkward, constantly thinking in his heart that this distance was truly too close. To break the awkward atmosphere, he hurriedly urged to start quickly and get it over with. Saying that, he lifted his leg to walk, but Rosewise remained standing still. Leon turned his head, puzzled, and asked why she was still standing there. "Let's go." But Rosewise annoyedly replied that he hadn't said where to go yet. Leon irritably pointed toward the lawn over there, saying, "Just head over there. If we fall, it won't hurt." As they stepped onto the lawn, the two started arguing again. Rosewise complained that Leon was pushing her too hard. Leon immediately retorted, "Clearly, you are the one pushing me, Your Majesty." Neither would yield to the other. Leon even warned her not to drag down his pace. Hearing that, Rosewise immediately responded with a sarcastic remark, "Thank you for giving me a good laugh early in the morning." The verbal war ended, and Leon began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Rosewise bolted forward by reflex, completely forgetting that this game required coordination. Leon immediately realized something was wrong. He was being dragged behind. He shouted in a panic, demanding her to stop. The sound of his desperate scream made the nearby birds scatter in terror. Finally, Leon collapsed to the ground, staring at Wire. He helplessly asked if she truly understood what it meant to be in sync. But Wire didn't care at all, and calmly replied that if a grown man like him couldn't keep up with her pace, then what? Leon, hearing this, could only feel helpless. He waved his hand, deciding not to argue anymore. He began to seriously instruct her, saying that when he counts 1, step with the outside foot, and when he counts 2, step with the tied foot. He asked if she understood. Wire replied coldly that she understood. Just then, Leon suddenly wrapped his arm around her waist. Wire instantly flushed red, her body stiffening in surprise. Leon calmly explained that doing so would help shorten the distance and make it easier to coordinate. Hearing this, Wire hurriedly turned her face away to hide her embarrassment, then whispered to continue. Just like that, the two began to train seriously. The steady counting echoed rhythmically, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. The coordination between a man and a dragon gradually became smoother with each step. But that wasn't all. To improve Leon's physical strength, Wire specifically prepared more grueling training exercises. For example, a workout of 500 push-ups every day. While Leon was push-upping until drenched in sweat, Wire casually sat on his back and began to count. Leon, with trembling arms, complained that she certainly knew how to enjoy herself. His arms began to shake violently, as his strength was nearly exhausted. Just as Leon was about to give out, Wire suddenly crawled down to lie right beneath his body. She looked him straight in the eyes and gently said, "Keep going. Otherwise, you'll have to kiss me." Even though his body was exhausted, Leon gritted his teeth and held on. He firmly declared that he absolutely wouldn't. Wire, lying underneath, continued to use those dangerous words to stimulate his spirit, to keep fighting. Finally, even though he felt like his soul had left his body, Leon successfully completed the 500 push-ups for the day. Time passed very quickly. And at last, the family sports day of the Green Academy officially took place. In the stands, the atmosphere was incredibly lively as cheers and shouts resounded everywhere. Principal Wilson stood on the high platform, raising his voice to announce the first family sports day of the Green Academy. is officially underway. In the stands, Moon sat next to Anna, her face full of excitement. The little girl shouted at the top of her lungs, cheering, "Mom, Dad, and Sister, come on." Amidst the vibrant atmosphere of the stadium, a blue-haired girl with a youthful appearance quickly drew everyone's attention. She smiled energetically and said in her familiar voice, "Hello, everyone. Inshallah, your familiar commentator. Today, I will be live with you all to update on the entire progression of the matches." Immediately after, she began to introduce the rules. The first round is the family relay race. Each family will send 3 members to participate, including the student currently attending the academy. The total distance is 3,000 meters, divided into 3 legs, each person running 1,000 meters. The family that finishes in the shortest time will be the winner. The atmosphere on the field heated up more than ever. At the same time, the loudspeaker broadcast notifying the athletes to receive their ID tags, to wear on their chests, and then move to their respective starting positions. Noah quickly handed out the tags to Leon and Rosewise. At the same time, she calmly organized the strategy. The little girl decided to let MD Mother run the first leg, and she herself would take the second position. Rosewise nodded in agreement without hesitation. After that, Noah felt a bit awkward when handing the last red tag to Leon, asking him in a low voice if he was okay running the last leg. Leon happily took the tag, but his mind was distracted by another detail. Did Noah almost call him Ba-Dad just now? Just the thought was enough to make his heart race with joy. The more he thought, the more he wanted to hear her call him that again. But on the outside, Leon still smiled gently, replying that of course, he could. Just then, Rosewise spoke up to remind them the competition was starting soon. She would stay here to prepare for the first leg, while the 2 of them should hurry to their positions. Leon nodded and looked at Noah. The 2 exchanged determined glances. Rosewise looked down at her daughter, her voice full of spirit. "Noah, don't be nervous. MD Mother will definitely be the first to reach and pass the baton to you." Noah nodded firmly. Then, the father and daughter headed toward the competition area. When the loudspeaker announcement sounded, requiring the second leg athletes to gather, Leon sat down, carefully adjusting the tag on Noah's chest, not forgetting to tell the little girl to be careful and safe, and absolutely not to let herself get hurt. Noah obediently replied. Immediately after, Leon held out his hand to the little girl, smiling encouragingly. "Come on, cheer for your Ba-Dad." Noah was a bit shy, but eventually reached out her hand. The father and daughter gently have, as if transmitting extra strength to each other. At the same time, the official announcement rang out. The family relay race begins. The athletes, for the first leg, quickly entered their starting positions. In the stands, Moon immediately stood up and shouted with all her might to cheer for her mother. The signal to prepare rang out. The entire stadium seemed to hold its breath. The very moment the starting signal was given, Wire immediately unleashed her top speed. She darted forward like a gust of wind. Jaula immediately shouted through the commentary screen. "Look over there, contestant number 7, Joke. Wire of the Silver Dragon clan is in the lead, and she has created a clear gap from the competitors trailing behind." But at that very moment, another contestant also began to accelerate and quickly closed in. Wire Shaola immediately shifted to an excited tone. "Someone is closing in from behind. It's contestant number 10, me, from the Lightning Dragon clan." Leon watched the scene with a hint of surprise. He didn't expect anyone to have the ability to catch up to Wire's speed. Standing next to him, the man beside him also spoke with full confidence, saying that it's not only the Silver Dragon clan that is famous for speed. Leon heard this and only cast a side glance at his opponent. Deep down, he immediately recognized the rival from the Lightning Dragon clan. This is a dragon clan famous for their speed. Although their combat strength is not overly strong, they are extremely good at deceiving opponents through feinting movements and attacks. On the battlefield. On the field, Zhao continued to stir up the atmosphere. Contestant number 10 has overtaken contestant number 7. The current gap is about 1 to 2 body lengths. Afterward, she turned to the chairman of the Family Athletics Association, sitting next to her, to ask for an expert opinion. One person from the Silver Dragon clan, one person from the Lightning Dragon clan. Both are famous for their speed. In your opinion, Your Majesty, who will make the first relay pass? The chairman simply lifted his teacup, smiling calmly, and replied that until the final 15 minutes, nothing can be concluded yet. Meanwhile, the brown-haired man standing next to Leon continued to act smug. He confidently believed that even if it were just a recreational competition, it was enough to show the difference between the dragon clans. With his wife in the lead like that, the result was almost too obvious. Leon heard this and didn't bother to argue. He just replied dismissively that his wife was indeed very talented. Hearing that, the other man instantly beamed with joy, nodding repeatedly, insisting his wife was extremely formidable. But right after that, Leon spoke slowly, adding one sentence that made the other man freeze. My wife is better. Back to the racetrack. Wire's gaze at this moment was still incredibly calm. Even though she was overtaken, she did not panic at all. On the contrary, she suddenly exploded with speed again, darting ahead, leaving the opponent behind. The woman from the Lightning Dragon clan widened her eyes. Shocked, she gritted her teeth in frustration, completely unable to understand why Wire still had such power to explode. Wire just flashed a triumphant smile and looked at her opponent. She casually remarked with full confidence, running in front for so long, the air resistance must be quite strong, right? Wire's speed continued to increase. The opponent behind could only helplessly watch the gap grow wider and wider. Xiaola quickly analyzed. Wire had utilized the opponent in front to reduce wind resistance, conserving her stamina, then unleashed all her speed in the final 100 meters. And the result? Wire was the first to reach the second relay station, quickly passing the baton to Noah. The entire stadium erupted in cheers. Xiaola nearly screamed in excitement. Contestant number 7 has successfully completed the first leg. But can contestant number 11, Zin, catch up to contestant number 8, Noah? Immediately after finishing her part, Wire tilted her head and looked toward Leon. She saw him standing in the distance, signaling that she had done very well. Seeing that, Wire raised her hand in response as if to say the rest is left to you too. The commentary continued as the second leg officially began. The contestants in the second leg simultaneously started. An audience member below couldn't hide their amazement, seeing Noah darting forward at an incredible speed. Why is that little girl running so fast, however? Xiaola quickly pointed out, the fiercest competition currently is still between Noah and Zin. At this moment, Zin began to accelerate powerfully, trying to overtake Noah while running. The boy even turned his head to throw out a provocation. Goodbye, short legs. Hearing that, Noah immediately tightened her resolve. No matter what, she could not let the distance be stretched too far. In the stands, Moon's cheers rang out incessantly. Sister, come on. The commentators also began to offer their insights. Xin clearly has the advantage over Noah in both age and physique. The question now is whether Noah will be disadvantaged by that, allowing the gap to widen too much. Deng Kan, still relaxed, sipped his tea and calmly offered his assessment. When the final moment has not yet arrived, nothing can be said for certain on the field. The atmosphere became increasingly heated as Xiao La continuously updated the progress of the two contestants. The young ones were pouring all their might into reaching the final relay point, officially pushing the race into the most tense stage. Noah and Xin were breathing down each other's necks, neither willing to yield even a single step. Finally, Xin was the first to pass the baton. The whole stadium held its breath. So, who will be the first to cross the finish line in the final leg? But only a beat behind, Noah had also completed the baton pass to Leon. The two men immediately accelerated, dashing forward, followed by the roaring commentary throughout the stadium. Zhao La shouted loudly. That contestant, number 13, had gained a slight advantage by receiving the baton first. But contestant number 9, Leon, had also begun to pursue closely. After finishing her part, Noah lowered her head and quietly turned toward Wire, her voice full of guilt. I'm sorry for not keeping the advantage that Mother created. But Wire gently patted the little girl's head, soothing her tenderly. Noah did very well. The opponent is older, so being physically superior is normal. After saying that, she smiled, suggesting they both head to the finish line to cheer for Father Leon. In the stands, Moon was also screaming her lungs out, cheering, Go Dad, you're the best on the track. Xin's father, he turned around arrogantly, hurling a provocation at Leon. He told him to open his eyes wide and watch carefully, because in a moment, he would leave him at least 5 seconds behind. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately accelerated to widen the gap. Leon gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fire. In his mind, there was only one thought. Don't you dare underestimate my obsession with that precious vacation, you fool. Xiaola's voice rang out, matching the rhythm of the race. The competition has entered its most intense stage. Contestant number 13 and contestant number 9 are continuing to accelerate. Which family will take home the championship? But in the commentary box, Deng Kong maintained his calm demeanor, reminding everyone that until the final minute, nothing can be concluded yet. At this moment, Moon had also reached the area near the finish line and began cheering with all her might. Go, Dad, the little girl couldn't help but shout. That call hit Leon straight in the heart. He paused for a fleeting second, overcome with joy. Moon called me Dad. That alone was enough to make all the strength in his body erupt. For Leon at this moment, someone with family in his heart absolutely cannot lose. His speed surged instantly, rapidly closing in and catching up to Jin's father. The man gritted his teeth, visibly annoyed. If things continued like this, he would surely be overtaken. Thinking this, he decided to play dirty. Electric sparks began to crackle around his arm. If that's how it is, let's see how you handle this hit. Leon immediately sensed the malice. Without a moment's hesitation, he stomped hard on the ground to gain momentum and exploded with speed, widening the gap in a blink of an eye. In his mind, he thought coldly, if you want to play dirty, Don't blame me for being ruthless. Before Jin's father could even make his move, the dust kicked up by Leon flew straight into his face. He immediately screamed in pain, stumbled, lost his balance, and tripped over his own feet. Under the stunned gaze of the entire audience, he fell headfirst, right before the finish line. Leon, meanwhile, calmly dashed across the line amidst an explosion of cheers. Xiaola almost screamed with excitement. Contestant Leon is the first to cross the line. The Moon family officially wins the championship of the relay race. Leon quickly ran over to Rose, Wise, and Moon amidst the endless cheers. Without hesitation, he immediately picked Moon up and asked with a radiant smile, "What did you call me just now?" Moon blushed, shyly repeating, "Dad." Hearing that, Leon was so happy he felt like he could fly. He rubbed his cheek against hers with pure bliss, begging her to say it a few more times. Moon pouted and turned away, demanding, "Wait until the whole family wins the overall championship of the games. Then we'll see." Rose, Wise stood by with her arms crossed, but her voice still carried a rare hint of concern. She asked briefly if he was injured. Leon only replied that he was fine. But right at that moment, Jin's father suddenly roared, causing a scene in the middle of the arena. He pointed straight at Leon and loudly accused Leon of cheating by kicking sand into his face at the last second. This is a serious violation of the rules. Hearing this, Leon immediately let out a sarcastic laugh. That guy is truly acting like a thief, shouting, "Stop, thief." He immediately pointed straight at his opponent and started accusing him right in front of everyone. "This scumbag just tried to sneak an electric attack on me. The evidence is still right there on his shoulder. The traces of electricity haven't even faded yet." Saying this, Leon deliberately added a touch of fake, aggrieved tears, claiming he was so terrified at that moment that he could only run forward with all his might. If he accidentally kicked up some sand, then he certainly couldn't be blamed for it. And the crocodile tears of Leon worked better than expected. The tournament staff immediately stepped forward, requesting Jin's father to cooperate with the investigation. But before he could even react, his wife rushed out to defend him, loudly questioning why her husband, the one who fell, was the one being investigated. The situation grew increasingly chaotic. Just then, a majestic voice suddenly rang out. "What has happened here?" The moment he saw the person who appeared, Jin shouted loudly in excitement, "Chief!" The person who arrived was Saul, leader of the Lightning Dragon tribe and chairman of the arbitration committee. Seeing a high-ranking official appear, Jin's father felt as if he had found a savior, immediately pointing at Leon and loudly accusing him. He believed that, as a fellow member of the Lightning Dragon tribe, Saul would surely stand by their side. In their minds, the couple even started smirking triumphantly. But Saul's next reaction left them both frozen in shock. He coldly stated that he was fully aware of the entire situation. He and the other referees had just personally reviewed the entire match footage, and the conclusion was clear: contestant number 12 had committed a foul. According to the rules, their family was disqualified, and all their current records were un. The declaration struck the family like a bolt of lightning, making the man pale with fear. The man stuttered, trying to plead, but was immediately